And here it is, we go again. Roll up, ladies and gentlemen. One man went to mow. Here it is, we go again. Here I am again. Hope you're there with me. The session commences. Your company required. It's happening once a day now. It seems to be only because I'm trying to shake off a flu or a virus that seems to be trying to hold me down. But then, Oyo Alaafin man can never be held down, as we well know. One man went to mow. The eagle has landed.
Another Savior, holy, 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 Adimebujuku. Another Savior, holy, 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 Adimebujuku.
Well, this is Mobien. This is dedicated to the gallant heroes of the Nigerian Biafra War and IPO families all over the world. I remember the Nigerian Biafran War, in the thickness of the Biafra genocide. Hey, one man revived the vanishing hope to life. Let the great Biafran army to fight, and they were singing out, holy, 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 is another Savior. They were singing out, holy, 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 holy. Another great leader has risen up now. Oh, and he's leading the Biafrans to victory. In your madika, yabika kokwanam no wow. Hey, anamekele mazuche mefo. Manemo, it's an honor having you on board. When I'm singing along, holy, 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 holy. Is another Savior.
Another Savior, holy, 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 Adimebujuku. Another Savior, holy, 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 Adimebujuku.
Well, this is Mobien. This is dedicated to the gallant heroes of the Nigerian Biafra War and IPO families all over the world. I remember the Nigerian Biafran War, in the thickness of the Biafra genocide. Hey, one man revived the vanishing hope to life. Let the great Biafran army to fight, and they were singing out, holy, 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 holy. They were singing out, holy, 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 is another Savior. Holy, 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 is another Savior. Many years after the genocide, whoa, yet another great leader has risen up now. Oh, and he's leading the Biafrans to victory. In your madika, yabika kokwanam no wow. Hey, anamekele mazuche mefo.
And there it is right there, the holy, holy song from our cousins from the East, from our our cousins from the east, the Igbo people. So from our cousins from the east, the Holy Holy song. So Holy Holy, as guys, I bring you this. All three factions of Boko Haram, uh, all three factions of Boko Haram have now successfully established themselves close to Abuja. So it's a Bokati is the person saying this. He is supposedly an expert in that area, I'm presuming. But really, this is cause for alarm. If you've ever wondered, this is cause for alarm. So Boko Haram, what this guy is suggesting from this headline is essentially that Boko Haram has surrounded Abuja. This is what he's saying. But then when I say it's cause for alarm, consider this. The capital of Nigeria was moved from Lagos to Abuja for reasons that Abuja is central to the country and therefore very difficult for enemies of the country to get to that space without being cut off by the Nigerian security forces. So what they are telling us now is that the center of the country, the capital of the country, which is at the epicenter of the country, is surrounded by bandits. So that means they have cascaded all the way through at least half of the country to surround the space. This is the alarm. All three factions of Boko Haram have now successfully established themselves close to Abuja. Abokat is saying this, but what is it predicating that upon? We find out shortly. So this we find out shortly as well. This TINUBU'S age, a narrative that doesn't seem to be wanting to go anywhere fast. So hold on. Let me just move this over, and then let me see if there's any use. All right, let me move this over as well. All right. Okay. So so that's that. So that's the Boko Haram headline. So this now, the Tinubu age or no age saga, it is one that is going on. It doesn't seem to be abating. It doesn't seem to be slowing down in any manner. Reno Omokri speaks as Tinubu keeps mum after his wife's cousin, T. Mark. And a lot of you of a certain age, you would know who T. Mark is. It was quite a prominent flutist at the time. He was a jazzist, but a flutist as well. So he plays the flute to a jazz assembly. So that's who he is. Reno Omokri speaks as Tinubu keeps mum after his wife's cousin, T. Mark, revealed his age. So now, the revelation now, so do we now get to find out Tinubu's age? I hope they give us a number in this instance. Don't impeach Buhari. Kwakwanso, one senator, gives reasons. So I would like to see or hear the reasons why Kwakwanso would suggest that the Aboki from Daura should not be impeached. He might well think that will have some impact on the upcoming February, but I shouldn't see how the Buhari impeachment would have any impact on the February elections, because the February elections is already in the process and is in the hands of the electoral umpire. So they, of course, will superintend that process to present a president, and it doesn't require Buhari to swear in. It doesn't require Buhari to swear in the president. So hold on. I think somebody's calling me. Hold on. Oh, all right. Okay. All right. Sorry. So yeah. So back to it. Impeaching Buhari does not really impact on anything in terms of governance. It's not as though Buhari being there impacts on anything in terms of governance. So he not being there is not anything that will impact on anything of any significance. Oshibanjo will take temporary charge for the next few months, and matters will carry on as per normal. Don't impeach Buhari. Kwakwanso wants senators gives reasons. So I'd like to find out then what reasons he is giving. So this one is the next one is somewhat of a left field storyline. And it is only because this particular mention has been severally mentioned under the Peter Obi narrative. So it reoccurs now within the state that is vested within. So what is the latest development there? Innocent motors, of course, innocent vehicles. Innocent vehicles sue Imo government over 2.5 billion naira debt. So quite what is in play there, because A lot of the conversations around innocent motto is that it has essentially been adopted by the Imo State government, particularly, and the Southeast in general. So quite why they would want to ruin the business, we'll find out soon enough. But then with Hope Uzodinma in charge, anything possible. Innocent vehicles sue Imo government over 2.5 billion naira debt. So what's in play there, we find out shortly. EL-RIFAI speaks on being appointed as TINUBU'S campaign director general. So Tinubu would do well to have EL-RIFAI because Tinubu's campaign, Tinubu's presidential thing is starting to win quite heavily actually, because all the narratives around it is all wrapped around the negative. His school start, his primary school, his age or no age, his health or no health, North versus South, Christian, Muslim, so it's all negative. So he needs a spike from somebody that is well clued up, and nobody more clued up than nobody more clued up about the Nigerian space than EL-RIFAI. EL-RIFAI speaks on being appointed as Tinubu's campaign director general. So quite what he has to say, we'll find out shortly. Tinubu will turn Nigeria's fortune around. Zach Orji is the person speaking. So this is for equibalance, of course. Plenty stories critical of Tinubu. Perhaps this one somewhat complimentary. The headline certainly suggests Tinubu will turn Nigeria's fortune around. Zach Orji. So who Zach Orji is and why he has felt the need to say that, we'll find out shortly. My regime has institutionalized transparency, accountability, inclusion. So no prices for guessing is confused from Daura that is still living in some weird place. I'm sure it's in a happy place in its own mind where everything is all peaches and cream. So peaches and cream, Daura style, just the nonsensity of it, the total debasement of it. My regime has institutionalized transparency. This is the thing. Accountability, which is funnier, but the last one is as funny as it is sad. Inclusion. This is what it's claiming. Fulani made, Fulani government, Fulani stock, Muslim. This is the last 7.5 years. But it's as far as he's concerned, it's inclusive. Shebi, he's a T-boy, is from Cross River. And that's inclusion now. Shebi, his driver is from Edo State. That is inclusion. So this is the thing, the yam head from Daura. So we finally land on this. Why Afenifere is endorsing Peter Obi and not Tinubu, Pa Ayo Adebanjo now, speaks the tone of treachery. So there it is, a rich and diverse menu. So lean back, kick back, take it easy, relax into it. The usual protocol, click on the like button as you're coming in. Click on subscribe if you haven't done that already. And then if you want to come join me on the screen to share thoughts on any of these headlines that I've read, click on this hyperlink that says StreamYard. So this brings you into a studio space. And as soon as I finish reading out the talking points, I'll let you onto the screen and we engage in a conversation, hopefully a robust and interesting one around the talking points. So that is how it works. It's an open microphone session, and the open microphone, that hyperlink that says StreamYard on your screen. So there it is. Click on like, click on subscribe, and then at your discretion, if you're feeling sufficiently emboldened, click on the hyperlink that says StreamYard, come join me on the screen. So as we set about the clicking, I'm not sure why I'm talking in this manner. As I'm spiked up, I don't know why, maybe it's the heat, I don't know. So as we set about the clicking though, let me provide you a little bit of a musical backdrop. Your calabash to the ready, we join the guys.
Water, only water, where they see my water. Oh yes, you go for me, water, 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 only water, where they see my. Hapa oh night oh, hapa oh night oh, hapa you don't come oh, hapa oh night oh. Hapa oh night oh. Oro keke elemu ye o. Oro keke. Ibe shodi ya keke elemu re o. Oro keke. Obi master keke elemu re o. Oro keke. Chifu Faila ti keke elemu. jàre o.
eruku lẹ̀lẹ̀ ẹlẹ́bùtò.
Eruku lẹ̀lẹ̀ Ghana ti dé ẹgbẹ́ bọ́dì o.
Gbé bọ́dì ẹ̀ gbé ẹlẹ́bùtò.
Ọmọ ẹlẹ́yẹ ẹ̀yẹ ẹ̀yẹ o ó dìle o.
ọmọ ẹlẹ́yẹ
Olúyẹ̀lá ẹ̀yẹ o ó dìle o.
ọmọ ẹlẹ́yẹ
Petrosoname ẹ̀yẹ o ó dìle o.
ọmọ ẹlẹ́yẹ
Petrosodunke ẹ̀yẹ rẹ̀ ó dìle o.
ọmọ ẹlẹ́yẹ
Ẹlẹ́kọ̀ ọ̀run mú ìní o.
ìgbàlà tí
Àkùkọ ọ̀run méjìkọ. Ikú kò ní ríwà gbéṣe o.
And there it is right there. Ikuku Niru Agwecheme, death have nothing to do with us. That is what that means in Yoruba language. Ikuku Niru Agwecheme, death have nothing to do with us. So, but that certainly doesn't seem to be the intentions of this next story. All three factions of Boko Haram have now successfully established themselves close to Abuja. Bokati, the person speaking, security expert and lawyer Bulama Bokati, has said that all three factions of Boko Haram have now successfully established themselves close to Abuja. Bokati, who sat for an interview on Channels Television on Friday, July the 29th, said this is the first time the terrorist group is establishing a presence in the nation's north-central region. He further described this as a worrying development. Bokati said, in the north central close to Abuja, all the three factions of Boko Haram have now successfully established themselves. This is a worrying development, and the train attack was launched by Boko Haram. We now know that the Kuje prison attack was launched by Boko Haram, and I can bet you that the two attacks in Abuja were launched by Boko Haram, not bandits. And even if it is hearsay, and even if it is here, sorry, let me take that entirely all over again. That's just, sorry, it wasn't flowing the way I wanted to flow. Security expert and lawyer Bulama Bokati has said that all three factions of Boko Haram have now successfully established themselves close to Abuja. Bokati, who sat for an interview on Channels Television on Friday, July the 29th, said this is the first time the terrorist group is establishing a presence in the nation's north-central region. He further described this as a worrying development. Bokati said, in the north-central, close to Abuja, all the three factions of Boko Haram have now successfully established themselves. And this is a worrying development. And the train attack was launched by Boko Haram. We now know that the Kuje prison attack was launched by Boko Haram. And I can bet you that the two attacks in Abuja were launched by Boko Haram, not bandits. And even in its heyday, between 2014 and 2015, Boko Haram has never had residence cell in the north central or the northwest. In those days, they were sending bombers from the northeast to detonate bombs in Abuja, Kano, and other places. But what we now see today are all the three factions of Boko Haram having cells resident in Niger, Nasarawa, Zamfara, and now close to Abuja. And this is very worrying, and they are getting deadlier. And we know they have now put Abuja under siege, and Nigeria has got to wake up and do what we need to do to confront these challenges. So Nigeria has to wake up and do what we have to do to confront these challenges. But then I only have two words to say to you. Malam, Buhari. So there it is right there. And we're in trouble. We are in trouble. You don't need me to tell you that we're in trouble. You know that we're in trouble. But how big that trouble is, you may not know. I mean, maybe even I don't know. But we know we're in serious trouble. We're in existential life or death trouble. So we're at risk of death trouble in Nigeria. At risk of death trouble. This is what we are. This is what we're in. Reno Omokri speaks as Tinubu keeps mum after his wife's cousin T Mark revealed his age. So hopefully we get a number. Former presidential aide Reno Omokri has criticized the All Progressives Congress APC presidential candidate Bola Tinubu for keeping silent after his wife's cousin T Mark revealed his alleged real age. Correspondent earlier reported that T Mark claimed that Tinubu. All right, okay. Okay, all right. Okay, so I think it's somewhat of a jocular thing, but let's take that from the top again. Um, Former presidential aide Reno Omokri has criticized the All Progressives Congress APC presidential candidate Bola Tinubu for keeping silent after his wife's cousin, T. Mark, revealed his alleged real age. Correspondents earlier reported that T. Mark claimed that Tinubu is 86 years old and warned Nigerians against voting for him in 2023. According to the renowned flutist, who said Tinubu is his in-law, the APC presidential candidate is not fit to rule Nigeria. He condemned Tinubu for not revealing his real age, source of wealth, and background, despite his agenda to rule Nigeria. However, Reno Omokri, in a post shared on Instagram, mocked Tinubu for not being able to debunk the claims. He noted, so Tinubu debunking the claim, I see that akin to those spaces when we were under Nnamdi Kanu, and he used to tell us that Buhari should come out and make a public broadcast that is alive. So just you don't give oxygen to ludicrousness, obviously. So is in my own mind is in that bracket that Tinubu is 86. Look at that. But there it is. However, Reno Omokri, in a post shared on Instagram, mocked Tinubu for not being able to debunk the claims. He noted that the APC flag bearer lived with T. Mark's stepfather, which is the reason he cannot produce any birth certificate or photos with his classmates because it will expose the lies about his age. And by the way, all these photos that they're saying he should present are with his classmates. So I'm pretty sure that whichever schools Tinubu went to, I'm pretty sure that he was not the only person with a camera there. So why can't the people that supposedly went to school with him also reveal those photographs? At least somebody went to school with him. Somebody must have. So I'm not quite sure where the weight is on them. So whoever went to school, but perhaps they just see it as something equally ludicrous. The political activist further urged the former governor of Lagos State to be proud of his age, as not everyone gets to live that long. He said, 48 hours after T. Mark Omoshola, his in-law, his wife's cousin, said Tinubu is 86. Tinubu, so that would make Tinubu, I suspect, older than Buhari, is what they are now telling us. Older than Atiku, even. Is he even older than Obasanjo? So this is it. 48 hours after T. Mark Omoshola, his in-law, his wife's cousin, said Tinubu is 86. Tinubu has not denied it. Tinubu lived in T. Mark's stepfather's house, Mobolaji Bank Anthony. He has photos. T. Mark is 74. He used to call Tinubu uncle. Yet Tinubu says he's 70. How can? That is why Tinubu cannot produce any birth certificates. I wonder how many people age 70 in Nigeria can produce a birth certificate or photos with his classmates, because it will expose the lies about his age. Tinubu should be proud of his age. Not everybody gets to live that long. How and why should you be ashamed of your real age? Mahathir Mohamad was Prime Minister of Malaysia at 95. Embrace your age of 86. How can you be younger than T. Mark, who is 74, and called you uncle in his youth? When you lived with his stepfather, when you lived in his stepfather's house. So there it is right there. So that's Tinubu schools at real age something. They're still doing it in the Peter Obi space. Or is he? I think he's Atiku anyway. He's all wrapped into all of that anyway. Don't impeach Buhari, Kwakwanso, one senator gives reasons. Ex-senator and presidential candidate of the new Nigeria People's Party (NNPP), Rabiu Kwankwaso, has warned senators not to impeach President Mohamed Buhari. Correspondents recall that last week, some senators gave Buhari a 6-week deadline to address the security challenges of his impeachment proceedings. During a visit to Kwara State Governor Abdulrahman Abdulrazak in Ilorin recently, Kwakwaso warned Nigerian senators to tread carefully. He said, I don't know the facts that they have, but as their former colleague, I want them to tread very carefully. They should not be in a hurry to rock the boat. Yes, I know they have reasons to be worried. I am sure everybody in this country is worried about insecurity because some of these things could happen to anybody. Even the presidential fleet was attacked in Katsina State. So I think we need to do more. But why is he asking them not to impeach Buhari is the thing? Because it doesn't serve his own pecuniary interest. That is the thing. That is selfishness, narcissism, and all of the isms wrapped into the Aboki guy. Um, Innocent vehicles sue Imo government over 2.5 billion naira debt. So there it is, for put on the bar of scrutiny again. Nigeria's indigenous vehicle manufacturing company, Innocent Vehicle Manufacturing, has filed an over 2.5 billion naira lawsuit against the Imo State government under the headship of Senator Hope Uzodinma over its failure to pay or service the debt of 2.5 billion naira, being the purchase price of various IVM vehicles, including their parts, which IVM manufactured, sold, and delivered to the state government, but Imo State governor or its government has refused or failed to pay same despite repeated demands and appeals. The lawsuit, which was filed by Professor Joseph Mbadugba, SAN, ECPA of Makati, Mbadugba and Co. Where is the Makati in that? This thing really irritates me, and I think Yemi Oshibanjo he does it as well. Let me actually just check the name of Yemi Oshibanjo's chambers. Yeah, let me just check. Yemi Oshibanjo chambers. They come up with this hold on. Let me just. I just want to check the name of his chambers. It's some ludicrous name like that because they come up with these ludicrous English names because they think that adds more prestige. You're a Nigerian guy. You're a Nigerian lawyer. So what is Makati in the name of your? I think it's Herman or something like that. Some ludicrousness. I'll have to check that. Let me not hold you up, but if somebody can check that, actually, Yemi Oshibanjo's chambers. So this one now calling himself Makati. What is Makati in Nigeria? It's an annoyance. It's that's inferiority complex. Fela Kuti said it. They don't release you now, but you never release yourself. Polo mentality. The lawsuit was filed by Professor Joseph N. Mbadugba, SAN, FCPA of Makati, Mbadugba and Co. The counsel to innocent vehicles coming against repeated attempts made by the chairman of Innocent Vehicle Manufacturing, Chief Innocent Chukuma, to the governor, urging him to pay the company on the vehicles sold and delivered to State House. So there it is. I think that's the sum total of it. There's a couple more paragraphs, but I don't think it adds anything other than the details of it. But this thing now, and some people go to their graves being, I remember my father used to joke that it's back in the day. So when money was real money, he would tell you that it's a multi-millionaire on paper, because all the state governments and all the federal spaces were just owing him countless money, and he continued to shuffle from one office to the other. EL-RIFAI speaks on being appointed as TINUBU'S campaign DG. So now let's find out now what's in play here. The governor of Kaduna State, Nasir EL-RIFAI, on Friday reacted to reports that he has been appointed as the Director General of the All Progressives Congress Presidential Campaign Council of Bola Tinubu. El-RIFAI on Friday night denied being the DG of Tinubu's campaign council. The special advisor on media and communications to the governor, Muyiwa Adekeye, in a post on Twitter, said his principal has not been appointed as DG. The Kaduna State Governor, while speaking in a live media chat on Wednesday in the state, also denied the report. Adekeye wrote, Madam Nasir El-RIFAI has disclaimed reports of his appointment as DG of the APC presidential campaign. He also denied during his live media chat. He also denied during his live media chat in Kaduna tonight that he is working with other governors and party leaders to help set up the national campaign structures. There had been claims in some quarters that El-RIFAI had been appointed as Tinubu's campaign director, whilst the former national chairman of the party, Adams of Chiomole, was named as the chairman of the council. Tinubu is hoping to take over from President Muhammad Buhari at the end of his tenure in 2023. The former governor of Lagos State will be contesting against the presidential candidate of the People's Democratic Party, Atiku Abubakar, the flag bearer of the Labour Party, Peter Obi, and several others. So I'm not quite sure if this is a dog whistle or a denial. You know, sometimes the denial is actually a come and get me. So is this a denial or a come and get me denial? Because it is politics, of course, and a lot often embedded in simple words. So now, still Tinubu will turn Nigeria's fortune around. Zach Orji. Veteran actor Zach Orji has drawn support for the All Progressive Congress presidential candidate Asiwaju Bola Tinubu and his running mate Kashim Shettima. Of course, he'll be stoned in Igbo land for doing this. Orji, who is the vice president of Ambassadors of Voice of Change, described Tinubu as a chief crusader and a man who stands for equity, fair play, and national cohesion. In the now viral video seen by correspondents, he said, "My support for Asiwaju Tinubu is personal. I lived in Lagos for over 40 years of my life. I have always known this man as a chief crusader for the democratic consolidation of our country, Nigeria. I have always known him, Tinubu, as a man who stands for equity, fair play, and national cohesion." So just to take those words as standalone. So a lot of criticism around Tinubu, but these words they recall amongst people who know him are equity, fair play, and national cohesion. So the national cohesion, I don't think you can get too many arguments around that, given the sort of team he puts together, both as governor of Lagos and subsequently ever since, is a potpourri of the middle belt, the southeast, and everybody in between. That if you have the talent, you are welcome to come and participate in the development of Lagos. So national cohesion, I don't think anybody can fault him on that. But I think the Yoruba space, they fault him. Why Afenifere is endorsing Peter Obi and not Tinubu, Pa Ayo Adebanjo. So now let's now find out exactly. Is this a criticism of Tinubu, I wonder, or just an endorsement of Peter Obi, or both? Leader of, let me take a sip of water I'm trying here. Leader of Afenifere, Ayo Adebanjo, has explained why the Pan-Yoruba Socio-Political Group is supporting the Labour Party's political candidate, Peter Obi, instead of Bola Ahmed Tinubu. In a tweet, Adebanjo said Tinubu will only continue President Muhammad Buhari's incompetence. So I'm not quite sure why he would say that, because Tinubu doesn't have a history of incompetence, and Tinubu is not Buhari, but I don't know why he has said that. He advised Nigerians to put aside tribal differences and vote for the right leadership. He tweeted, "Ahmed Tinubu will only give continuity to Buhari's incompetence. We know Peter Obi very well. That is why we endorse him. He will not disappoint Nigerians. Let us put tribal differences apart and vote the right leaders. So there it is right there. Put tribal leadership differences aside. So this now the last readout, and then we see who's in the room to take it on. My regime has institutionalized transparency. So we're away with the fairies with this one. So suspend disbelief and just take your mind to the way to fairyland. So where unicorns exist and pigs fly. So we're in the world where unicorns exist and pigs fly. My regime has institutionalized transparency, accountability, inclusion. Aboki from Daura making the headline. President Mohamed Buhari says his administration has instilled the culture of transparency, accountability, and people participation in governance, which will be handed down to the next generation. Buhari said this whilst itemizing the benefits Nigeria derived from joining the Open Government Partnership Support Unit in 2016, whilst he received a delegation led by OGP Chief Executive Officer Sanjay Pradhan on Thursday in Abuja. With these steps we have taken, our administration will bequeath to the next government culture of transparency, accountability, and citizen participation in governance, Mr. Buhari said. We have worked hard to institutionalize the OGP by mainstreaming open government practices across our governance systems, he said. He said when he committed Nigeria to the membership of the Open Government Partnership at the London Anti-Corruption Summit, he was very clear about the role that the initiative will play in the fight against corruption. The president said since that time, we have developed and implemented 2 national action plans on open government partnership. By next month, August, we will sign the 3rd action plan, which is in the final stages of the development. I am eager to sign the document so that we can continue to sustain the progress of reforms that we have recorded in the past 6 years of implementation. The president also outlined some of the country's successes since implementing the Open Government Partnership in 2016. According to Mr. Buhari, Nigeria's budgeting process is more open with the participation of all stakeholders, including the public. He said the proof of the country in the past in the past 6 years was evident in its ranking as the best improved country for transparency in the global open budget survey. So any country can be the best at anything, because there are so many of these leagues, transparency and in between. So anybody can be anything. We produced a roadmap for beneficial ownership reporting in 2016. By December 2019, we established Africa's first beneficial ownership register in the extractive industry. In 2020, we amended our laws to expand beneficial ownership reporting to all sectors of the economy. We are currently building a robust national beneficial ownership database, which will be deployed to combat global criminal activities, including illicit financial flows and terrorism financing. We are equally convinced the beneficial ownership disclosure policy will support our domestic resources mobilization. So I think this is particular to a peculiar sort of initiative, but the headline, of course, quite misleading. So there it is, and here they are. So here they are. Sonny, I see you. Chris George, I see you. Pansat, we are hoping to have a civil session this time around, Pansat. Ajanle Koko, I see you. James, I see you. Charles Annex, I see you. Saki, Father, I see you. And the mighty Baba Akure, I see you. So good of you to join us, gentlemen. So let me kick it off then and go straight to Charles, who seems ready to go. So are you ready to go, Charles?
Yeah, I am.
All right, brilliant. Good to have you, Charles. So you come up first, and we kick it off then with where we came in, which is now all three factions of Boko Haram have successfully established. Let me bring it up. All three factions of Boko Haram have now successfully established themselves close to Abuja. So that successfully established themselves, of course, the language of to say they've surrounded. So there it is, right there, and there we are, Charles.
Well, not surprised. Honestly speaking, if that's the case, I see I see a lot of problems. The honest truth about it is that over the week and everything, I've been looking at the Nigerian situation, and I just even the general election in itself is not even the main issue right now. I just feel Nigeria has reached we're right now on the wall. And if Boko Haram is in Abuja and everything, I can assure you that they are in control of that government. Whoever, even whether Tinubu, whether Obi, whoever comes in 2023 does not even matter, to be honest. I just see Nigeria, to be honest, is a lost cause. Yes, Tinubu can come in, Obi can come in, but I think we've gone so far. The system is now so rotten. Excess crude oil account is depleted. So I don't even think we even have funds to even fight any Boko Haram. Now they are kidnapping that the heart of the governance of the country, and I don't think. I think that general election is a very big deal because I can see something playing out of. I say, what if they declare Obi the winner, and it's more or less
Do you
a
think they
war.
will? Do you think they will? Not to say that Obi cannot win, but do you think they would declare Obi the winner, whether he wins or not?
Now that's the thing because the scenario where Obi is the winner, I think it will only escalate, especially those things, Boko Haram and the agenda or whatever it is. So right now, I have two ways of looking at it. I can say that Boko Haram is working well, is on the side of whatever happens, as long as a Christian is not the next president, then they might have some form of, it doesn't go out of control. They might still have the northern candidacy or whatever can still control Boko Haram to an extent. But the situation where someone like Obi wins the election, I do not think the insurgency would just take that easy. They will probably destabilize the entire country, make things ungovernable. So honestly speaking, I've just been down with Nigeria as a whole. But if they're in the center right now, then my guess, your guess is as good as mine. Nigeria is in whatever government comes in 2023 has a lot of things to deal with.
You see, what really alarms me, Charles, is that as I was saying in the readout, the whole purpose of Abuja is that it is at the epicenter of the country. So how can insurgents move all the way through? Because they'll have to cross whichever way they're coming in. They'll have to cross at least half of that country to surround Abuja. So how is that happening? It's quite alarming.
Nigeria actually has no defense. Ordinarily, what I would have expected the Nigerian government to do by now is to have set up a counterterrorism kind of department in the Nigerian army. You understand? So it's more like instead of giving the Nigerian, because the real problem Nigeria has is insurgency, if I'm correct. So instead of giving the Nigerian army, the entire Nigerian army, funds, you understand, what they would have done is probably carve out maybe 5,000 unit strong army, train them excellently well, throw the like at least 60% of the defense budget to catering for that 5,000 stronghold and deploy them in these keys. You understand? Like, Nigeria is a whole, you know what? The real thing is that Nigerian government, the Nigerian army, with all the excess crude oil accounts, all the whole funding, it's more or less like they just squandered all that money. It was never used in any way to actually counter the insurgency in the country. Because what they should have done originally is to develop or carve out a unit, a counter-terrorist unit from the Nigerian army, spend at least 60% of your defense budget on, let's say, 5,000, training 5,000 personnel, giving them equipment and everything, and deploy them to key states within the country. I think if you do that and transfer all your resources to that stronghold, then I can say that I'm sure they will have reached the headway. But the way things have been done, they just take money, spend it anyhow, share it among battalions or generals and stuff. Look, it's a lost cause. Nigeria is a lost cause.
Do you think this particular problem? Do you think we now really need external actors for reasons that
No,
the Nigerian army is too infiltrated, too corrupt, and now too inept? For them to really, because they are just now profiteering of this thing now. So do you think we need external actors like mercenaries,
no,
South
no,
Africans and
no,
is
no, no,
these?
no, 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 no. So you see the problem. You see, we should understand politics. The idea of using machineries or the idea of seeking US help or UK help or whatever is going to be counterproductive because a lot of, especially I don't know about maybe seeking from Africans from Africa, maybe the AU or stuff like that. African, maybe if they go to the route of the AU, you understand, maybe deployment of AU troops to Nigeria to help Nigeria as a whole, maybe that'll be better. But if you go to things like seeking military aid from US and Western powers, and I can assure you that they will mean no good. As a matter of fact, they might most likely escalate things that the Nigerian government will
No,
have
no,
no choice.
I'm talking about pay to play actors, guns for hire. There are plenty of
No,
them, all this Black Rock
no,
and all these kind of people.
no. I don't think Nigerian government has. They've done it a number. I don't think they have control over. They won't have at some point in time. Nigerian government has been inept for many years. At some point in time, they will lose control of the whole plot, and they will just give those people free way to do whatever they want. And if they're not careful, another group will come out. I don't think that would be the right way. I think the right thing to do, like I said, is form a new section of the Nigerian army that has to do with counterterrorism. Even if it's a 1,000-man unit, give them the sufficient equipment and resources, and deploy them in key states to assist us. Otherwise, I don't just see. I really, we're in a very tough fix. To be honest, I have no solution to Nigeria's problems in terms of bringing up
But
ideas.
this is the one problem that must be solved because we have to be alive first before anything else. So this is a life or death situation.
Yeah, I know, but even the theory, there are so many stories to their formation, things about they use them for elections and things like that. A lot of documentaries have come out, and to be honest, I feel there's some elements of truth in it because even when the whole when this terrorism thing started, just from a little when they initially started, especially after Buhari's elections, a lot of things could have been done. Even the way the attitude of the Nigerian government has been more of let's be gentle with these people, let's not break them. They want Ruga, those kind of. They've never really launched an offensive. Whatever offensive we normally see on the news is more or less like propaganda. But I've never really seen a real offensive on these guys. And I think the Nigerian government, the reason why these people have now moved into Abuja is because they've actually seen that the Nigerian government really can't do anything about them. They can't do because they've been in the picture for a long time. The Nigerian government, Buhari government, has just more or less either you catch them, you let them go, you say you're rehabilitating them, and in the context of things, no government does that. No government rehabilitates terrorists. The only reason why you do that is because most likely the Nigerian government and those terrorist cells have had some form of agreement or some form of negotiations, whether in terms of the elections or whatever. That's the only reason why you be light-handed in dealing with them. And these terrorist cells have found out that the government's hands are tied. There's nothing they will do. They will launch an offensive. Even if they catch a few members, they will let them go. It's the same thing that has happened under the Kuje prison break. Everybody has that opinion that the Nigerian government just allowed them to walk into that prison to let their members go. So what I just feel is that right now the Nigerian government's hands are tied. The hands are dirty. If they decide to deal with the terrorists head on, a lot of names, especially Nigerian government names, will be exposed, and that's why we seem to have no solution to the problem.
All right, brilliant. Solly, did you want to come in?
Yes,
Go
I
on.
wanted to interject and say, because you keep on saying they can't, I believe that they won't, because I'm looking at it from the point of tribalism. They see them as one of themselves, so obviously they would not want one of themselves being killed based on the view of tribalism. Then they wanting to rehabilitate the terrorists, they would see it as they are rehabilitating their own people instead of just condemning them to death. Same thing they did for the people in Niger Delta. They too, they want their own fair equivalent of it, which is usually unfair, but to them, they always say it's fair. So that's how they rehabilitate their own people. They won't do anything about it because it is basically tribalism. They are protecting themselves. I even heard some stories that even when they go to war, they say, oh, they are killing too many of our people. If people from the south are killing
Yeah,
too many,
but that's I somewhat agree, but that seems to be backlashing somewhat now, because they are starting to eat their own, essentially, these terrorists now. So you say you are protecting them, but when they go to the streets, they don't care who you are. They will
yes,
shoot you. Yeah. So
yes,
so
but that's
so
my
so
point.
now they are, because they thought they will use it to launch against the south and seize land and do
Yes,
whatever it
but
is
but
that
that's
God
my
will do.
point. That's one thing I've learned about tribalism. Tribalism surpasses logic. you know. So the tribalism will always defeat whatever logical, oh, they are coming to attack them, they are eating their own. Tribalism surpasses logic, sadly. And that's what we are facing.
You know,
Go on, Charles. Yeah.
yeah, to be honest, the only solution I see to this problem, and a lot of people have always mentioned it, is still that regional government. Because as long as we have a central government that is inept to central cases like this, terrorism and stuff, and seems to favor one ethnic group over the other, even if countless lives are lost, then we'll always have a problem. The only way out, like I've said again, is regional governments where each region has ultimate security over their borders. But without that, I think the Nigerian state would suffer a lot.
All right, brilliant. That is the who's that? Who's woofing? Uh, Oh, no, no, George. Fix your system, George. No, that's too much. Sorry, George, but there's a lot of woofing sounds. Scroll back and you hear what we heard. But let me take you to another talking point. From the sublime, as they say, Charles, to the ridiculous. But how ridiculous is this? Reno Omokri speaks as Tinubu keeps mum after his wife's cousin T Mark reveals his age. So now the latest figure we're conjuring with now, Charles, is Tinubu is 86. So I'm not quite sure how old Buhari himself is, but I think now Tinubu now Buhari senior. So where are we going with this narrative? I thought it would have been spent by now, but they're still milking it.
Look, in all honest terms and everything, Tinubu, what age is it claiming again? Is it 60, 69?
70. He did his 70th with the gala event just last
You know
year.
that even if Tinubu tells me he's 45, the funny part of it, age doesn't even matter in this situation. What matters is his cognitive behavior, his physical behavior, you understand, his attributes and everything. Even if he's 45, he claims he's 45, but physically and mentally, he's not fit for that role. his age, whether they call him 86 or it doesn't matter. Personally, I feel Tinubu does not have what it takes to actually be the president of Nigeria because of his physical and mental state. And the problem we have with Nigeria is because people attach that role of the presidency as it's more or less like a birthright. It's not really about leadership. It's not about service. It's not about competence. It's more or less like as long as it's a Yoruba man there, whether he's fit or not fit, I'm fine. But the role of the president has to do with leadership, has to do with competence, has to do with a lot of things that are presidential in nature. You have to be physically, mentally fit and articulate to assume that position. I'm Igbo, but I have no problem. To be honest, if Yemi Osibanjo, like I've said before, if Yemi Osibanjo was the fund bearer of that APC, the flag bearer, presidential candidate, I will pick him over Obi. Do you understand? But Tinubu, with what we've gone through with Buhari, and the problem with Nigeria as a whole is that it's so centralized. Okay, it's not like the US and so many other countries, states that the federal government or the central government really has little or no role, especially with regards to running the entire country. Nigeria, in its own case, whoever is president controls the entire nation. In terms of resources, in terms of policies, it's a very, very challenging position. All right. And whoever goes there has to have the mental capacity to actually run that country. You understand? If it was in the US, we have states and everything that are totally independent. They really don't depend on the federal government or the presidents to actually run their affairs. But Nigeria is a different ball game. It's that position needs somebody that is fit, and I don't think Tinubu is. And the fact, the accusations of him being 86, well, even if he says it that he's 70, his physical state points to the fact that he's older than that. So I tend to agree with his.
I'm not sure that if Charlie Boy tells you that he's 45, would you believe him?
Charlie Boy, of course not.
You wouldn't, without knowing his age.
No, I wouldn't believe him. Definitely.
What if he tells you he's in his 50s? Would you believe him? Charles Oputa,
Charlie Boy, probably yes. I probably want to believe.
You know he's in his 70s.
Wow. Look. Even if Charlie Boy,
I'm not saying it's genetics. It's genetics, isn't it?
Yeah, it's genetics. But at the same time, look, we've seen this guy in the public space. We've seen how he composes himself and everything. He's not it's not a matter of being presidential, but he doesn't have the capacity to run that office. He's going to more or less, when people are in that kind of position, they tend to just leave the affairs to maybe another set of cap. Just like Buhari, it's probably the same thing that will happen because of the stress and the tasks that office presents itself. There's nobody that is physically unwell or mentally unwell that will decide that, you know what, I want to run this country by myself. Not really by yourself, but take it head on. Most of the time, they will just leave it to a group of people that, you know what, I trust these guys. They will just let them just handle it. I can't kill. That's exactly what will happen, and that's what we're trying to prevent. It's not as if Tinubu has
that was what we had with Buhari. Remember, it was a body language presidency, and then they were governing the space in the spirit of.
That is exactly what will happen. The only difference I can say is that with Tinubu, while he might bring in a circle that will run things for him just to remove that pressure, we might say that because he's educated, the West and everything, there's a vast array of educated people there. We can say that whatever cabal or whatever clique he leaves to run that office would, to an extent, be a bit capable in terms of intellectual capacity to run the country. But when it comes to, okay, there's a problem, Boko Haram, presidents talk, or just like Buhari, you will find him missing, because he will not be able to handle a lot of things. So
I'm looking forward to the campaigns to see, and we're still waiting for his, because we've seen the Peter Obi interview, we've seen the article interview, so we're still waiting for him to sit in front of
he's not.
of journalists,
No, no.
even if it's his own party man from TVC.
Even the interview he gave when they were doing the presidential screening, that alone is enough to disqualify any candidate in any party.
Was he doing Agbado again?
One man. Let's be honest.
Agbado.
That presidential screening was a fluke. Like it was just rubbish. Do you understand? That alone is enough to disqualify him. And the problem I have is that, you see, the position is not as if he qualifies or merits that position as president. The way APC is going about it is more or less like, and just the way he went about it, it's my turn, I deserve it. It's not a matter of, I know I'm not competent, I know, but this is what we are, gentleman agreement, just give it to me. Whether I run it anyhow, it doesn't matter. But that's not how they've turned the presidential, the title of president to be like one of MC Oluomo's Nigeria Union of, that's what they've turned that number one position to. It's more or less like anybody can have it. If it's yours, it's yours. It's not a matter of.
It doesn't bode well for you and I, Charles, because the way it stands, if we just remove fanciful thinking for the moment, the next president likely to be either Atiku or Tinubu. So heads they win, tails we lose. So either way we are losing. So it's heads they win, tails we lose. Oh, it's just look where we are. Look where we are. You know, it's a crying shame. You know, you could weep if you think about it. But there it is. Matters to weep about. But this one now. So there is this move ongoing, a 6 weeks ultimatum given to Buhari to either improve the insecurity situation in the country, or the Senate will start proceedings to impeach. So Kwakwanso moves quickly to say don't impeach Buhari, but the reason he's giving is essentially don't rock the boat. He, of course, a contender in the upcoming. So is this pecuniary interest over national interest? Is this selfishness to its core, Charles?
I think we're living it. How many more months to? Even the impeachment is a no-brainer for me, to be honest. They might as well just let him just. The National Assembly is a joke. That's all I can say. They should have impeached him long before now. Them saying they want to impeach is just more or less like just eye service that we are doing our job, but you can see that I heard they're on recess, if I'm right. I think they called for them to go on recess again or something like that. I'm not too sure. I heard that in the news. But I think it's just a joke. It's just a facade. They're not really serious about it, because there has been reasonable grounds over the past months, even from last year.
Over the past 7 years, you mean?
Yeah, to impeach him. Then at the last moment, they're now saying, what, are they just waking up and finding out that? Let's leave that alone. Both the National Assembly, the presidency are a bunch of non-entities. Even impeaching him would even be the wrong move. It will even send the wrong signal, because if you are telling us that insurgents have surrounded the whole of Abuja, then you want to the center of power, you just want to just collapse the whole thing. It's more or less like I can assure you that things will only get worse, because whoever comes in will just run the country down. To just be
it will be Oshibanjo now. It's not whoever, but it will give fresh impetus to the space. So he will sack a whole bunch of army people, put in a whole bunch of army people who will set out to impress, and they might well be able to do something. But would you like to see, just for Buhari, so that he leaves that office in disgrace, just so that he's impeached? I think that will be the first time in Nigeria's history. Yeah.
No, they won't even do it. Let's call it. Even the North, they won't do it. There's no chance in hell. The way Nigeria is set up, we don't do things by the book. Nigeria has never been a country that follows the law or follows principles. It will never happen. Do you understand? And this will probably be the first time, but it can never happen. Like I've said before, there's been reasonable enough grounds for them to have impeached this man years back. Right now, them bringing up that they're going to impeach is just more or less like everybody's just saving face. The legislature is just trying to just say that, okay, oh, we know Nigerians are disappointed. We are playing our role to try and impeach. But otherwise, I do not see any chance that they would impeach Buhari. It will never happen.
Well, all right. Well, it may never happen, but I live in hope. I would love,
Yeah.
even if it's a day left for him to leave office, so that he just lives in disgrace. I would love to say that. I would love to say that. But let me take you from that space to another space, Charles. Let me take you to the southeast, and this contractor between Innocent Moto and Hope Uzodinma. So there's nothing that I recommend or comments this guy anytime he pops up in the headlines. Hope Uzodinma, Fulani mate, the Imolites call him. So he has gone and born, but because the Imo State government, they try to support innocent mortals by way
Mm,
of patronage. So he has gone to purchase a whole raft of vehicles from this guy, a manufacturer whose
mm,
turnover is all dependent on sales cash coming in to reinvest. So he's purchased a whole raft of cars from this guy under the banner of supporting local enterprise, but refuses to pay. So now, matters in court, but what are you making of this? Is there anything that redeems purpose of them at all? Is he even looking to seek re-election, this element?
Um, it's just the way things are done in Nigeria. Like I read it in news, more or less like he just I guess he bought those things. I don't know whether for security reasons or whatever, but it's just the way Nigerian government they embark on projects they can't even deliver. Even when you find out, okay, what did he use these vehicles for? A lot of them, they normally just park them in private residence. They never use them for anything. And that's what has led Nigeria to where it is, being mismanaged, being misgoverned. Um, but otherwise, let them sue him. It's more or less bad debt,
But
bad.
that is what stifles business now. Because somebody like Innocent Motors, his whole lifeline is all about government patronage. So that they buy a whole fleet of cars, he will make sure he delivers it to the best spec that he can, and then they pay him promptly so he can reinvest and even do more. But if you are holding his money hostage to the point that he sent several emissaries, no, to the point that he's now had who pays for the sand? Even sands don't come cheap. It's just the frustration of it. Doing business in Nigeria 101, frustration galore.
But even Innocent himself, you see, it's the whole corrupt practice. It's this whole system. Even Innocent himself is not even
It's not
he himself.
innocent.
He's not even innocent, and he's not even a proper businessman because we know how things are run in Nigeria. You more or less like, I'm sure even the vehicles and whatever is sold were there's some markup or some form of inflated prices because that amount, 2 point something billion for his vehicles, which as far as I'm concerned is below, as far as it's below standard anyway. But that's just a bunch of Chinese vehicles. But
Have you ever seen or ridden one? Those innocent
I've
vehicles.
seen it, but innocent, like I've said a number of times that I've challenged a lot of people. These vehicles are not made in Nigeria. They can be assembled in Nigeria, but they're all Chinese vehicles,
You
Chinese
know, we
parts.
had that debate on this platform. I said that it's not manufactured,
It's
it's
not
assembly.
manufactured. Yeah, it's assembled here and everything. But like I've said, when um, Innocent himself and Imo State government, what normally happens between these kind of people is they normally whatever agreement they make is more or less like a business deal between both of them. I can assure you that even in that 2 point something billion, maybe half of that money is for the Imo State governor or whatever. But unfortunately, the Imo State governor did not fulfill his own pledge because right now, the Nigerian government is having some form of setback in terms of finances. So now his whatever deal they got to has bounced back and is affecting him because the Nigerian government, I'm sure they didn't foresee that things would turn out the way it did right now economically for the country. So speaking of which, they'll sort their matters in court. I'm sure next time he would think twice before um, 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 lending any government, especially even foreigners, even foreign governments don't even give the the Nigerian country as a whole loans anymore. At least China has stopped anyway, because they found out that the Nigerian government is incapable of servicing a lot of those loans. So it's just bad business for him, and he will learn his lesson to put tribal sentiments or ethnic sentiments aside when it comes to business. I'm sure he will not do it again next time.
All right. So Afenifere endorses Peter Obi, condemns Tinubu, a bit left field, a turn up for the books. So Afenifere, of course, are jettisoning their own to raise Peter Obi's hands. Thoughts on that, Charles?
I don't know. Most of these times, Nigeria and its news, sometimes they will say Arewa, so say Biafra, pro Biafra, they will say Ohaneze, Afenifere. If you look into it now, the people that are supporting the so-called Afenifere that are supporting Obi can just be maybe 5 people. Do you understand? It's not really. I don't buy that story. Well, the usual things with these groups is that there are a lot of factions. You understand? They never speak it with one voice. You have a bunch of factions supporting PDP. You have another one supporting APC. You have another one supporting Labour. It's more or less like, oh yeah, break up yourselves. So let us see what you can grab. Just reassure.
Factions in Afenifere, or what are you saying?
Factions in most of these Arewa or Hanese, or they just break themselves inside factions.
No, Afenifere doesn't have factions.
That's what people will say now. Nigeria is a free for all.
No. Speak to the fact.
Okay.
Speak to the fact. If you have facts to that effect, then you can point it out. But don't just make a blanket statement.
No problem. I'm very sure in another few weeks you will hear the same Afenifere, some other section of it saying they support Tinubu. You will hear another Afenifere saying they support Kwakwaso. That's just the way things are in Nigeria. It's not a matter of, see, look, there's no honor. All Afenifere, Biafra, every man for himself.
But which one do you know that is the real Afenifere? Do you know any one of them? Since we are talking that they have faction, which one do you think among them that is original?
Honestly speaking, first of all, I don't even know, even if there's a head, I don't even know the name of the head of the Afenifere.
Adebanjo.
And how active has he been in
that's the problem.
He's 90 something, so I'm not sure how active.
He's not even active. He's 90 something. So, like I've said, if you're
90 something, hold on. You don't know about that space, so you don't need to be talking. I mean, trying to ridicule them. I mean, don't drag. No, you're trying to drag their name to the mud, which is very wrong because you don't know anything about that space. You just confirm it now. You don't know who is the. You don't know who is the head. You don't know the original, but you just want to condemn. You don't. It's not the best. Hold on, this is not a matter of relax.
Because you're already putting some ethnic sentiments in my. Like I said, I told you that
it is not sentiments. You don't know them. You don't know anything. It is not good to condemn them when you don't know. But if you have facts about their factions, about how they operate, then you can break it down and then make your point. But you don't know anything about them. You want to start to. It is not good.
How many Nigerians know anything about Afenifere?
Oh, okay. A lot of
Nigerians don't know.
Hold on. It's you.
These bodies
You don't know.
You don't know.
But you want to. You don't know.
All right. Just for the purposes of
yes.
Just to draw an equivalency, I know that they are split into factions, but it's essentially the main Ohanese in Igbo. So that's the equivalent in Yoruba land, Afenifere. So whichever the main Ohanese is in, so that's that. So how much of the Yoruba space they speak for is just as much of the Igbo space that Ohanese speaks for is subject to speculation. Okay. But nevertheless, they are the voices that people defer to in the southeast. Charles, are you there, Charles?
Yeah, Afenifere don't take the voice.
just
I know
no,
Ajaleko
just to
has talked
protest,
about.
just to protest my fact again. I just went online again. I just saw something on the Nation. Afenifere seeks support for Tinubu. This was in July 4, 2022. Now we've entered August. August now. You're saying it's Peter Obi, and this is how
Charles, don't
a
depend on
lot
that.
of these.
We're still in July. I don't know. Yes, we still have a day more, but
Yeah.
Charles, don't depend on that. Someone that can organize bishops and pretend to be bishops representing Christian Association of Nigeria or the Christian groups in Nigeria, they can do anything. The Afenifere, we know, they've been against Tinubu since after the first term of Tinubu. So right from more than 10 years ago, more than 15 years ago, Afenifere objective, they've always been at the other side of whatever Tinubu wants. So forget about what you see there. We know the member of Afenifere.
All right, Charles. Let me take you away from there. Are you in front of a screen, Charles?
Yes, I am.
I want to show you a clip, and I'd like you to react to it. I'll read it out if you can't, if it's too thin for you to see. But the image, look at it as I read you the words. So you're seeing clearly a man kneeling down proposing, and the woman are clearly accepting. So let me read you then the caption of this, what you're saying. It says, at a husband's funeral ceremony, the officiating pastor proposed to the widow and she accepted. Meanwhile, the husband's casket is still on the pew. So there it is right there. And this is where we are in 2022. What are you making of that, Charles?
There are a lot of I really.
Your brain is scrambled.
There are a lot of things one could read to that. It could be the so-called pastor and the wife has been having an affair before the husband even died, or it could also be that there's no even moral.
The officiating pastor, the casket is on the pew.
Yeah.
He's the pastor officiating the funeral. He goes on one knee, propose to the widow.
It's
on which planet do people do things like that?
There's no moral.
I'm hoping it's in South Africa because they are like that.
It looks like it's in South. It looks like South Africa, but it just shows. Honestly speaking, I'm lost of words for that. That's just ridiculous. For an officiating minister to do that, it's obvious that maybe most likely they've been having some form of affair or whatever, because nobody just wakes up in the morning
to stick the final knife in the guy
exactly
in his coffin with the wife.
So, nobody just wakes up in the morning.
We're applauding.
No one wakes up in the morning to just say they want to throw that kind of. You might say it might be a publicity stunt, but then again, it's a pastor. There are a lot of immoral undertone to that particular gesture, so he wouldn't do that to kind of for just the social media. Most likely, they just officially covered up whatever affair that they have or whatever. But I think obviously something has been going on between them for a while.
All right, brilliant. All right, thank you, Charles. So, Charles, for time, let me go on from you and let me go to Chris George, who joins us. So, a new voice to the space. So, hopefully, you sorted out that woofing sound, Chris, as I come to you. So, Chris, are you ready to go? Chris George. Are you there, Chris? You really rank. I think we've lost Ajale Koko as well. So, it really rankles when you come to people and they're not there ready to go. Let me go to Baba Kure, who I suspect might not even be there as well. No, what's that? No, Chris. We can't get what?
One man, give me 1 minute, please.
All right, hold on. I'm seeing if I can hear from this guy. Chris, what's going on? Use a headphone or something. Can you hear me, Chris? All right. No. All right, thank you, Chris. So let's go from Chris to Solly. Let's go to Solly. Hopefully Solly's there. Solly, are you? Chris, come out and try and reconnect and use a headphone or something. There's just some humming sound in the but to you then, Solly. So Solly then, Boko Haram now, we have it from an expert analysis that they have successfully embedded surrounding all the three factions of Boko Haram, now successfully embedded within Abuja. So there's no dislodging these people. It's not a matter of carpet bombing anybody, but this is where we are now. So it's going to get a lot worse before it even starts to get better, if it ever does. This is a jihad mission. We have to face it. Sorry.
Yes, I agree with everything you said. I'm not surprised, as usual, because what else are we expecting? I don't really understand. Nobody is stopping them. It's humans. These are humans. If nobody is going to stop them, they'll just keep on going and doing more. You know, very. Yeah, what is going to happen next? It's still not going to surprise me, but it's going to surprise them. But even the people in Abuja don't care because they will still be living their daily life like nothing is happening. Like I said, when I was there
Yeah, but
in
they can't though, can they now? Because these people are right on top of them now,
oh, one man, they
as we're
will.
seeing.
They will. They will. Well, no, you are saying they can't
No,
because
they
you
will
are.
live their daily lives, but it won't be as though nothing is happening because they cannot say nothing is happening when it's happening right there to them.
Okay, but what I don't understand that one. If you okay, they know, but they are still living their daily lives. If it's UK, will people be living their daily lives day to
But
day?
we in any country, if it's in Holland, they will live there. What will they do? They stop living their daily life. They will still go to the
Yes.
shops. They will still go to work.
No, but there's a difference. They will be very cautious. They will not do it as if it's a normal. Okay, one man. When I was in Abuja, 2012, okay, people were living there. That time they were bombing markets. People were living their daily life day to day, not like they were not being cautious. They were living it like it wasn't existent. It wasn't happening at all. Like, oh, it's something that happened yesterday.
Are you expecting them to be panic stricken on the streets?
Yes, yes, why
What sort
not?
of what are you talking about? What are you talking about,
There
man?
should be panic. The people should be panicking because you don't know where the next target is going to be.
Is that not surrendering to the narrative?
Yes,
So
you
the,
let the
the
people
terrorists
know.
throw a bomb in the market to panic strike the space, and then you go all haywire to help them achieve exactly what their intention is.
When people stop going out, when people stop acting like nothing is happening, when people that is a form of protest. That is a form when the government officials go out and they see that nobody is coming out because everybody is scared. Won't that send a message?
Nobody is coming out. People have to earn a living. People have to feed. People have to do things. Doctors have to go to hospital. Nurses, I mean, life has to happen.
Well, I don't think
Sullivan.
so, and I don't agree. Life doesn't have to happen. The
All right.
terrorists are right beside you. They've always been there anyway. Where they've always been is just like 20 to 40 minutes for Abuja. Now they are just moving closer and closer, and they will soon be everywhere in Abuja. I don't think anybody should be acting normal and acting day to day. If it's me, I'll flee that state. I'll go to another state. Like, why will I still be in Abuja and still be acting day to day life? I don't think that's normal.
Oh
You
God.
know, I would leave that place.
No, no, you have the option too, and I'm sure a lot of people have exercised that option. But life must go on. I mean, life must go on.
One man, this is a terrorist attack. Everybody should leave that state.
We've had terrorist attacks in London. People within minutes they
Consistent,
carry on.
consistent terrorist
Consistent,
attack on an
consistent or
inclusive,
not,
on an increasing level.
in the moment, people carried on, uh, you know,
That place is going to
defiantly.
turn into a war ground. That there's a difference. One man, there's a difference. We saw the weapons that those people were. Do you think it's just that small one they brought? They would have plenty ready. So it's not. There's a difference. There you know that it can be handled. You know, here we know it's going to get worse. To say that they should be leaving they should all be panicking and leaving that place. But as long as it happened yesterday, nobody bats an eye. today, you know. So if it's me, muti jackpa, kini, or even if I have 100 houses there, muti jackpa.
Look at this guy. You know, I had opportunities to buy land in Abuja. This is going back quite a few years
I've
now.
never felt good about that
But
place.
I've never thought. I thought I've always seen it as a foreign land, you know. So I thought, you know, I couldn't, you know, yeah, I just didn't take it up because I thought, no, it's a foreign land, and ultimately you have to leave at some point, you know.
See, one
So
man,
yeah.
when I was in that Abuja, it was everywhere looked safe, everywhere was free. There's no hold up like in Lagos. Everywhere
Mm.
just seems nice, but that fear of at any point somebody can just blow up a market. I would have preferred to be in the traffic of Lagos, knowing that I'm safe from that. You know, my mind could not take that.
Abuja is not Yoruba land. It's not Igbo land. It's Hausa Fulani land.
That's how I saw it too. That's how I saw it too. So to me, I can't live there. I don't know how anybody can mentally live there. Like they said, some people are even dressing up, wearing suit and this thing, going to party. That even going to party, can we imagine? Under
No, no, no.
insurgency.
The party must go on. No, Aji.
One
No, no,
man.
no. What are you talking about? The party
Ah,
must go on.
people are still going to nice club tonight in that Abuja.
Of course, now
National,
Miliki.
you know.
Miliki.
So it's madness. There's a difference, one man. I don't think
Oh,
people will be partying and jubilating like that if you were the UK or Netherlands
no, people would now. People would.
and under insurgency.
People would now. Let's say, for instance, there was a bomb attack, a bomb blew up in Westminster, for instance. I'm not wishing it, but let's say that was the instance. People in Brixton, they will go out and party because they had already planned the party. People in Hackney will go out. People in Golders Green, people in Hendon, people all over, they'll go out. People in Hampstead will do their thing. It doesn't stop anything. If people in Westminster, even if they had restaurants will open, people will go out and spend money. They will drink and then discuss the situation, and people will still toast babes and the usual. Go on now.
It's true, Sha. It's true.
All right. Let me take you from that phrase to now the never-ending saga of TINUBU'S age. So now the latest figure we're conjuring with 86. So there it is. There, I suspect they will add a figure behind that age soon, and it'll be 186. But now this is the latest figure now we're conjuring with in terms of TINUBU. 86-year-old, according to T Mark. I don't expect you to know T Mark, but also of a certain vintage, I'm sure we do. But what are you making? So what are you then making then of this latest age that they've come up with? 86.
I've known he's always older than 70, probably over 80.
What do you
But
mean you've known? You mean you've suspected?
no, one man. His daughter did birthday and she was 60 something years old.
No. Where did you come across that? I heard people say that all the time.
I said it was
This
Wikipedia,
sprung
but
up
she said
in the
anybody
Simon
can.
Nipa. It's Simon Nipa that started that space, isn't it?
No, one man. It has always been there on Twitter. His age on Wikipedia, but you say anybody can edit Wikipedia.
Mm.
You
But
know.
do you not know that anybody can edit Wikipedia now?
Yes, but the age has been there since for years. So anyway, Sha, and they said his daughter did 60 something year old birthday, so it doesn't add up, you know. So I know that the guy is old, but it doesn't really matter. Honestly speaking, it doesn't really matter. I think it was Charles that was saying that, oh, it's about his, everybody always wants to have an excuse, but he says, oh, it's his mental, that is not the kind of person that can be fit for that kind of position. Okay, let's look at the brain power when it came to delegates level. He was able to win with 1,000 votes, even against all odds. We can't say the same for Peter Obi that has the brain power. He had to ditch his own party. He could not mentally maneuver them, and he went to a party that does not have his own same structure. So
He
you can't
was able, he
compare.
was able to
And if
buy
you say that,
1,000 votes. He was able to
what do you
buy
say?
1,000 votes.
Okay, but did he win it or yes or no?
He was
Did he
able
not?
to win with $50K. Which one is? What did he do that?
Okay. But did he not work in the Nigerian structure? Yes or no?
He worked in the Nigerian structure of
Okay,
bribing
so
people
is
to
that not
win
what you were
political
complaining
office.
about that he cannot do? Is not the right person for it. So it's anyway. Let's move on to the next excuse. The next excuse was is there some people that are going to take over and he will not do. He hires when he puts people in positions. He puts people in positions that can at least do something. So even if he's not going to be taking care of or you will not care about, he's going to put people in position that will be able to do something. Unlike what we have now, almost everybody is doing nothing, you know. So that's why we're really suffering. But anyway, Sha, I don't think age has to anything to.
I thought they would come up with an age. Let me actually just check. I thought they would come up with an age. Let me check this. How old is Buhari? Buhari is 79. So Tinubu, according to what they are telling us now, is 7 years older than Buhari. So this is where we are now. I mean, where are we going with that? I thought it would actually be something we can actually have a conversation around, but it's just getting more and more ludicrous at some of these things.
So it's just another excuse. Or even if they say, oh, they prove it, I don't think it will change anything. I really don't think it will change anything right now in the current political race. So, you know, they
Oh,
just want
oh,
to talk.
all right. So Nasser El-Rufai denies the speculation or the rumor or the commentary that he has been appointed the Director General of TINUBU'S campaign. So
Who?
he's been,
Who is that?
Nasser El-Rufai. Do you know who he is?
El-Rifai, is he the short guy?
Oh, all right. Let me take you to another space, Solly. Afenifere, why Afenifere is endorsing Peter Obi and not Tinubu? So Afenifere, of course, as I hope you know, the lead Yoruba social cultural organization, and
Mhm.
their leader, of course, Pa Ayo Adebanjo. Leader of Afenifere, Ayo Adebanjo, has explained why the Pan-Yoruba social political group is supporting the Labour Party's political candidate Peter Obi instead of Tinubu. In a tweet, Adebanjo said Tinubu will only continue President Mohamed Buhari's incompetence. He advised Nigerians to put aside tribal differences and vote for the right leadership. He tweeted, Ahmed Tinubu will only give continuity to Buhari's incompetence. We know Peter Obi very well. That is why we endorse him. He will not disappoint Nigerians. Let's put tribal differences apart and vote the right leader. So the foremost Yoruba social cultural group, of course, endorsing the former Anambra governor. How does that strike you, Solly?
Stupidity. Why is it always us that always has to, when it's our turn, we will say, oh, let's not be tribal. You know, and if you ask all these people, oh, why are they supporting Peter Obi? Number one on their list will always because they don't like Tinubu. They don't really have anything sensible to back it up with. I don't see how Peter Obi is going to be able to do any better. Even if he's president, not is going to say, oh, he's going against our people if he's going against Boko boys or he's going against Muslims. They will have so many things to just, not allow him. But anyway, they can support who they want to support, but I doubt they have solid reasons backed behind it. That's just my point of view. They
Uh,
just
uh,
want to they just want to go against somebody, and they want to go against you know, emotions.
All right. I'm not sure if you really know a lot about the. Okay, let me give you this one. You may have comments on this one. So don't impeach Buhari. Kwakwanso, one senator gives reasons. So he essentially asking not to rock the boat. Are people saying that Buhari has what? We're in February now. So when in July now, so August, September, October, November, December, January, February, we're approximately 4 months away from Buhari being 7 months. I don't even. So we are 7 months away from Buhari being out of office, and this guy is inviting that they shouldn't rock the boat and not impeach him. But a lot, as we have already seen over the last week or so, can still happen in those 7 months. So should Buhari be impeached? Never mind this guy looking to protect his own pecuniary interest. Sorry.
Well, they've given Buhari 6 weeks now, so I think it's 5 weeks. 5 weeks left so far. A lot of things can happen in that 5 weeks. This guy doesn't seem like he cares. You know, it doesn't seem like he cares. So it's possible that they can impeach him. I don't even think he will care if they impeach him anymore. I think he has done what he wants to do and he doesn't care what happens. He has taken all the money he needs to take. He has put people in the positions he needs to put. He has done all the things he wanted. So I don't think he cares anymore. So if this banditry thing increases, if these Boko boys, at this point, they will be able to enter, you will see them on the roads of Abuja, I think they can impeach him. So all this begging, all this say don't do this, just you see, we're still doing the Nigerian way. We're still doing beggy, please now. That when somebody will commit a politician will commit crime, you'll be holding his hand. You will not want to put handcuffs on him. That's what Kwankwaso is doing again. But I believe anything can happen. I believe they can impeach him.
All right. But would you like to see him impeached? Is the thing, Solly?
Yes, why not? It sets a precedence. Once something starts in Nigeria, it will not really end. They will do it again for another person, and they will do it again for another person till things start to change for the better. But that's how you create the history of a country.
All right. Is that from the textbooks? Because we are still speaking from the textbooks, aren't you, Solly?
Well, those are facts.
All right. Thank you. Thank you, Solly. So stay with us, Solly. Let me go on from you, Solly, to Ajanle Koko, who returns us. Ajanle Koko, are you ready to go?
Yeah, thank you, woman. I'm here.
All right, brilliant. Good to have you, Ajanle Koko. So Ajanle Koko, there's really, I'm not sure why we should be even discussing any other topic other than this topic every single day. All three factions of Boko Haram have now successfully established themselves close to Abuja. It's a security expert that is alarming to the space, but this will just be a talking point for this moment, and then it'll fizzle out again, only for them to act out these are their intentions, and then we'll be wailing and gnashing again. Nigeria, a basket case. Ajanle Koko.
Yeah, thank you, woman. Good morning, afternoon, evening to all our listeners around the world. Please click on the like button, share, subscribe if you haven't done so. Woman, what this situation signifies is that Nigeria has failed security-wise. There's no other way you can describe it. In the seat of power, the city where we have the seat of power is not secured with, incidents that we have witnessed recently with the, at the jailbreak, attack on the Kuje prison and carted away of terrorists, attack on the brigade guard, killing of Nigerian army, and the kidnapping of Nigerian army officers. It just tells us that we have failed. We have failed completely on the, security-wise, we have failed. And the administration that is responsible look very incapable of securing the state. Look, one man, this is not a laughing matter. It's not a joke. We are talking about it every day in and out. As we talk about this thing, it's getting worse. People in Abuja are scared to death. Schools has been closed indefinitely in Abuja for now. Businesses are suffering because a lot of businesses that operate in the night cannot do that anymore. Traveling between Abuja to Kaduna and to other parts of the country is a big problem, except you have to travel by flight. Flight ticket is at the exorbitant rate now. So, and
you know, it's actually 100 and something thousand now.
yes, about 250.
It used to be about 50. When I was in just a couple of years ago, you could fly to Abuja, what, 30,000 thereabout.
Yeah. So this security situation is not a laughing joke. But what is the strategy of the government to tackle this problem? We don't know their strategy. We don't know. And to our surprise, RIFAI was telling us a day before yesterday, or maybe yesterday, that he was the one that informed the president about the recent threat from the terrorists that they're going to kidnap him and sell him off to slavery. So what does that tell you, woman? So we have president must receive intelligence report every day. Do they not furnish him with intelligence report every day? Why have they not brought it to his hearing or to his knowledge that this is what the terrorists are doing, this is what they are, this is their threat, this is the statement they make? Why has that not been furnished? Why has it not been furnished with those situations, with those reports? And the president himself, does it not read?
We're losing you somewhat.
Can you hear me now?
Yeah, we can. Carry on.
So the president, does he not read newspaper? Does he not watch the news? I mean, how it's just, this is the situation. It's getting worse more and more every day. One man, I sent you a video. It's not too long. It's a 3-minute video. If you can just show it to our viewer right now, that will inform us the terrible situation in terms of security that is ravaging that country now. It's about 2-3 minutes. It tells us the way Nigeria is dying, the way Nigerians are killed, how much Nigeria has been killed, how much have been kidnapped within 6 months.
All right, I have to check it first because I'm already, because we're discussing Boko Haram. YouTube has already put me.
It relate to that.
Hold on.
Yes.
YouTube has already put me on a yellow mark just for this session. So let me check it to make sure it's not too. Otherwise, they might just shut us down.
No, it doesn't have any situation of elimination of human being or any graphic. No.
I might not be able to show it because of our weaponries on display. I'm looking at it now, but I'll carry on, Ajane Koko.
Oh, okay. So it tells us within 6 months, over 6,000 people have been eliminated by these terrorists. Almost 7,000 people in that country. And I believe it could be more than that. And almost 4,000 are in captivity. were taken in captivity. Some had been released after payment of ransom and all the rest of it. So what the situation we are we are in a very, very bad situation. And I don't see how democracy can function well when security doesn't function well in a country where democracy is wrong. The election for 2023, I'm beginning to look at it that we
cannot thinking predict. It might not take place?
We cannot predict what is going to happen. If you don't have security, how would you have people to come and vote? How would people come out to vote?
There's a good chance that it will not take place in that on that February. Remember, Goodluck Jonathan, he had to move the election for reasons of insecurity in 2014. Yes. Yeah.
But Jonathan was able to deal with the situation, and that situation was limited limited within Borno that time. And they knew the areas where these problems were, and they went after them. They pushed them back. They eliminated them, those that were able to be eliminated, and they restored peace in that area. An election was conducted. But we have it all over the federation now. So if the political capital of the country have to go down, how would the election take place around the country? And we are talking about presidential election where the president have to sit in Abuja, have to operate from Abuja. If Abuja go down, what is the essence of presidential election? What is the purpose of it if Abuja have gone down before the election time?
Sorry, if I was going to chip in at Jenny Cook, I was just thinking of a scenario. What are the chances that during election time, let's say in Lagos or Abuja, an incident should happen like a bomb blast or whatever in one of the polling units? What do you think would because first of all, what will happen will be that there'll be a lot of voter apathy. People will stop coming out, and just only one incident like that, maybe only in Abuja or Lagos happening, it means that election, people will call for it not to hold because of insecurity.
What are the chances of that incident happening? It's not only INEC that is preparing for the elections. The bandits and the terrorists, they are preparing for the elections too. I'm told the security forces know at least that.
No, I don't think the security forces do anything because during the train incidents, doing all these incidents in Lagos or whatever, what you hear is that they have information, or even I don't understand how the security agency in Nigeria works. After the thing has happened, they'll come out and tell you that 2 days ago they got reports of such incidents, short plans unfolding, but they never did anything about it. So I don't think the Nigerian security agency can do anything to forestall any future events from occurring.
Yeah, there's no way we can. I mean, it doesn't look good for us. It looks clear, very clear to us that this administration is very, very incapable of putting this situation under control. These people, I mean, what are we talking about? These terrorists they are so emboldened now that they are coming to Abuja. They are carrying out attack in Abuja. They are taking soldiers into captivity. They are killing soldiers in Abuja, and they are attacking our security forces in Abuja now. So that's to tell you.
You know what strikes me, Ajale Koko, is that the Nigerian space, they are always reactive. I've never heard once that they've taken an initiative and taken the fight to the bandits, caught them off guard, decimated them. No, it is that the bandits will attack, and then they will send some jets to some forest to go and throw bombs on God knows what, and that closes that chapter until the bandits attack again, and then Just like we had in Kuje prison, long after these people were gone, then we saw all these menacing looking people in uniforms surrounding the place, firing in the air, long after the bandit, intimidating residents and looking silly, you know. So this is the thing, they never show initiative, ever.
No, they are on the defensive. These people are on the offensive. They are the one attacking. Nigerian state is on the defensive. And when you're on the defensive, it means that you are not winning the war. The person that is on the attack is the one that is, like you said, is the one taking initiative to attack, to, ambush, because several times they have carried out ambushes against our security forces at several places, and we are at that age now. So what are we talking about? It's not good at all for that country. Security wise, we are failing and failing fast. This is not, it look as if this administration, they are helpless. They don't know what to do anymore. That is the way it looked to me now, and it's unfortunate that we are in this state. And like I said, if the security situation deteriorate, deteriorate further, I don't see election holding in that country. Otherwise, it's going to be a sham. It's going to be sham. It's going to be a useless election that cannot be free and fair. And this time around, that we are facing a very serious political crisis, economic crisis, financial crisis. If we cannot hold a transparent, free, and fair election that we bring in a new leadership that everybody with trust, that trust to lead us and take us out of this problem, then we are going to run into another huge political problem that might sink that country. So this situation is bad. It's disturbing. One man. A lot of people in Abuja, they are terrified now. A lot of people are terrified. A lot of people are moving out of
Says they are
Abuja.
not panic-stricken enough. He says they should be wailing and gnashing on the streets.
A lot of people are terrified. Some people are moving out. You cannot travel by road into Abuja. You cannot travel by road out of Abuja. Let's say for tomorrow morning, these people launch a very massive attack from several angles into that, from several, points into several places. A very massive attack on Abuja. How will people escape? What are we going to do in defense of ordinary people? Already now we have 6 local governments in Abuja. 2 are seriously being regular attacked by these terrorists. We have only 4 safe. So if they have 2 being under their regular attack, what tells us that in the next few days to come, they will not creep into the next 4 that is remaining? So this administration has failed, and this is the failure that APC have brought to us. It's just unfortunate that people, leadership from every part of that country in APC allow the aided and abetted this man to continue to carry out his Fulanization and Islamization agenda, which has brought us to where we are today. It's unfortunate, one man.
All right, brilliant. Thank you, Ajale Koko. So, Ajale Koko, let me acknowledge the super chats that have been coming in before I take you to the next talking point. Afenifere is an irrelevant group. It's what Kulata said. That was in when Charles was running commentaries about them. Forget them. I think a lot of these groups, they are more on paper than anything else. How representative they are the people that they purport to speak for is debatable. You hear it about the Ohanese as well, but this is about the Afenifere. Afenifere is an irrelevant group. Forget them, says Kulata. Alexander Gomez, of course, the one that knows really the function of the super chart. Yeah. So now, what he's talking about is beyond me. He says, Dan Okoro in the comment section states ESN will obliterate Boko Haram. I have to say, I wholly and totally agree with your assertion. Well said. So, I'm not sure. I'm not sure that that is not the most ridiculous thing that I've heard in quite a long time. That ESN will obliterate Boko Haram, that the Nigerian army cannot tackle. ESN, Uchenna and his cousin Emeka, they will. All right. I think that I think maybe Alexander is trolling us with this. Dan Okoro in the comment section states ESN will obliterate Boko Haram. I have to say I wholly and totally agree with your assertion. Well said. So I take that in the realms of jocular comments. So that's somewhat a bit of a joke. So let me move you on. Just brief commentary on this. Ajanle Koko, TINUBU'S age now, we have a figure to it. He told us he was 70, but that doesn't seem to satisfy anybody. 86 is now what they are asking us to consider. 7 years older than Buhari, and TINUBU'S age now, a number a day. So 86, what are you making of that? Does it strike you as an 86-year-old man, Ajanle Koko? Oh, sorry, hold on, Ajanle Koko, hold on. I was going to highlight you, but I think I took you off instead. Hold on. And you're back. Yeah, so carry on, Ajanle Koko.
This is another revelation.
And it's usually Renault Mokri in that space, isn't it? That guy is a joke now. It's a joke. He thinks he's being cute and sassy, but it's just turning. In fact, I say it's turning into a joke. He is now somewhat of a joke, Renault Mokri.
No, you can't call him a joke. He's a PDP man, and somebody closer to Tinubu, or very close to Tinubu, somebody that knows Tinubu very well, is brought us a new information about his age. PDP should be able to use that opportunity, to enlarge it and call Tinubu to question him. So, and that is what he's doing. So you cannot say his victory is a joke. It's not a joke. Tinubu is the person that is a joke for not coming out clean. He is the one that is a joke. And look, it's clearer. It's clearer to everybody that this man is hiding something, and that is why he couldn't reveal his elementary school days and everything. So we know that definitely he's hiding a lot of things, a lot of information about himself. And if somebody that is very close to him, that he is 74, and he said when they were living together, when he was living in his stepfather's house, he was calling Tinubu uncle then. So that tells you that is a big information to us that Tinubu is older than him. He is 74 years. So what is the exact age? We cannot rely on what he said that Tinubu is 86. We don't really know. But the most important information that he gave out is that he is 74. He back then, when they were living together, he was calling him an uncle, meaning that he's older than him. So it could be right, and it might not be right.
Is that not just a metaphoric uncle? Is that like a metaphoric uncle?
How can you call somebody that is you are older than? How can you call him an uncle? Where is that done? That's
okay,
never done now.
Okay, for instance, in Yoruba land, if let's say my wife sees my younger brother, she will still call him uncle, even though she has seniority in age over him.
Yeah, that is applicable to wife, but it's not to men. You can't call somebody that you are older to, you are older than an uncle. It's never happened.
But
A
by
woman,
virtue of their relationship, if their relationship is in that space,
he couldn't call him. He will never call him uncle if he's not older than him. In Yoruba, by Yoruba culture, he will never call him his uncle. That
if you are older than your father's younger brother, he's still your uncle.
if I am older than my what?
Your father's younger brother is still your uncle by virtue of your relationship.
No, it's not my uncle.
But by virtue of your relationship.
It's not my uncle. It's not my uncle.
Okay.
I am his brother. I'm a senior brother to him. It's not my uncle. Ẹ̀gbọ́n ni mo jẹ́ fún in Yoruba. Ẹ̀gbọ́n ni mo jẹ́ fún.
No,
so
younger uncle, Ajale Koko, is your younger uncle.
Huh?
Is your younger uncle.
Níbo ló ti rí ẹ? Báwo ló ṣe ń pè yẹn? Báwo ló ṣe ń pè yẹn nílẹ̀ Yorùbá? Tell me in Yoruba. Don't go English now. Tell me, take that nonsense English Òyìnbó
Guys,
in Yoruba language. Sọ fún mi bá ṣe ń pè nílẹ̀ Yorùbá.
I got you.
Ẹ̀gbọ́n ni mo jẹ́ fún nílẹ̀ Yorùbá. Òun ló máa pè mí lẹ́gbọ̀n.
It's not done anywhere. Uncle is uncle. Uncle is uncle. You can't call someone you are bigger than. Allow the small one to call you uncle. It's not done anywhere. Not even in America. Not even anywhere. So let's leave that talk away.
Yeah. So that's a revelation.
It's done in Yoruba land. Emmanuel, it's done in Yoruba land. This is it now. It says the brother of one's father or mother or the husband of one's aunt. So that's an uncle now. So it didn't say older or younger. So if it's the brother of your father or your mother, even if you have seniority over him in age, he's still your uncle.
It's not good. That is your English. You are relating it in English lifestyle. It doesn't apply to us like that in Yoruba land. Láíláyé, ẹ̀gbọ́n ni mo jẹ́ fún. Ó máa pè mí lẹ́gbọ̀n. Tó dẹ̀ tún máa dọ̀bálẹ̀ fún mi. Ó tún máa dọ̀bálẹ̀ fún mi pàápàá. Ó tún máa dọ̀bálẹ̀ fún mi. He will even prostrate for me. I mean, what are you talking about, one man? Ẹ̀gbọ́n làgbà. In Yoruba land, the older person is
Are you saying younger wife to someone's father cannot be someone's stepmother?
Oh, I can't understand that.
I can be older than my stepmother, and yet she's still my stepmother.
Yes, it's still your stepmother in English. Yes, it's still your stepmother, but
you use air for her. You use air for her.
But no, but that person, that woman will always kneel down for you. Isn't it?
You will use air for her, though. Will you use?
You will not use air for her.
You use O for her.
You will, yes.
But we're talking about somebody's father's wife.
Yes, because you are far older. Because you are far older. You are far. If you are far older, she is the one that will kneel down for you.
Yeah, but you still use air for her.
You will use air for her.
Okay.
Lílo air fún nítorí ojú lọ. Ìwọ lẹ̀gbọ́n ẹ̀. Ìwọ ló dẹ̀ ti máa fẹ́. Tọ́lọ̀ bá sọ wípé bàbá pàbòdà. Tó bá ṣu lópó fún ẹ, ìwọ ló tún máa fẹ́.
Wọ́n ń ṣúpó fọ́mọ náà. Ẹbí náà ń ṣúpó fún náà. Wọ́n ń ṣúpó fọ́mọ.
They're doing it.
They don't.
They do.
They do. One man, they do.
They don't.
They do it, one man.
They ṣúpó for the oldest in the bloodline.
No, it's not applied to only older. Even former, yes. tó bá jẹ́ pé ọmọ yẹn tó bá dàgbà ju obìnrin yẹn lọ.
Yeah, they do.
Tó bá dàgbà ju obìnrin yẹn lọ, yes, because ó ti dàgbà jù lọ, is like a father, is like a husband to that woman.
No, I don't believe that.
Okay, that's a new information. That's a new information for you. That's a new information to you. If he is far older than that woman, yes, if that man died, he can marry that woman. If the father died, he can marry that woman because he's far older than the woman.
That is an abomination in Yoruba land.
It's an abomination. I mean, what do they say? He inherited some of the property of Baba. That's the way you have to take care of Baba property. So one man, that revelation by T-Mac is worthy to take a look at. And but what are we going to do? Everything is done in secrecy in Nigeria. You can't hold your politician accountable, particularly those that are established one. They lies a lot and they get away with it, and nothing happened to them. So the media, Nigerian media, the press that's supposed to be very vibrant, carry out investigative journalism and bring out the fact that he cannot deny. They don't do so. They have bought them over. The politicians are the one that control their media houses in Nigeria. So we cannot even know the truth. So, but that information by T-Mac is a very important information, and it just tells us that Tinubu is more older than the age that he declared officially. So, as simple as that.
All right. Let me acknowledge the super chats coming in, and then I'll take you on to another talking point. Alexandra Gomez and Kulata, of course, no other. Alexander first, he says T-Mac is 74. Geez, one is getting old, though. So that is the thing, because we recall people in the memory that we last recalled them in. And, even I shuddered somewhat when I saw that T-Mac was, 74. But Kulata still on that T-Mac space. He says T-Mac has walked back his comments. So I've not yet come across that. So if you have that, then just ping it and then I'll read it out for counterbalance. So there it is right there. So there it is right there. Let me take you to another talking point, Ajanle Koko. Afenifere endorsing Peter Obi and condemning Tinubu. Is that treachery or is that just honest politics, Ajanle Koko? A brief commentary on that.
It is not treachery. Their support to Obi is based on principle, and based on the principle of fairness, justice, and equity for all Nigerians. So all these people that have been saying Afenifere does not, they are not relevant and all these things, they don't know anything about Afenifere. If they know the history of Afenifere, they will know that if we don't have Afenifere in Yoruba land, you won't be in existence. You won't be what you are. You won't be a proud Yoruba person. It's Afenifere that that gave us that sense of civilization, that, who we are as Yoruba people is Afenifere. Afenifere has been in existence since 50s, and they are the one that metamorphosed into action group, and then from there, after from one dispensation to the other, Afenifere never died. So anytime from the First Republic, they are the one that form action group. After the First Republic was disrupted or kicked out, before Second Republic, they remain Afenifere. And when the Second Republic came, the Second Republic party politics came, they formed Unity Party of Nigeria. So that is the way. So Afenifere, whether you like it or not, Afenifere in Yoruba land, they are the mouthpiece of Yoruba people. They are the one that always in the front, fighting for the interests and promoting and defending the interests of Yoruba people politically, socially, and in any other means that you want to talk about it. Without them, you won't be relevant in the scheme of things in Nigeria politically and this thing. If not for our periphery, Tinubu will not be who he is today politically. And most of them that are the political leaders that are posting around as political leaders in Yoruba land, particularly in APC, all of them, got their blessing from Afenifere to emerge as governors of Alliance for Democracy in '99. They governed the space, but because of their fraudulent and the corrupt way that they took on to promote their own political selfish interests instead of following the principle of Afenifere. They turn around against the interests of Afenifere and the interests of Yoruba people. And here we are. We saw what they have where they have led us to. They led Yoruba people into the wrong political alliance. And this is where we are today. We facing the problem with insecurity, APC calamity. This is what these people that did not follow the principle of Afenifere and what Afenifere stand for. This is what they have brought on us as a nation. So you blame your Tinubu, you blame Osoba, you blame Baba Bisi Akonde, all these people that Afenifere, helped to become governor in all Yoruba states in 1999 that turn around against the Afenifere interest. This is what they have brought us because of their own political, because of their own political, selfish political interest. So what Afenifere represent, particularly their support for Obi, is based on principle, fairness, equity, and justice. They stand on the reason that every part of Nigeria have been president in that country. Yoruba had it in the name of Obasanjo. Yaradua had it in the name of Northwest and Buhari. Jonathan had it from South. So what is wrong? Why won't the East got it? That is the reason for supporting Obi, and not based on tribal. No,
is that sufficient enough reason to support Obi though? Because is he up to the mark for the position is the thing. But I think Saki wanted to interject. So Saki, you wanted to say?
No, Ajele, just for knowledge sake, it's not part of the discussion. Just for knowledge sake, I wanted to know the Afenifere group, are they different from when we were doing, like, in those days in government, when we had studied government in secondary school? We came across something they called Egbe Omo Oduduwa in the pre-colonial
they are the same. They are the same thing. They are the same people. They are the same people. Okay. They are the same people. They are the Afenifere. They are Egbe Omo Oduduwa, and they
have had long history.
Long history, yes.
Yeah,
so they've been in place since the 50s, and and they are the one that have been protecting the interests of Yoruba people in the political scheme of things in that country. And any Yoruba person that does not support Afenifere or see them as the group of people that can lead us to the promised land. That means that person doesn't know what he's doing. That person doesn't know where he's coming from. He doesn't know the history of his existence, and he doesn't know where he is going or what the future generation will come and meet in the future generation, how our future generation will come will be rather. So they represent our interests. So, but they are on the principle that there is no reason why Igbo man cannot be president of that country if we are really looking for peace, if they represent justice, fairness.
They cannot just for reasons of wanting an Igbo president want to surrender the country to Peter Obi, who demonstrably has not shown capacity and who patently even has shown a lack of capacity.
I will disagree with you.
To any random Igbo person just because
it is not a random Igbo person. He's the one that is the leading Igbo man.
What is in his antecedents to tell us that he can manage Nigeria? There's nothing in his antecedents to tell us that he's just a random Igbo guy.
Well,
do that now. Just some random.
One man is Buhari a random northern guy?
Buhari was a former head of state.
But he doesn't have the competence. Antecedents in what? Good governance? Or
he has antecedents in leadership and governance. As president, head of state.
Buhari doesn't
have governor of old Gongola or whatever it was. So he's deep and long in Nigerian governance.
But does that translate to good leadership?
Well, that's your subjective view. But he has antecedents. He has neither antecedents in governance at that level or competence at any level.
I don't believe in all this antecedent this, antecedent that as a reason for somebody to be president or not to be president. I am looking up to what does he have?
Experimental.
What does he have in his head? What is his
what does he
agenda
have
to
in
the
his
nation?
head? What does he have in his head?
Well, let me tell you this. The position of president is a position of one person. Whether we like it or not, one person will occupy that position. But what is it, or what are those things that drive governance? It's not that man that will drive governance. It's what we have on the ground, the institution that we have on the ground, that will drive governance in accordance to his plan, to execute his plan and his agenda for the goodness of the country.
It is not the institutions, it is the arrowheads of the institution. And he doesn't have antecedents in relationships. Remember when we were trying to say who has he brought through? It doesn't have. I don't know what all the noise about this guy is.
It's going to be very unfair.
Nothing that commends him or recommends him.
It's going to be very unfair. It's going to be very unfair to say that he doesn't have anything or he has not shown anything in the past. This man led to state. Okay. He led to state.
It was vanguard rage. People say below par. We've done that on this platform already. We've condensed his administration. Nothing to write home about.
I will not say nothing to write home about.
He has no antecedent in diversity. He has no antecedent in security. He has no antecedent in anything.
I will not.
People building. He has no antecedent in people building.
I will not totally subscribe to that.
Just because he's an Igbo guy, then and it's their turn. Yes, it can be their turn. It's not Soludo. We're not talking about Soludo.
Forget about Soludo. I don't know why you guys are championing. What has Soludo done? What has Soludo done that you people are championing? What has he managed?
He has successfully managed the Nigerian state, because whoever controls the money controls everything. And what he has done in Anambra now, far
he was
supersedes
lucky. He was
what
lucky.
Peter
He
Obi did
was
for 8 years solid.
he was lucky that he served
No, forget Peter
with
Obi, man.
he served. Soludo was lucky that he served with a president that was forthright, a president that had a plan for the nation, and that was what makes Soludo successful. If Soludo had served with this Buhari, he would have been one of the useless person in the world. It would have been one of the useless person in the world because this administration is a corrupt administration. If Soludo served under an administration that was fighting corruption, that introduced all that institutionalized all these
when he
agencies.
served and his antecedents as they are, and is carrying that through to his administration of
you guys, you just stop all these. You guys, you just stop.
Stellar performance. Not barely 100 days in office, and it's
you
already
guys, you just stop.
Beyond anybody that has ever administered that state.
You guys should just stop. He's not a superstar. He's not a superstar. He has not done anything. He has just started ruling a state. He has not achieved anything yet. There's nothing that we can write about his achievement yet.
No, there is.
No, one man. This guy, don't overflow this thing. Don't over celebrate. Don't over celebrate.
Let me say something.
If you want to document his achievements, we can.
One man, see, we cannot write off a former governor. And you know how Obi got to that place. We were in that country where Uba arranged for the kidnap of a sitting governor. Now, this guy got to that place, it was impeached, and they fought the power that be.
No, we're talking about his administration. His administration.
That's what we are saying.
Yes,
because
but you're talking about
everything that will cause this guy distraction, that he was supposed to compromise and supposed to agree with those people that wanted him out.
Chris Ngige functioned under a more hostile environment than Peter Obi, and he succeeded more.
Who?
Chris Ngige.
I don't think so.
Well, you may not think
because
so.
It depends on your perception of hostile environment. Because what we are saying here
Chris
is this.
Ngige was fighting the Mba brothers. He was fighting cultism, which was at its peak in that space. He was fighting his mandate. He was fighting impeachment. He was fighting everything.
Oh my, this thing under Peter Obi, education was top notch. What are you saying?
Look, that
how can you forget education? How can you forget education?
Forget education. That education.
You can't forget education in Nigeria. Why are we on strike?
You can't shout it through. If you want to shout it through, I'll raise my voice as well. Forget education. That education that you're talking about in Anambra State, it was Atiku's intervention, not Peter Obi's doing. So that attribution, I'm going to do a video to interrogate it. Forget all of that. The guy did nothing.
I beg to differ. Because if Atiku intervention, how come that Anambra is the only state? Why don't we see the replicate of that thing in other states?
What was Atiku's intervention?
That, you are saying it. That's what I'm saying. That if
if you don't know what Atiku's intervention is, then how would you ask why it's replicating in?
Why Atiku was supposed to be
Can you hold on, Emmanuel, please? If you don't know what Atiku's intervention was, then why are you asking why it didn't replicate? Atiku's intervention. Oh, go on.
Okay, let me understand this.
So if you don't know it, then you say, look, anyway, let's go back to Ajale Koko. Ajale Koko, round off your thoughts. I want to get to Jay. He's in Nigeria, and I don't want to lose him because he's saying he has to go for his prayers, and I want to hear from him before he drops off. So back to Ajale Koko.
One man. As far as I am concerned, anybody that have a lot of ideas on how to take this country out of this present crisis that we are going through on all fronts is capable of becoming the president. The antecedent that you are asking for, I'm telling you again, if you have a strong man as your president and you don't have institution to govern, that strong man will not deliver that what Nigerians call dividend of democracy for you. So it is the institution that works. It is that institution that will carry out your plan and your agenda for the country. People that don't have agenda, they don't have plan, like Buhari, those are the people that will fail when they are in the headship of the country. Buhari, with all his antecedents that you are championing, that you are talking about, what are they giving the country? Failure. What does antecedent represent in Nigeria? We need somebody that is honest, somebody that is not corrupt, somebody that can put together a good team to run the country. That is what matters. Not this antecedent that you have to be governor, you have all this way that we deceive ourselves. When I'm
No,
talking about
you have to have something to vest hope upon now. What do you vest hope upon?
We have a way of knowing whether you have plan for the country, whether you can articulate it. I mean, by what is the reason for debate, for presidential debate, is for us to hear.
No, forget the presidential debate.
Don't say forget it. Don't say forget it.
No, hold on. Before the presidential debate, you should be alerted, because Atiku is doing it. I would recommend that people go and follow Atiku on Instagram. He does it all the time. He is a policy after policy is fleshing out policy positions. So when you come to that presidential debate, he already has a raft of ideological stance and policy positioning, which is able to bring to the table. But what is Peter Obi bringing? I mean, come on, man. There is nothing that comments or recommends the fella. Nothing.
One man. What I'm telling you.
Suppose the equal presidency, but not this chap.
Well, we are waiting. I am one of those that are still waiting for his plan for his country.
All right.
For this country. Hold on. It doesn't mean that It doesn't mean that I want to totally condemn him. No.
Is it not condemnable?
He left.
You were here when Kulata broke him down.
He left. Well. Does that mean that he didn't run a successful administration in the state?
He ran an average
one man. That is totally wrong. That is totally wrong. You cannot say, we cannot describe this man as a failure in that state.
The numbers now. We condense the numbers.
Let me tell you.
A raving success.
Let me tell you.
He had all the advantages to succeed.
Yeah, let me tell you this. Yes, you can look at it in any way you want to look at it. You can bring out some data in any way you want to bring out. But the practicality of what this man did in the state, in the way he prudently managed the resources of that state, It did not manage it. Hold on. I will tell you. Did you watch Soludo debate?
Are you conflating miserly with prudence?
Hold on, one man. This Soludo that you are praising today, did you watch Soludo's debate with others before the gubernatorial election? Did you watch it?
I didn't watch it, but I know
Did you watch it?
Not. So
okay, that is the problem. I want to recommend you. I will tell you the reason why I'm recommending this for you to go and watch it. Every person, irrespective of their party, are saying they are on that debate. They want to govern the way Obi governed that state Even
Well,
your Soludo.
that shows a patent lack of ambition.
Even your Obi, even your Soludo you are talking
I will
about.
watch it because I'm not
That
sure I can
was
take
what
that.
Obi
If they
was.
say
That was what
that
Soludo.
shows a patent
Soludo
lack of
was
ambition.
campaigning. Soludo was campaigning on the success of Obi.
No, on the popularity of Obi, not
it's
his
not
success.
Popularity. He was campaigning on his success.
He
that
was
I will
campaigning on
run
his
the state.
popularity.
I will on the success.
On his popularity.
It's not popularity, one man. You didn't watch it. That's what you are saying.
No,
That's what you just said now. How can you conclude that on popularity? It's not popularity. Even Obi candidate, which popularity? Even Obi candidate did not win in that election. Obi PDP candidate did not win.
No,
but I'm telling you that Soludo was counting on Obi's the way Obi govern is not popularity. On the successes of his government.
What is the success?
Yes.
What is it? What success?
On all field of all sectors of governance.
I don't know about that.
You don't know, and that is what I'm telling you.
No, I do know.
You cannot.
I don't know. Because we've done pledge. You know, I have several videos on Peter Obi that I did not even bother publishing. The guy was bang average.
What I'm telling you, what I'm telling you, one man, is this. Look, there's nobody that can achieve it all. There will be some area. Hold on.
Remember when they used to tell us that he got award as the best governor in Nigeria? It's just all a tissue lies.
There is nobody that can achieve it all. You will achieve some good thing and you will fail in some areas. That is where.
What is his percentage score? 35 to 40.
Look.
Where he had all the advantages.
If Kolido
was campaigning on his name, not his record.
It's not his name. He was running his campaign on the. I'm not It's not a matter of politician. Go and watch that video. One man. Soludo was carrying out his campaign on the success
on his name,
and everybody was saying, "I will govern. I will do as Obi did. I will do as Obi did." That is what everybody was saying on that campaign, on that debate.
In Anambra State.
It is not popularity. They are not talking on popularity. They were talking on. They asked them question on education, on the management of the resources, the financial management of the resources, the management of the financial resources, the management of human resources. All these things.
Also poor.
What did you say?
The financial management of the resources was poor. The financial management of the human resources was poor.
If a man,
and the consequence is still being paid by this.
Hold on. If a man that came in that meant nothing in the account of the state and was able to manage that state well and was able to still put some money in savings and some invested the resources of that.
He invested in his own company.
Resources. Well, that is another topic entirely. That's another topic entirely. That's another topic. But to totally condemn Obi, I think it would be very wrong of us. Anybody that is there,
I'm only going by his record.
Because it looked like the way you are condemning him, you are writing him off completely.
Yes, because it's a threat to the Nigerian state.
He recorded some successes.
He
recorded some successes.
He was an abject average.
Which are commendable. If we have most of our governors or administrators in our state and local government, if they were able to manage the resources the way Obi did, I think Nigeria would be better off. Now, that's a fact.
So Ludo is learning financial prudence from Peter Obi. Soludo are probably the most successful CBN governor that we had. Peter Obi, third class Nnamdi Azikiwe philosophy. But he was milking his name. That's what he was doing.
This thing that you are saying about Soludo, let me tell you, if some people, some bankers,
Professor Charles Soludo,
if some bankers, let me tell you, if some bankers come and bring you some fact how Soludo performance when he was CBN governor, they may score him even low. Yes, he achieved some successes, but it doesn't mean that everything he did when he was central bank governor was good.
All right. Ajalekok, I want to capture Jay before we lose him. I'm keen to hear. You remember he was the one telling us about you remember.
But let me round up about this Afenifere. Afenifere represent the interests of Yoruba. Afenifere represent they are the social cultural group in Yoruba land that is well recognized in Nigeria, and there's no way you want to talk about the interests of Yoruba in Nigerian state that you will not invite Afenifere, So Afenifere supporting Obi is based on principle, equity, justice, and fairness. Every other part of Nigeria have had it. They've been president of that country. So it's time for they're fighting for. They fight for justice. They will not say because Igbo is not Yoruba, they have another Yoruba, and then jettison what they stand for. So that is why they are supporting Obi. Thank you, Woman.
All right, brilliant. Well put, Ajalekoko. Always well put by Ajalekoko. So let me go from you, Ajalekoko, to Jay, as I said. Hopefully he's still there. So Jay, I've cleared the space for you. So hopefully you are still there. So are you there, Jay?
Yes, I'm here.
All right, brilliant. Good to have you. But before I come to you, Jay, let me acknowledge Alexander Gomez's super chat. It says, Ajalekoko, Soludo will lecture Obi on the principles of financial management. Come on now. He's a genius and a future Nigerian president. Obi doesn't come across educated. Under Buhari, Soludo would have resigned. So, I mean, the idea that Charles Soludo is campaigning on Peter Obi's record of financial management. I mean, but what are we talking about? But there it is. Soludo will lecture Obi on the principles of financial management. Come on now. He's a genius and a future Nigerian president. Obi doesn't come across as educated. Under Buhari, Soludo would have resigned. So I'm not sure if he would or would not have, because that's not happened. So we're in no position to say. But most of what everything else, I somewhat concur. So as I concur with Alexander Gomez, let's go to the agreeable Jay. So Jay, good to have you. All three factions of Boko Haram have now successfully established themselves close to Abuja. So it's a security expert telling us this, but do we even need a security expert before we know that not just Abuja, but the whole of Nigeria is surrounded by the bandits?
Okay, one greetings to everybody all over the world. Before I answer your questions, I want to ask, do you stay in UK?
That's security reasons now.
Okay, for security reasons. Okay,
or you allow.
Okay. Okay, because I just want to be clear on something, because I believe APC, I've been listening to all the conversation. I don't want to believe that APC have started doing like Russians, where they will go to other parts of the world and then use people to when election of the country is near, especially the people that they term them as enemies, so that they will not be going disclosing false information. That is why I was asking, but that is fine. Regarding your questions, it is so disheartening and it is so horrible. It is so terrible. My heart bleeds for Nigeria and her citizens. You asked me last time that do I believe if the jihadist movement is real? And I say yes, the records have been there. It's so unfortunate these records are being made in Arabic that one cannot be able to get hold of these papers. But for those our fathers that are aware of this, they know. And we do not need any security experts to let us know that these persons are in Lagos, these persons are in Oyo, these persons are in Anambra. Everything was so clear to us. When these guys, they started in Borno years ago, when Obasanjo eliminated the leader, when this started, they are being sponsored by our allies from the northern part. I do all my investigations. I was born in Borno State. I stayed in Borno State for 12 years. My late father was the director of water board then. Oh, I don't need to go into details so that someone will not come and look for me and kill me. As I'm telling you right now, I'm happy one way, I'm not happy another way. I'm happy one way because some of these persons that they want to kidnap today, they were aware, they were one of the sponsors, and I will tell you everything based on facts. As I'm telling you right now, these guys are in between Kaduna and Zomarok, not even far from Abuja anymore. It's such a pity. These guys, they are in between Nasarawa and Abuja. This Middle East country that was taken over, what is the name this year? I've forgotten the name. The name just skipped my mind. Can you, woman, can you remind me? The Middle East country that was taken over this year.
Is it Afghanistan?
Yeah, Afghanistan. The same playbook that these people are using, that these people use there, that it is the same playbook that is coming to play right now in Nigeria. As I'm telling you, these guys, they're in between the Lokoja Road. I don't know if you people heard that they fought the bomb attack in Lokoja about 3 or 4 days ago. I don't know if you people were aware.
No, I wasn't. Yeah.
Okay, go online, you will check. They're in between Kaduna Road, Nasarawa Road, and Lokoja Road. So all the routes have been taken. So they are going to walk in like this guy did in Afghanistan. Yes, I told us last time that if they say they will kidnap Buhari, they will kidnap EL-RIFAI. I told you that yes, it's 100% possible. So they are inside Abuja, the city of Abuja, living with us as a human being. They are everywhere. I tell you what happened.
That's a stretch. I'm not sure they live like human beings, but
they live like we, but their heart, of course, it differs from us. The Nigerian issues is very huge. It's not only in Abuja. They're in Lagos as well. They're in the eastern part of. They're all over Nigeria, as I'm telling you, because, oh God, They wanted to settle down in Benue State, but it couldn't happen because they wanted everything to be done in secrecy. This is the main issue. As I'm telling you right now, that even in my village, because the governor says we should live in peace. As I'm telling you right now, this moment. So of course, they are going to take over. Now, what is the problem with security in Nigeria? Why is our security failing? Why? Because they are also our so-called generals from the northern part are part and parcel of these people. Now, 3 days ago, 4 days ago, the NCA director, Monguno, have already come up. So what are we waiting for? There's no... Yeah, of course, before Kuje issue happened, there was an intelligence report. That report was read. But action was not taken.
They said there were 44 reports, 44.
Of course, millions, more than 44, sir. Now, to let you know that how bad it is in Nigeria, while we are the military that we are guiding that place change that evening, who gave the order? And you are telling me the general, our security heads, they are not part of these people? Are we joking here? The best way either will go spiritual or everybody should go on ammunition training. We answer ourselves. This is the best way. These guys are ready to kill anybody. My younger brother lives in Abuja. Everybody is afraid. This week, today is a new day now. Throughout last week, public schools sent all the students and the pupils home. Because why? Because there were security reports that this guy want to go to churches and schools to bomb. You can find that from call your family in Nigeria and confirm what I'm saying is true. Who is the person that always communicates to these persons? For example, I'm the one guarding Kirikiri. I'm not on duty today. Who is that person that always say that Jay is not on duty? We have a big issue here. Now, in Kuje, before this incident happened, this year and last year, let me tell you what happened in Kuje. There's a sitting governor that he have a farm in Kuje, one of the biggest farm in Kuje. These guys, some policemen traced this bandit terrorist to this farm, got them arrested. They discover a lot, hundreds of ammunitions. Who have this? They say this the governor that supplied them. The issue was swept under the carpet. This year, those guys were arrested, taken to Kuje prison. The police did a routine check this year. They discover hundreds of ammunitions in the same farm. They killed those guys.
There was a time they stopped a vehicle just traveling from, I think, Nasarawa to wherever, and was packed to the brim with ammunition and weapons.
Thank you so much. That is 100% true. Do you know why they want to kidnap this guy? So the local sponsors of these guys, they never knew that these guys will boycott them to get affiliated with their international brothers and sponsors. So when federal government discovered the inflow of some money from Middle East, they blocked this money, and the Dubai government we are able to arrest some bureau de change personnel in Dubai. So this guy, they stop getting a lot of foreign money to get ammunitions. Then what they do? You can go online. The BBC interviewed the warlord, whether last week or 2 weeks ago, from Zamfara State. What did the guy say there? He said that the government said that they do not give them any money, and that's what they keep telling us. The guy said they gave them 60 million naira, and they use it to buy ammunitions. The guy said all this money that they have been getting is for ammunitions. You know why? Because the local sponsors stopped. They never knew in their entire life that this will go international. This guy, they are going to boycott them. How is this gun coming in? I will tell you one example. Sometimes ago, ammunitions were seized in Lagos. The issues were swept under the carpet. How do ammunition come to Nigeria? To the northern part, through those porous and useless borders. The same border that they wanted to create a train line to Benin or to Niger. I mean, who are the security personnel that are allowing this inflow of ammunitions? It is our own security personnel. Do you know that? I wrote there, but I'm going to repeat it. The most racist country in the whole wide world is called Nigeria in West Africa. We have a big problem. Don't we have a general from the southern part of Nigeria? Don't we have a general or a major colonel from other part of the country? What is happening? You know, one major general wanted to recruit me, and I told him, sir, I'm going to kill a lot of people, so I will not join army. I can even kill a president. Because what is happening in Nigeria, I can't take it anymore. That's a big issue, sir. If the NSA director can come out that, oh, these people, they are more than us, but government is finding a new way of doing things, then we are gone. We are finished in this country. These people, they have surrounded Abuja, which is what the security experts say is real, because when the intelligence report came that they are in Buhari, so who was the person that notified this guy that they ambushed the soldiers on their way? So there's a problem with our so-called northern people. And this was why some of us are in 100 support of Nnamdi Kanu, because we know what is happening.
You were doing so well. How do we get to Nnamdi Kanu?
Oh, I'm so sorry. I will drop that.
No, you don't have to be sorry. So, I mean, that's your. Please, sorry, Jay. Be firm in your position, though. So don't let me push you.
Go ahead.
I will push you back, but you have to push back too. So don't withdraw your. If that is what you think, then stick with it. So
yeah, that's what I think. Yeah.
Carry on. Yeah.
So who are these people that always gossip? Like I told us last time, this time person I know, all my family, he was a commissioner of police in Brno. Is dead now because they killed him. I was able to get real facts. Before he said, my son.
Do you have a screen in front of you?
Me?
Yeah.
Yes, I'll remove the screen.
All right, carry on. I want to
Yeah.
show you something, but carry on. When I find it, I'll show you. Yeah.
He told me, my son, before his men will go anywhere, he used to be amazed about how this happens. When he discovered, how this used to spread, I tell you, they they wasted him. When he discovered, because they knew he's a truthful man, they knew he is going to lay this out. And this is what President Goodluck faced the whole world. He said he knows that sponsor. Till today, he couldn't. But I'm so happy they should go to Aso Rock and kidnap the president. I will be one of the most happiest person. In all this, they all have 100% hands in sponsoring of all these guys, plus our top military personnel. But it's such a pity that all of our brothers that are there, that are allowing these people to finish the rest of Nigeria. Sir, it's not that they're finishing they are brothers on the street. Yes, if you go against them according to what they believe, they will come against you. But these two persons that they want to
you know what is playing out. It's not a Nigerian strategy. It's a West African strategy, because what they are looking to do is to capture Nigeria, which is the wealthiest and the strongest West African state.
That is why I say
they capture Nigeria, they will just sweep through Benin Republic, Togo, etc. They take Ghana, they take everything. This is a plan. It's not by next week, or they don't have a timetable, but slowly and surely they will do it. Yeah.
No, yes, that is why I told you it is a playbook that they used. Of course, this playbook has been there right from time memorial. Then our own Nigerians are falling victim by allowing this to happen.
All right. Round off your thoughts on that space, Jay.
So,
and then I want to read this super chat, and then I want to show you a clip. But round off your thoughts on that space, yeah.
Yeah, for me, that is the security situations. All Nigeria, every part of Nigeria is living in fear.
All
so
right,
I'm
brilliant.
done with that.
All right, brilliant. So this is the super chat from Akulata, and it is on that Peter Obi space that I was discussing with Ajane Koko just a moment ago. It says on Peter Obi, Soludo wrote in 2015, poverty road. Let me try that again. On Obi, Soludo wrote in 2015, poverty rose under his watch in Anambra from 20% in 2004, lowest in Nigeria then, to 68% in 2010, a 238% deterioration. So that is it. It rankles me when this guy was an abject failure, and people they are trying to rebrand as though the figures are not in public space. I mean, come on.
Wamba, can I interject on that?
Oh, okay, go on. You want to rebrand it, Abby? Okay, go on.
This is what I've said here about Kulata. You know, I've argued that several times. Kulata has presented what Soludo wrote in 2015. I read that very article. It was about a 20-page article. And the caption of that article was Buhari versus Jonathan beyond the election of 2014. That was where he wrote about these things. Then, if Kulata is saying that Soludo said that, has Kulata also read the article written by Okoji-Iweala, December 2014, replying this article that was written by Soludo? You know, he didn't read that one, and that is why he came to bug these very statistics. If he had read that one, this is what Okoji-Iweala said. She said, for anyone who has not read Professor Charles Soludo's article in the Vanguard 2015, I would encourage them to do so. It is littered with abusive and unbecoming language. It shows how a bitter loser in the Nigerian political space can get so derailed that they commit intellectual harakiri by deliberately misquoting economic facts, and maliciously turning statistics on their head to justify a hashed job. Read that article by Okojiwal and saw everything he debunked in that very article. So when we are making like evaluations and judgment, let's be very comprehensive. He just went back and he just brought in what Soludo wrote in 2000. I read that very article, the two articles. I read the one written by Soludo. I also read the one that was replied by Okojiwala.
No, but Madam Ngozi, anyway, let me just start.
Read the reply by Madam Ngozi. You will hear what she said.
All right, but
the article, one man, can I add to that? Sorry,
but let me just say the article that collateral references, which Sake verifies, it runs contrary to then Soludo then celebrating Peter Obi in his campaign, which is to tell you that he was just using his popularity. But at that,
that is where I'm going. That is where I'm going.
Yeah.
That's where I'm going. So if after that debunk of from Okonjo-Iweala, Soludo accepted he gave Obi credit in Anambra, and if you watch the debate Soludo did during the governorship election, he was just on top of trying to tell people that he's going to do what Obi did in Anambra to save costs and to increase the infrastructure and everything. So if Obi did not do well, this man will not mention. And remember that Obi has not even declared intention or even running for president then. So he was telling Anambra people that he's going to do what Obi did. So
does that not tell you he's just exploiting his popularity? Is somebody
that if you can come and tell me that I want to do what Buhari did, since Buhari is a failure, do you think that it's just like Atiku now?
Buhari is popular, you will.
No, okay. Now come and tell me that as a president, I'm going to do what Buhari is doing.
Is Peter Obi popular in Anambra?
Peter Obi is popular,
right?
But if Peter Obi is a failure, wait. If Peter Obi is a failure and you're categorizing Obi that you're going to do what Obi did, and Obi is a failure, and you think that
Obi is popular, hold on. If Obi is popular in Anambra, irrespective of whether you think he's a failure or a success, you would tap into his name to get to the electorate.
He didn't just tap the name. This is what he said. He said he's going to do. It
doesn't matter what he said. He's just using his name. What he said is immaterial.
He's not using his name. It's just like Tinubu now. Tinubu is saying he's going to continue from where Buhari stopped, and that's where everybody is against him.
So because Buhari is unpopular. So do you see? That's exactly the same point. So
Buhari is very popular. Now one man. Buhari is very popular.
Amongst whom? What are you talking about? When he's saying he will do this, that, and the other like Peter Obi, it's immaterial because he has already told us what he thinks about Peter Obi when he was a free man and it wasn't in contention for anything. But now that he wants the Anambra seat and he knows that Peter Obi is the most popular in Anambra. Look, don't worry now. It won't tell me anything. If I watch the interview, it won't tell me anything.
Okay, one man. So if Soludo is talking like that, don't you see element of hypocrisy in him? If he's writing against him, and now it is not. No, that is hypocrisy. No, that is hypocrisy.
No, it's political brinksmanship.
No, but one man, you cannot even be saying that he is. How did he say? You say he was trying to campaign on his popularity, exploit Obi's popularity. No, go and watch that video. Go and watch the video. It was so specific on certain things that Obi achieved. The way he managed, or it was so specific that I will do it like this. The way Obi do it. I mean, the way Obi did it, rather.
I don't think.
Go and watch the video.
I don't think Charles Soludo
So
will be
all
learning
this
any
you're
lesson
praising
from
of Soludo that you
only
are
because of his
praising, he has
achievements,
not.
only because of
He,
his achievements and his
look,
acumen
I
and his
have a
pedigree.
friend who is a director in the bank. If you hear a lot of things, policies that he said about this thing that he did when he was that was very bad when he was
Now that's
central
sour
bank
grapes
governor.
now. That's subjective. That's
Well,
his
that's
subjective.
okay. Yeah, everybody can say a lot of things. If we go and dig into Solido's reign as several guys, we fish out a lot of things that was
Yeah,
wrong
but
that he did
we'll find
during his
more
own time.
we'll find more plus
One
than
man,
minus.
Are
More
you
plus than
aware
minus.
that Obi was managing two banks at the same time before he became a governor? As a
Don't worry about that. I wasn't managing anything. But let me play this clip for Jay, which is only to that space of insecurity in Nigeria that he was speaking to. So this was put up by a good friend of mine, Big Wheels. His name is. So this is Big Wheels. To that example of what we're talking about, it's quite a. I'm not going to play you the fullness of it, but I'll play you enough of it for you to get a full feel of what is going on in Nigeria. This is people sympathetic to the North. These are Northerners, and this is them telling their story.
Very, very, very long time. But unfortunately, let me start from the beginning. When I came into the city of Kaduna a few days ago, my host asked me to come and see him. So when I went to see him, he said he wanted to show me something. He wanted to show me a place called Maraban Damishi and tell me about the things that are happening there. And when he told me, the story was so sad. And I didn't want to put this story online. I struggled with it for about 3 days before I decided that, what the hell, I want to share the story. The reason why I want to share it is that we cannot keep hiding our heads, you understand, knowing what the truth is. I know I talk positively about a lot of things on this channel, and that is what I do. But sometimes we need to also show what is wrong so that corrections can be made, so that these things can be done properly. So today I decided, okay, I need to come and show this place so that you guys can see what's happening. Okay, now we're in Maraban Rido. Maraban Rido is, like I said, is a small community that has been here for years and years and years. And recently, this banditry thing that has been happening, a lot of people have been kidnapped in these areas. I know I was told that almost every night you will hear gunshots upon gunshots. The one shot by the bandits and the one shot by individuals who have their guns just to trying to make the bandit know that they have weapons in their house that they shouldn't come near. You know, like my host will say that when you hear the gunshots that the bandits shoot, you will know this is different because it's the automatic rifle. But the ones that the individual shoot, you know, because it's just a one shot and all that. So this is Maraban Rido. I want to take a drive around Maraban Rido this morning so that we can see what Maraban Rido is like. The story I really want to share is that of Maraban Damishi, because the atrocities that is happening there is look, we're going to get there, but I just, like I said, wanted to drive around Maraban Rido for us to have just a clue of what Maraban Rido looks like. You know, you discover that most of this banditry, this kidnapping, happen mostly in the outskirts of the city. Like if you check out the main city of Kaduna, you never know that things like this are happening, you know. But when you come to the outskirts, that is where these things happen often. And the question is that, why does it happen here? It happens here because these places are close to the, let me call them bush, or on places that have not been developed. So these bandits stay in these forests or in these places, and they come out at night to kidnap people. The worst thing is that even during the day in Maraban Damishi, they come to kidnap people during the day. You know, you could also argue and say, why don't these people just up and leave? Why don't they just pack their things and go? The truth is that it costs money to pack and go. You need to have a lot of resources in your, you need to have money to be able to move all your family, move everybody, because of all the kidnapping that has been happening. All right. We're just leaving Maraban Rido now. We're going to Maraban Damishi. My host is already way in front of me. The terrible thing that has happened here is that all the schools in this area, they have all shut down and they've left because of all the kidnapping that has been happening. If you guys can remember, there's a Baptist school that's about 250 students were all kidnapped and moved. And they kidnapped, they had to, I think I'll look for the clip somewhere, or a paper, maybe newspaper clip and put somewhere so that you guys can see if you have not heard that story before. This is Faith Academy in front of us. It's to the left. It's a very big, mighty place that has also shut down because of this problem. The school has been moved from here, for fear of these bandits coming in to kidnap school children. We just passed a place now called Galuko Hotel and Resort. A lot of these places, even Jacaranda, that we passed way back there, a lot of these places have been operational because of this thing. Nobody wants to come to these places anymore. You can even imagine, like, during the day, you will think, okay, that we can come during the day, maybe you're done and you leave. The worst thing is that the kidnapping happens during the day. Like I said before, it's like somebody informs them that, oh, these people are around, then they swoop in their numbers on their bikes and they come to, kidnap people at gunpoint. This place used to be a place that was coming up. A lot of people were buying lands and building. All of a sudden, people have abandoned all their houses and they've left. I will show you guys as much as I can here, because my host was telling me that he can't take me inside, or and I totally understand and I appreciate what he's saying. All right, my host is with me. We're just going to take a drive around this place so that you guys can see all the houses that people have abandoned and they've all run away because of this problem.
Both left and right, take left and right.
Okay. He's asking us to show both left and right so that you see what the place is.
The house in your right is one of the Reverend Father's house.
Okay, Reverend Father owned this house. Look at what he has done. He actually just took out the gate
and the burglary and blocked the house completely.
Blocked the house completely.
Video those houses. This man now George get the other house. Yeah, this fine house by here.
Okay, the one that has been painted. A George,
okay. Yeah, they ran away because of
wow.
And they can enter that street and then we'll come back.
Okay, let's enter the street and just show the house and come back. Sky closed.
So no living soul that is living here now.
You say?
Nobody
lives here anymore.
Because of the insurgency. There are so many things that have spoiled, something like those who are operating with poultries and all those animal farming. They ran away because of the insurgency here.
Wow.
Pick downward, those outside there.
So everywhere now, people have left.
See, some of them they remove their roof and
some of them remove their roof and
see them. You have to leave completely.
You can totally understand, because nobody wants to be involved in this thing. Nobody wants to get. Okay, this house, they left like 3 dogs in the house.
More than. They took to 6.
6 dogs.
They shot the security man.
They shot the security man.
They cut off his hand, one of the left hand side.
They cut his hand. When they came. Did they? Who did they now kidnap when they came?
They didn't. The man was not around.
Oh, the man was
and
not.
When they were struggling with the security man, the woman jumped the fence and escaped.
The wife of the judge.
Yes,
she escaped.
She escaped. There are farms and business centers along down here.
Okay,
right.
okay.
But everybody all left.
Okay, because I know they used to have like poultry farms down there,
and greenhouses.
And greenhouses. They've all left.
All left.
Should we go left, right?
No, go left.
Left.
Then you take right.
Okay. This one, to everybody has left here.
This one they kidnapped him before.
They kidnapped the guy before.
When he came back now, he can't leave it. Just you have to leave the place.
Wow.
Kidnapped him and the wife. The wife later died. Look at the grave there.
The wife later. She take this road.
Look at the grave here. Cement with block.
Okay, on the ground there. Yeah, I can see it. They kidnapped both him and his wife.
Yes, the same day. All the people were living here. And by I left, there's a hotel here I was operating that time, but now it's no more.
Okay, here.
This one.
Okay. So we take that road, right?
Take the road.
This thing is terrible. You know, you actually don't.
This man where I left, he based in London.
Oh, this house here.
He was.
He was just building.
There,
okay.
But when he heard what is happening, he put the place on sale.
Okay. The funny thing is, who will want to buy with all these things happening? So this hotel was operational because they've locked up and they've left.
Yes, they left.
This one too, nobody lives here.
Nobody.
The whole place is.
If somebody, if they will see somebody, at least this money will see somebody. Nobody. The other house, that single house, they kidnapped the man. When he came back, he packed his load and go.
Okay, after they released the pack and left.
After paying ransom.
I should go straight?
Go straight. Go enter the road.
The main road.
Go down.
You know, the thing is that, you know, when you hear about kidnapping, right, and this banditry, you actually just hear it and it doesn't make sense to you. But coming here now and seeing how people have abandoned their houses and they ran
this house by right, they kidnapped the man.
This house here?
This house.
Wow.
After the ransom, they released him and his children.
And he too, he has left.
Nobody lived there. In fact, they even give the house to the church. Church also
the church also ran away. We should go right. Okay. I know there used to be a hotel, JBL.
Yes, JBL.
Yeah. Are they still functioning?
You know, he's dead now because of the
man is dead.
The man is dead, but because of this kidnapping, this house by our left was where they used to come and make the kidnappers hide themselves from
that
this
house.
That house there. So it's an army man that owned the house. And after that,
it was an army man that owned the house. So what happened? He just built it and left it like that.
They called him and he came and we put burglar all the window.
Okay, so what happened is that the kidnappers used to come and hide in there.
Yeah, they will hide here.
Okay.
Maybe in the afternoon.
Okay.
You know, check the plan, check out where they will go.
Okay.
Perhaps they can even stay there with the informer.
Okay.
Show them what they will do in the night.
So what then happened?
No, when we put the burglary now on those blocks.
Yeah, I can see there's burglary everywhere there now.
They block some doors with blocks.
Okay.
We have to stop them not to have a place to hide. This man also packed.
Yeah, this one too.
Secretary to the Ministry of Work.
Secretary to the Ministry of Work. This White House with round up.
This is poultry land, and this one is dead also.
Oh, the poultry here is gone.
This house in the right this is Good News Academy.
Was that a school?
Yeah.
Okay.
This one they have back also to the town.
They've left and they've gone to town. This one used to be
JBL,
the hotel. I think we should just turn here.
Go down.
We should go down. All right. So the school now, they just abandoned all this structure they built and
everything. Wow. So it's just like this, about 5 villages around this area have left their homes.
5
5 villages.
Okay, what are the names of these villages?
See, here is Mama Damishi.
Okay, Mara Damishi.
The another one, Sabongira.
Okay.
Telele.
Telele.
Ngwang Jato.
Jato.
Then Gona Isa.
Gona Isa. Everybody has moved and they left.
Left the house.
That used to be the hotel. There used to be a place you sit on top there.
On top there. Yeah. And there were so many poultry in this land.
Yeah, people have poultry. Look at the school we're talking about. This is Good News Academy that has been abandoned. And
go down. There are other houses that people left. Somebody they kidnapped down here before. One pastor. They left now.
You say?
One pastor down here, he owned a house.
Okay.
After retirement, this was the poultry day. Yeah, we have to come and lose the poultry.
Oh, this place here, this empty.
Very big,
let me go back on the bit so that I can show you guys. See, this place used to be a poultry. The person demolished it and left.
Unpacked his load
and left. Wow. It's crazy. I wonder where that woman is going to.
You do that Angwana. Maybe Nagwari be.
Okay.
Some Gwari.
You know what I don't. Okay, say some Gwari what?
Some Gwari are still living here.
Are still living here with all these things.
Maybe they look at themselves. They cannot hold them because they don't have the way they are. Nobody can get takeover from them.
Wow.
This was to be a factory of granite oil, but because of this thing.
Oh, it's supposed to be a factory where they make granite oil.
For granite oil, but they have packed the room, their transformer, everything, and left.
Wow. Just imagine what they have done to them.
So there it is. I will recommend that video, but when we talk endlessly about Nigeria, that is what we're talking about. So that is what we're talking about. So, a ghost town.
Yeah.
So I think we only saw one woman, and the guy was saying she's so impoverished that the kidnappers, if they kidnap her, they will only have to feed her and send her back home. Yeah. So when we talk about these things, that is what we're talking about.
Yeah.
They've sacked the whole space, and everybody has fled. A middle, an upper class area, judges, pastors, entrepreneurs, retired federals, a real top. So, but that is what we're talking about when we talk about these things.
Yeah. It's so sympathetic, The people that even did the documentary, they are so lucky. So that is the problem. This is the same situations that we are having. Assuming if there are security personnel going on a mission, before someone will pass the information. Then I'm giving her information so that the world can hear. Someone on your comment line is saying that I'm lying. What does the person know?
No, the people in the comment, just ignore them. They are
what does the person know?
They are not the 100%.
I'm telling you facts with evidences. This is what is happening. Now, this is just a documentary in one side in Kaduna. What about the Jos? What about the Benues? It's so unfortunate that the international media have never, ever stepped their leg in Benue to my community. That helicopter there, in short, it have already been roasted. Till this moment, no international media have gone to my village to see our house that was burnt down and other people's house. This is the problem. The problem is so big. So what is the way forward? The way forward is simple. If the elite can just stop doing evil and let's live in harmony, that is all. Then we can defend this. Then we can defeat these people. But if our allies from the north, from the south, from the west do not want to live together, then the problem, we can never overcome this problem. You will see they will take all over Kaduna, they will take all over the other states. Watch what is going to happen. That is just a little. I wish someone can send you more documentary.
All right, thank you. I will pin the link to that documentary in the comment section once the stream is over, so it stays there permanently. It's a guy called Big Wheels. So he travels there. Is one of the best YouTubers anyway. I recommend that anybody go and subscribe to him. But I'll pin the link in the comment section after the stream. Thank you, Jay. Jay, for reasons of time, let me go on from you to Pansat, who may or may not still be with us. Pansat, are you still there?
Yeah, I'm on here. Thank you very much. That was quite an interesting documentary and a lot of
No, I mean, it's quite a full. You see, this guy, the guy that did the documentary, he does a lot of. He's one of those positive sort of people. So he likes to do positive videos. So he'll travel, and he especially likes the Southeast, although he's based in the North. He would drive all the way from the North to the Southeast to go and enjoy, and then he'll learn the culture, he'll make friends, he'll share the food. So that's his vibe. But he couldn't just ignore what was going on, the real story. So he decided to do that, and a real eye-opener, a ghost town. We only saw one woman in the entirety. It's a 22-minute long video, but you only saw one woman who has just surrendered to whatever comes, you know, and everything.
Sad.
But that is what we're talking about when we're talking every day, because sometimes it seems so abstract when we're saying these things, you know, because we just hear, oh, in Borno, this, that. But these are people, these are lives, these are consequences,
we're gonna
you know,
fix
and destruction and killing, you know. But there it is. What do you mean? Who's we? Don't.
All Nigerians. We're gonna fix it. See, this guy presented an objective video, and he had somebody there that was helping him narrate what's going on, and you could just see him. He's presenting the facts that the camera show what's going on. We know it's in this case, it's a Muslim versus Christian dimension. That you could see those churches. They're trying to run them out of town, but you know,
it's a mixed community.
Yeah, but you know, I saw churches. I didn't see any mosques being evacuated. I mean, obviously that's just a Christian area. But all Nigerians now, we know what's going on. We're awake. We're gonna fix it. All these problems, they're interrelated. So the Nigerians who want to take their country back, they're awake. The youth, the churches, Southerners, good Muslims, including Obi's running mate, who I have a lot of respect for. There's a lot of people like that in the North. And so it's coming together. It's like Nigeria, I guess it's like Britain. They don't like fast revolutionary change, you know? So it takes time, but ours has come. We're going to fix it. This is the time to do it.
All right. All right. Brilliant. So it seems almost an anticlimax going through the talking points now, but really consistent with Big Will's documentary. All three factions of Boko Haram have now successfully established themselves close to Abuja. So a security expert telling us this, and that, of course, somewhat verified by that little clip we just saw.
Yes. Yeah, they have. You could tell. I don't want us to be afraid or scared. Okay, what they're doing right here is quite reckless. You know, coming into our state capital, being bold. You know, having the audacity to say they're gonna kidnap the president. You know, it's foolhardiness. You know, it's imprudence. You know, they're desperate right now because they see that now there are some speculative things that I could say. So when people start doing foolish things like coming out like that to attack our capital and do daring things, it's just desperation. So the history now, let me give you my idea. I thought that back when Gaddafi was alive, the Western countries were trying to deal with him, and he kept trying to envisage an African empire of some sort. So he, to me, I don't have any evidence to this, but this is what I thought he was doing. He was trying to trick us, have Nigeria, a lot of African countries form an African Union that is capable to withstand Western powers. So he had a lot of Nigerians trained And he was not deal with us, Christians and other people like that. He was going to subdue us. And that in his last days, it was actually Nigerians that were fighting for him. He had all these people trained, and they were going to turn Nigeria into an Islamic state that's going to help them fight the West. So that's what's going on in the big picture. Even Jonathan said that his government was infiltrated, that he has Boko Haram in his government, and so many of our valiant soldiers. I forgot the Yoruba guy name that was like a general or something. He was an insider, and he came and blew the whistle on what's going on, that they're trying to take over and do all sorts of things to us. So that's what's going on. That luckily for us, Madam Clinton, Mrs. Clinton, as Secretary of State, stopped that nonsense. He dealt with Gaddafi and stopped him. Else, we'll be talking about something else right now. But all those trained came all the way back to Nigeria and the Chad area and things like that, and they have weapons and they do all kinds of things. But there's something they cannot do. If Nigeria is awake, of which we are now methodically going to deal with them, because they can't take over our country. That's impossible. Not even America can take over Nigeria. So they're talking nonsense. They kill a lot of people, probably, but I don't think there's too many of them. So once we have the right people who are going to thoroughly cleanse that military, the industrial military, that means our police, our DSS, go in there, do a thorough investigation and arrest them and hold them down or kill some of them, then we're going to be able to defeat them, because what are they going to do? You can't take over anybody. You can't even take over a tribe. So we shouldn't be afraid. We're going to try to work it out. Everything is going to come into fore this January. We're going to find out what's going to happen. Hopefully there'll be no violence before we emancipate ourselves. But we're going to clean them out. I just know there are certain things they're claiming. It's never been done anywhere in the world. There's never been anywhere you're going to come over.
Fansat.
Yes.
Fansat. Why are you so talking so confidently, man?
It's just
as if you are the one in charge of the security. Fansat.
Let me tell you. Yeah, you know what? No.
Are you talking from military experience, or what are you talking about?
I'm talking.
You know, he's a military expert.
Military analyst.
Let me tell you,
military analyst.
That is a non-profit organization in the United States. They have the acronym GATE, G-A-T-E. I guess stands for Global Advocates for Terrorism Eradication. They've done the study. You know, it's so funny. There's nothing happening in Nigeria that just started happening. That's the way it is in Haiti, in so many other third world countries. You know, in the Igbo they say "Mado unjana," "Mado unjani." There are bad characters we have in our country. I'm telling you, there's an article that they wrote. I guess it was November 13, 2021. It says group urges U.S. to designate Buhari, TINUBU, EL-RIFAI terrorism sponsors. Google it. Check out that article.
It is on the list.
Pardon? Yes. Believe
They
it or
are on
not.
the list.
Yes. Check. You could Google us. Let me post. Let me get it and post it. Let me post it for 1 minute. So
it is a fact. It is a fact.
Yeah. Okay. Here it is. I'm posting the link. So imagine those characters. Now this is in 2021 November. These characters, you see them poking around everywhere you go. They're there. It's not that many of them. It's not that many. What they're doing, this global advocates, they were able to pinpoint everything that's happening to us now, and they were suing the U.S. Secretary of State. Okay, in that article, they're trying to get a writ of mandamus to force their Secretary of State to designate these individuals as sponsors of terrorism. So they then go out to elucidate everything that's happening in our country. They mentioned Toka Boratai in that article. All right. Yusuf Magaji Bichi and so many others.
Yeah.
So you can't then tell me there's something. The United States, they're good in intelligence. If there's anybody that's good at intelligence, it's them. So it depends on what do they want to do. United States has drones that could hang in the air for months, remotely controlled vehicles that could be in the air doing eradicating terrorists. So we haven't done the proper, what is that word? It's usually not in my lexicon. I'm always searching for it. Diplomacy. We need to do the proper diplomacy. But I believe that we shouldn't be scared. I mean, generally, you don't think we should be scared. We are bequeathed with these terrorists, but they are not sophisticated. They don't have geosynchronous satellites in orbit. They don't have hardly any heavy weaponry. They have light weapons, AK-47, stuff like that. But you can't hold down Nigeria with a bunch of terrorists. It's never happened anywhere. We used to go helping other countries liberate from dictators. Nigerians used to export peacekeeping missions for the United Nations. So it's not like we're just a bunch of cowards in Nigeria. We just have bad leadership. And these guys have been in government, constantly in government. They haven't been thoroughly dealt with an investigation that would hold them responsible. So that's my take on that. I for reasons of time, I want to go through everything that we have going on here.
All right, and now this new age for Tinubu that we are being asked to conjure with, it looks as though the latest installment from the Ipobians, 86, is now Tinubu's new age. 86, 7 years older than Buhari.
Right. I don't know how old Tinubu is. Anybody who's trying to show his age, I believe that actually when you talk to Solly, and he for the first time was trying to do something by calculating the age of the daughter, mathematically trying to prove that he's older than he claims, you stopped him. To me, that is
I didn't stop him.
How
did I stop him?
He says that the daughter was celebrated a birthday in her 60s.
Yeah, but that's a narrative that was put out, but it's not verified by anybody. That's
right.
I hate having to use the word Ipobians, but that's just an Ipobian. That's
right.
Simon Nipan is just this
right.
usual
But
nonsense.
The only difference I have with you on that is that somebody proffering something, I don't shoot the messenger. A bomb on the street can tell you if 2 + 2 is 4. And maybe somebody like Soludo could say 2 + 2 is 6, and he'll be wrong. So everything, but like I said, Tinubu's vices are not his age or that kind of thing. There are more reasons why he shouldn't be considered to be in the presidency now. I recall when Tinubu was brought into a cage out there to be tried, okay? I don't know if you remember that. Under Jonathan's administration, he was hauled into the witness booth. Do you recall that?
Carry on.
Okay, so he is a very clever person, and that he came out of that and then dealt with Jonathan successfully, and that's what actually he was doing. It's not like he was doing anything for our own good. Jonathan and his EFCC, but it wasn't EFCC. I'm trying to recall that acronym where they try people, political
tribunal.
Yeah, the tribunal. What is that? CCB or something like that?
ICPC.
No, okay, the other one, not the ICPC, but the other one. It has three-letter acronym, CCB or something like that. But you know that the chairman of that board is the one that beat somebody, hit somebody, and got into a case, and they brought him to the Senate and all that. But I can never remember the name of that. If I recall it, I'll remember. So Tinubu has a lot of issues, including his hands in terrorism. Okay, that article, this Gates Foundation is a serious foreign policy think tank in the United States. So
can I interrupt, please? Answer, please. Yes. I want to ask one man something. Why is it? Why is one man saying that Ipobian are telling they are the one projecting the age of Tinubu, but it happened to be his cousin or whatever I will call it, T-Mac.
Is it not Reno Mokri that is championing the narrative?
Why can't you say something straight? Was it not T-Mac that
was it not Reno Mokri that is doing the bouncing up and down?
Omokri picked that narrative from T-Mac because T-Mac is one
false narrative now. T-Mac has debunked it.
Debunk it from where? He is the one that said it or tweeted it also.
Sorry,
so let's set records straight. I don't want this forth and back. Let just, if the person that said it, let mention the person's name. Let's not divert.
All right.
Okay, we're good. So let me go ahead and pass on the Tinubu issue. He's aged. He's an older guy. That doesn't disqualify him, in my opinion, from running for president. What is the other point I want to make on that? Yeah, that doesn't disqualify him. I don't know how old he is, but if he's ever sworn an affidavit in any Nigerian official document that subjects him to perjury, if he lies about his age, that's a more serious thing. If he's committed perjury about his age, his age should be in the record. And many records in Lagos State, in whatever he's done that require him to. But if he gave the wrong age, that is perjury as far as I know. But his age doesn't disqualify him. With age comes a lot of experience. He's not going to carry Nigeria on his head. He has to do the job based on his experience and the kind of team he will assemble to do the job. All right, yeah, it's true. With Buhari's health, it's opened up that avenue. Are you going to be going overseas and letting a cabal run the government and stuff like that? But on his own, he's qualified constitutionally to run for president. So let's go to the next one.
Sorry. Saki, did you want to add something? Saki, I thought you were about to interject. So let me. Yeah.
You said, what did you say again? Sorry.
No, I thought you wanted to interject, but let me.
No, just the question I wanted to ask, right?
Yeah.
The issue of Tinubu's age is immaterial. These are not issues we should discuss, right? It's not necessary to be.
Yeah, because all public.
But then, for like knowledge sake, the little question I wanted to ask: the person that was Tinubu's deputy when he was governor of Lagos State, how old is she?
Bokno Akerele, yeah.
Yeah, how old is the woman? How old is
I wouldn't know. But
yeah, because
that woman thoroughly condemned Tinubu.
But if we can know the age of the woman, maybe we can make some conjectural statement about possible age of Tinubu. But the issue of age doesn't matter to me now.
No, it doesn't to me either. I've seen him, his dexterity of his fingers, if he's a little shaky here and there, yeah, that's part of humanity. Somebody can get old. It doesn't, because we have a lot of intelligent people who are aged, including the Afenifere leader. That's somebody who's aged, but he can rule Nigeria if he's given the power, and he will do the fair thing. He will do the right thing. He's not going to carry Nigeria on his head. There are so many aged Nigerians that are still quite useful. So Tinubu, I watched him, even when they criticize him that his hands is shaking. When I look at his hand, it's not shaking. And that's not the worst trait he's got right now. That's other issues to hash out. And let me, by the way, make a final comment on the issue of using intelligence. The Nigerian, the problem we have when we say Nigeria gotta do something about terrorism, we're talking about the terrorists themselves in power. But when a good person takes over the country, let's say Obi or anybody else, they're gonna have to use intelligence more than military hardware. If you recall, in I forgot what year that was, a few years ago, probably 2016 or 17, that was a tough Iranian general. His name was Qasem Soleimani. and he was very important for the Iranian military. So he was operating in Iraq, and the United States were able to take him out by having that drone hang out there for so many days. They took him out. Precise bombing. So
it was the Israelis that took him out, not the Americans.
Okay, it could be, but I'm just
it was
the Iranians
because I was following that space. It was the Israelis that took him out.
Yeah, excuse me. What I'm saying is that the Iranians blamed. It was January 3rd, 2020. So at the Baghdad airport, and they bombed him. They blamed America, but do the Americans work with Israel?
I think it was actually in charge of their nuclear space, that general, if I recall rightly. It was the Israelis that took him out.
It could be. Yeah. It could be. They work together. I don't know all the intricacies of it, but I do know that nobody's invincible. If the United States or any of these advanced countries want to eradicate terrorists, they don't just do it by having the military go fight in a symmetrical AK-47, dug in the ground kind of war. No, these guys are not sophisticated. Intelligence, it's 90% of the work that needs to be done. Because if you remove their funders, people who raise money for them, and you eliminate the people who protect them from inside the government, what are they? They're just a bunch of rascals running around, right? So the thing that has to be dealt with, it has to come from
Pansat. Those guys does not even have funders. What they do, they are making money from Nigeria state right there, from the kidnapping. That kidnapping is a big time business now. Could you see? I think you have seen several cases where they're collecting 100 million per person. Those people that were kidnapped on Abuja on that train, on each person is 100 million. They are collecting, and they still have like 30 something left.
Right, that's just a part of them. Okay, criminal elements among them, but there is a more advanced network that's inside our government, to the highest levels of government, because in order for they to do what they're doing, now remember, these guys sometimes they write a committee and say, hey, look, we're gonna come tomorrow to do blah blah blah, and then when they come, they operate for hours. When they're done, and then when they leave, then the military come in. Now, if you recall, in December 2015, okay, once Buhari came into office and EL-RIFAI of Kaduna came in over there, they went after their religious nemesis, all right? The military, Buratai, said that they blocked his road, and these guys, in the middle of the day, started an operation on the Shia of Zaria, and they were shooting them like practice targets. They killed so many people, took them up, picked all of them up that they killed, and buried them in mass graves. That's over 300 people, according to the Nigerian government. But the victims claim almost 1,000, over 1,000. Nothing happened. Christian Association did nothing. The Ohaneze Ndibo did nothing. The Afenifere did not. I'm talking about our fellow citizens, right? So many kids killed by Buhari and EL-RIFAI, and arrested him and his wife, tried them without due process. Christian Association did not. Nobody did anything. Obasanjo did nothing. Who should I say? Nnamdi Kanu said nothing. Right? The Nobel Prize laureates, they said nothing. Nobody, no Christian said anything. Showing nobody. I'm over here. I'm looking. I couldn't believe it. These guys could be the worst things in the world. It doesn't matter. But you just can't go in the middle of the day and shoot our fellow citizens like that, like animals, and bury them in mass graves. United Nations said nothing. America said nothing. Britain said, nobody said anything, as if we're just a bunch of animals. Even if you killed dogs the way they kill those people, there was no way you're going to get away with that in any other country but our own. So that gave them impetus, okay? They did that operation up to today. They have not paid for it. Because
Pansat,
yes.
Why do you think they should? Why do you think America should respond? That's the government they installed.
Yeah,
no,
but
forget, please. So, but let's not go to. No, we're now. Sorry, let's not do this Radio Biafra thing.
okay, all
And
right.
by the way, the condemnation was thick and fast for the Shiite killings because we covered it here, the El-Zakzaki narrative. So I'm not quite sure what you're talking.
Yeah,
I just didn't want
what I
to
mean,
get into it
condemnation.
with you.
No, no, the
The condemnation,
condemnation.
nothing of like this Wale Soyinka. Wale Soyinka is a literary poet, so I'm not quite sure why
Yeah, but
why you are hanging the nose around his neck.
yeah,
But
because
the condemnation was thick and fast to the El-Zakzaki space. El-Rifai himself set up a commission that established that they were extrajudicially killed, but the consequences has not yet gotten its fullest fledged. Amnesty International still on that case. That a recurring decimal in the space, and El-Zakzaki was not presented in court. He was set free by the court. So all this potpourri that I just don't want to. I just want to let you do your fable telling.
That's
And just,
fine. You
but
can
please
you can
don't
insult
just.
me. That's
No,
fine.
it's not insulting you.
Well, you
Don't
are
just
you.
mash. You just
I'm
mash things together and just
no.
try
Let
to.
me get a word in, okay?
Don't
Hang
get a word
tight.
in.
Hang tight.
What is Ohanede's business in
No,
do you
what I
know
meant.
the backdrop to the Zakzaki narrative?
Hold
the
on.
backdrop?
Hold on. What I meant by that is that you can't. What I meant by that is that
Goodness
you can't
me.
just wait until they come and get you.
No, look
Okay?
at
Because
that.
then
First
the
they came for
Biafrans.
the Jews. You want to do first they came
Exactly.
for the Jews. Look at this guy.
I wanted to
You
avoid.
talk in cliches. I knew you were going to go there. Just
Hold on.
do it.
I was avoiding
Just hurry
using
up
that
and yeah.
so that you can. But anyway, go to the next thing. I hold my opinion on that, and I'm
No, but speak to us. You know, though. Don't
no.
you know.
That's fine. Go to the next
come on,
one.
man.
I'll be leaving after the question, and I won't stay around for my closing remarks. So go to the next one.
All right,
Go to
brilliant.
somebody else. Yeah.
All right. Actually, let me go on to the next person. Just for reasons
All right,
of
guys.
time.
Thank you very much.
All right. Thank you,
All right.
Pansat.
You're welcome.
So thank you. So let me go on from Pansat to Ola. So Ola, let's have you.
Okay, Amen.
All right. So Ola, to the talking points, the Boko Haram surrounding Abuja. Your thoughts on that?
Yeah, my thought on that has always been consistent with the fact that the government, those people within the government, they know the sponsor. And I think they have some kind of alignment with these guys. And see, we don't need anybody to tell us because it's so glaring. Because look at it this way, very easy for United Arab Emirates to prosecute those people that they link with terrorism. All our own government in Nigeria could do was just to tell us that, oh, we will expose them. Even we have the Attorney General of the Federation telling us that mentioning their name will jeopardize the investigation. Until tomorrow, we've not seen the outcome of that investigation. You see the intelligence report coming from the DSS, and yet the government, they are in possession of those reports, and they do nothing. You see when these people strike in different form, you see that the government will not respond until if you have some kind of people like Sunday Igboho of this world, Kanunadi of this world, or Showore something, all of a sudden the federal government will just discover their might. You know, when something like that try to happen in their Igbo land, the next thing all of a sudden the federal government will suddenly remember they are very strong. So to me, being in Abuja, I think it is still part of the way they want to function. Although we may not take away the element of the monster they be breeding, that the monster may even actually coming to overcome them. Yeah, that element is there. But my own, the way I want to think about this thing is, I think they are here, if possible, to find a way to extend their tenure by maybe pushing whosoever they believe that can aid the agenda, by disrupting maybe the democratic process that may occur next year. Because when you see some people saying, will there be election next year, they may not be talking out of what they don't know. Probably they are aware of something we are not aware of. The way things are now, if these people now create some state of anarchy in Abuja now, there'll be ground for them to carry on the agenda. Then, is it that we don't have a solution to this problem? Of course, yes, we have a solution, but when those people that are to support those solutions, they have different agenda entirely. Now, where someone spoke very well here the other time that we should empower our military, that we should not think of bringing outsider, but I beg to differ because as we see now, we need a lot to even cleanse our military of all the infiltrations. So the model that will still work for us, it doesn't matter. It can be short term before we embark on long term. Because what do I mean by short term is if we need to engage those South American mercenary again, or even more sophisticated ones, since we've already allowed the criminals in Nigeria now to actually develop some level of immunity. The government of Nigeria, they've actually allowed them to acquire better capacity. So we may need something sophisticated, and in the long run, we may need to even sack so many people in the military rank of the country and rebuild our military entirely, because the level we have now is not funny and it will take us a long time. Now, look at this way they run the country at grand economically. Who knows whether it's part of their plan to make sure that they run the country at grand to the point that there'll be no money to even run basic administrative things. And this guy, they've already got a lot of money by kidnapping a lot of people. The government somehow is very comfortable, even trying to give them some kind of I don't know, but allegedly that the government, we have find a situation whereby they've actually paid some money to release some people these people managed to kidnap. But so how do you describe that situation? It simply means that the people in Nigerian government, they are sponsoring terrorism. There's no way to say that, whether indirectly or directly, as long as you can agree, as long as you can agree to the conditions of the terrorist. That simply means that you are sponsoring them. If this clergyman, if this cleric could go to these people, I was even accusing the federal government that, oh, the government know where they are. If ordinary people, okay, look at what Lai Mohammed was doing now. All of a sudden, the guy just discovered his voice. If BBC could find a way to grant interview and do all these things, are we saying the federal government, they cannot do all those things? No, they are not just interested, because some among them are really interested. I believe, or allegedly, some of these guys, they must have struck some kind of deal with this guy to perpetrate themselves in power. So I will still go back to what Abacha said the other time, that if insurgency, talk less of terrorism, lasts for more than 24 hours, then the government knows about it. We don't need to talk about that. When Jonathan was decimating them, Buhari roared that they are not fair to the North, that the persecution against Boko Haram is persecution against the North, because he was just coming to compare what is happening in Niger Delta to what is happening to terrorism. Very, very, two things that you can never compare. Some people are saying, you've taken our land, you've messed our land, there's no way we are going to live. Do something for us. But we have some people, they are coming from nowhere. They are telling you that all the way you live, they don't want it. You cannot, even if you have your fashion designing this thing, they don't want that. Everything that can even make you survive as human being, these people are telling you that everything is haram, and you are comparing all those stuff. So to me personally, the government, although the actors within the corridor of power, they've decided not to do anything. We are in that country when EL-RIFAI was telling us how he was paying some kind of a terrorist not to kill the people in Nigeria. So we don't need any expert to tell us that is the problem. So in Abuja, there, honestly, I can't trust all these our leaders. I can't trust all these our leaders that they don't know how they are there in Abuja, seat of power. You know what an arrant nonsense for just someone to take some soldiers out of the brigade of guard. Where did you hear that one in the history of the country, except when you have a military coup? You know that it's state state versus state, some rebel within the state versus state. So to me personally, and our senator that they've been running that they are giving a Buhari ultimatum. To me, Buhari should have been impeached like yesterday if they really mean it, and let's try someone else. So to me, it's unfortunate because if they capture Abuja, I think things will be very difficult to eliminate Nigeria, because we are saying Abuja. We are not even talking of all those intelligent reports that say that, okay, for example, that the entire South has been surrounded. They are not even looking at that. So if they capture Abuja, what will happen to the entire South that have been surrounded? And these people, they find a way to sponsor themselves, to buy weapons, but our government, it looks like they are not ready for it. So to me, it's very, very scary. So I don't know how to dress something and to be diplomatic about this. Is very, very scary. And I think Nigeria is a failed state. That's my point on that.
All right, brilliant. So before I take you to the next talking point, just to correct something, when Pansat was insisting that the Iranian general was killed by an American drone, and I said it was an Israeli drone, but he was actually right. It was an American drone, because I've just gone to fact check that, so fact checking myself, just not to pass on false information, but still insists that most of what he said is just the usual stuff. But let me take you on from that spot, Ola, to the never-ending saga about TINUBU'S age. The latest figure now, 86.
Oh my goodness! The matter of TINUBU, I don't just well. If let's assume that it's even is not 86, because I know that T-Mac, I read it, I heard this. T-Mac is a notable person, is a well-known person. So to me, a person like that, I don't see anything we gain by telling lies against TINUBU. And I want to believe him that, because a reputable Nigerian, an average reputable Nigerian is more believable than any politician, because the politicians, most of them, they are into business of telling lies. So yeah, maybe TINUBU is not up to 86, but is definitely older than his age. This is a man that you can't even find his schoolmates. Can someone just come out and tell us about his primary school? They think that maybe they took photographs together when he finished from primary school.
Sorry, is you, and by you I mean people, not being able to find his schoolmates? Is that his doing? Is that to his criticism?
The thing is this: at least we should have someone to stand for this. Okay, see when
hold on. Yeah, is people not coming out to say they went to school with TINUBU? Is that to his criticism?
I don't know what you are trying to drive at, and I'm just
because people say that there's nobody saying that they went to school with him. There are no photographs of him in school with anybody, as though that was critical of him. I think we can all concede that he went to school. So he went to school.
He went to school. He
right.
went to school.
And there would have been people in that school that went to school with him. So the fact that they are not coming out, is that TINUBU'S fault?
Well, it may not be his fault, but it may not be his fault, but is it possible that the guy did not even attend primary school? Because when I say school this time around,
what about secondary school? What about secondary school?
You know, secondary school those days, there's a way you can even avoid secondary school, like Afe Babalola, for example. You know, Afe Babalola.
So he did not attend primary school, he avoided secondary school. Is that where we are?
Yeah, you know, if that's what he did, if he didn't claim any
is
primary
that what
school,
you are claiming? Is that what you are
exactly,
claiming?
exactly. I'm just giving an example. If he has claimed that, for example,
he claimed school. He claimed that he
exactly,
attended some school.
exactly. But the
No,
fact
no,
that he
no,
claimed
no.
school,
But never mind what he claimed or did not claim. We're talking about what is likely to have happened. He comes from a reasonable, I'll say at least minimum middle class family. So are we saying that he did not go to primary and secondary school? So what exactly? Because there's a lot of inferences and innuendos. But what are you actually? What's the reference here?
Okay. Let's look at it from this angle now, for example.
No, let's look at it frontally. Let's look at it frontally.
Yeah, I'm just saying it. For example, now, even the
don't go to some abstract. No, don't go to some abstract person. Stay with Tinubu.
The question is that between his primary school and his university, something must have changed along the line.
Like what?
Maybe he changed his name. Maybe something just disappear disappear.
Okay. So are you saying he did not go to primary or secondary? Not, but is it your opinion that he did not go to primary or secondary?
No. I'm saying if when I was trying to prove that if he had gone to that, I would be expecting someone at least.
No. Let's start from a baseline. Are you suggesting that he did not go to primary or secondary?
I'm not saying that.
Okay, are you suggesting that he did go to primary and secondary?
Probably.
Oh, all right. So if he went to primary and secondary, did he go to that school all by himself?
No.
Oh, all right. So is it his responsibility then for his classmates and whoever to come out and say they were in school with him? Is it his responsibility?
Well, it is not absolutely his responsibility, but how come?
Is it in any way? No, don't forget how come. Is it in any way his responsibility?
It can be his responsibility if he wants to absorb himself. It doesn't have to.
It doesn't have to.
Yeah, it doesn't have to. But the same way that it's not his responsibility, those people that they attended school together in the United States, some of them said we attended school together.
I'm not aware that anybody did.
Okay.
But,
you
see, no, forget all of that.
It has been confirmed already.
Can you hold on, please? I want to nail down this ludicrous innuendos that is or how come the people that he went to school with? It is almost categorical that Tinubu went through this educational system. It's a Yoruba man from a family that had a reasonable income. It is almost categorical that he went to primary and secondary school and then went on to university. That is categorical. Even the most ardent hater of the guy will find a real struggle to say that he did not. So he went to school, but then he did not go to that school by himself. So if people don't come out to say, I was in his class or I wasn't in his class, it is not his responsibility. It's not his space. He doesn't have to parade people out. This is one of probably the most ludicrous yet of all of the. I'm almost sounding like a Tinubu fan now, for having to defend the guy, and I hate the guy. But just, how come this is just in
one man, one man,
ludicrous? Yes.
One man.
Yes.
You want to say he doesn't have old school association in the school, or they don't have old school association in the school that he attended, or alumni of the primary or secondary school that he attended?
No, Ajanle Koko. Did he go to secondary school? Do you think he went to secondary school?
He went to secondary school. He declared it in 1979 that he went to secondary school.
All right. So if he went to secondary school and nobody is coming out to claim that they were his classmates.
No, they discovered that he lied about that school.
No, forget about the lie.
No, we cannot forget.
Can you hold on? If he lied about whichever school, he must have gone to at least a school.
Yes.
Yes. So people went to that school with him. So forget that he lied now. So, but he went to a school and people went to that school with him. So where are they? Where are they?
One man.
Do you see the point?
Yeah. I got your point.
And they're
saying in Nigeria, some journalists, they are investigators. So now, when you investigate all the past leaders, for example, you are able to come out with a background. The question now is this. Now, they discovered that Tinubu lied, right? Fact. But how come?
It's not a fact, but
how come they are not able to pinpoint other school that this guy attended?
Okay, all right. He did not go to school. Let's go back to his
saying. Why did he say that?
Okay,
okay.
So did he go to school then?
Probably. Okay, you go to school, but we don't have the fact. That's what I'm saying. Probably.
What do you mean you don't have the fact? What do you mean probably?
Sorry, Ola.
Can you hold on? Let Ola speak, please. Okay. Did he go to school?
Probably.
All right. Okay. Well, I think categorically he did go to school
because he attended university. That's the only fact.
No. I'm not stupid. I'm not stupid that because he went to university. I'm saying that because of this level of society that he comes from, and because of the society that he comes from, that they price education so fervently in Yoruba land, he was almost categorically, because every single one of his peers and every single one of the peers of his parentage would have had their children in an educational system, as would he have been in an educational system. So these are what if Afe Babalola and Faye.
Are you saying we should not know the hidden thing about someone that aspires to
what do you mean the hidden? What's the hidden thing? What hidden thing?
What school did he attend? What school did he attend?
I don't know. Do you?
So that way, we demand to know. So why should someone just tell us something and we cannot verify? That is what we are saying. Like I said, I don't know. I want to know. For example, that's why when I brought Afe Babalola out, Afe Babalola's category, I said I didn't go. Don't exam.
Oh yeah, don't take us on a
So if he did something, like that, let him come out instead of lying to us. We will not okay.
What do you mean?
But I demand to know. I deserve to know this whether the person that is aspiring to become the president of my country is telling me the truth or is misrepresenting the fact. If he starts lying before getting to that place, for example, what will he do if he commits a greater crime like that? So
if a politician lies,
if at least see, politicians do lie, we know, but there are some that should be able to hold materials facts. That a politician promises you and lies, different thing, because you cannot hold to materials facts. But this one, we are saying, we are not, like I said, probably he went to school. He doesn't behave like someone that didn't attend school. But tell us, where did you go? That one will be able to give us the idea of his age. Are we not supposed to be concerned about the age or who is going to become our president?
Which one are you talking about? Is his age or his health?
Everything. Because age can have something to do with age. Because the older you are, sometimes the older someone is, the more likely is supposed to fall sick to some kind of sickness that will interfere in the way it runs the country. So as it is now, we need a very sound mind to direct the country. We don't even want the type of Buhari again. So we deserve to know his background. Because if you don't know, what if he comes from Cotonou, for example? What if he comes from Cotonou and becomes the president of the country? How come we don't know his school? At least we see Buhari now, his allegiance is more to the Nigeria Republic than Nigeria. Do we want someone that will become our president, for example, with an allegiance to another country? Every country will like to know the background of who is going to become their president. So see that
I think
is that not the most ridiculous thing? How come his schoolmates did not have
the problem could be that The problem could be that
for one man, you
name.
cannot continue to say this is ridiculous now.
Well, it is ridiculous. You know what I find. You know why I find it ridiculous. It's not really even any of the things that Ola said that you want to know as much as you can about the person.
One man.
Hold on. The innuendos and the inferences that if he went to school, how come his classmates have not come out to say that they went to school with him? Of course, he went to school. Of course, he went to school.
He went to school. We know he went to school.
I mean, where are we with this?
One man listen, he went to school.
So that is why I find ludicrous.
There is possibility of him, the name he used for his school. That's not what he used to win governorship election in Lagos State. It's possible
that's speculative, isn't it? That's speculative, isn't it?
Is not from Lagos State.
That's an Eastern narrative, isn't it? But
one man, that is where this whole thing is coming from. If this man is pure, he should bring. We know he went to school, but he should bring those paper out so that he will know where this man is from. So we'll know his age. So that we will know everything, because they have been hiding this. Nobody says, "Well, you did not go to school."
Do you remember when we were hammering that Buhari was Jubril, and they will tell us that his nose, his ears is not moving; it's a silicon. Look at
man,
is this not the same storyline?
The name inside that certificate might not be Tinubu. It might be different name.
Oh, that's Jubril al-Sudani now. Is that not a Jubril al-Sudani narrative?
See, one man, the reason why this thing is important is that they say anyone that wants to come into a power, we need to, check and checkmate and make sure that everybody is right. Are they okay with us? That's why they are seeking for all these things, and that's why it's even necessary for them to submit it to the INEC before anything can happen. So all this thing is important. Don't rate it as it's not important.
If I'm not saying it's not important, but the threshold that the INEC set, he has surpassed it with a university degree. So and that for me it ends that, because what INEC is seeking to establish is that you're sufficient enough of an education to hold that space, and I think he has met that.
I kind of agree with you. But when all these people on the street might not accept it,
his primary schoolmate. This is what
one man. You understand?
Is that not ludicrous?
So it's based on what he said when he was submitting that certificate to the INEC. He said that he didn't go to secondary school, he didn't go to primary school. How does that fit in?
What you understand? No, what do you mean? He did not say that?
Because they told him to submit it, there was nowhere to be found.
He left the space void.
Emmy, if he had said he didn't attend primary school or secondary,
he did not say that. So no, he did not say that though. So where did he say that?
I know. So even if he said that's not the problem.
By the action taken by him, he left that place void. That means he's telling the INEC that he did not go to secondary school and primary school.
That is your interpretation. He left it void.
But he should provide it. Because we all know he went to school, but he should bring it out for us.
No, he doesn't have to. The threshold, he has already submitted sufficient enough to surpass the threshold.
Man, let me use an example. You're in a company and you want to employ me, one man. And
let's stick with INEC. The INEC threshold is school cert. He submits a university degree. So he's already surpassed the threshold.
One man, I don't know where you're coming from. I don't even know where you're going.
It's straightforward now what I'm saying. INEC sets a minimum bar of a school cert. He submits a university degree, which not only satisfies the minimum bar, but surpasses it.
But there's a slot. That is a position meant for you to fill up that.
There are positions to fill in anything. Not every part of a form is filled.
Emmy,
in a form they will say Mr. or Mrs. Do you then write in the Mrs. part that I am not a female, or do you just leave it blank? So it's not every bit of a form that you fill. So, but I don't know.
Emmy, look at it this way.
Start from primary, secondary school to university.
An academic form now. What do you mean an academic form?
It's
What
not
do you mean
even
an
a problem.
academic
The
form?
problem is he filled the form before now, before when he was contesting as a governor and when he was contesting as a senator. The problem now is this: when people now put beam light on his background, he decided to remove all those things from what he's documenting. Now, the question is this: even if you want to conduct a background check for someone, you really want to know the background of this person that you want to give the number one job of that thing. Now, within those time that
But
this guy is telling you,
what do you mean a background check? Who is it? Is INEC conducting a background check?
are they not supposed to? Because
are they supposed to?
Are they not supposed to? So, for example,
no,
now,
are they supposed to? So sorry, are they supposed to?
I think they are supposed to.
No, I think you'll find that it is the DSS that does that.
But on behalf of who? On behalf of who?
What do you mean on behalf of who? On behalf of the Nigerian state.
So now, who are the INEC people representing? Are they representing themselves?
What are you talking about?
Those are the things that INEC are supposed to use. What we are still saying today is, why did this guy remove what he used before and all of a sudden, see, his background, his school, his primary school and secondary school.
No, you are extrapolating and projecting. So you are speculating.
We are not for example, if this guy, for example, is claiming 86, I will find out that he finished primary school maybe in the year 1938. That's one will tell you something, right?
What primary?
Wait now, if someone is 86 and is telling you in 70.
All right.
See, we want our country to run very well, and when you see the leaders that are telling lies, that is
what lies? What lies?
What? That okay. For example, if we have a Nigerian that is saying I'm 74, and there's no way TINUBU can be younger than me because I used to call him a uncle. Now, there's no way you can say he is in law. Some people really know these people very well. So now, just because of that controversy alone, the person that will become our president needs to clear the doubt so that we don't have wrong impression about him. But when you start running away from clearing yourself, then something is wrong. So he holds.
What about Peter Obi? How has he cleared himself with all of the lies that he tells?
See, for example, are we saying, for example, if you accuse an ordinary man on the street, are we going to say the same thing? Okay, maybe an ordinary man on the street, people go, this guy, we see this guy when he committed a particular crime, and he's saying that into this thing. Normally, we Nigerians say, oh, why should that matter? People want to know truthfully if this guy has committed that crime.
What about Peter Obi? What about the lies he tells?
This one is not a matter of Peter Obi. Now, when we get to Peter Obi,
is it a different standard?
Why are you bringing Peter Obi to this?
No, because he's holding. TINUBU seems to be held to a standard higher of purity, higher than every
it's just
other
simple.
Did I condemn Peter Obi on Pandora?
Bring your certificates out. It's as simple as ABCD. Bring your certificates out.
But Peter Obi a pathological liar that lies all the time.
Whenever I catch Obi, I've always counter Obi where it goes wrong. But I teach now, okay, it seems I'm supporting Obi. I'm not supporting Obi based on whether he's a saint or not. I'm just considering the three options we have on ground. That's what, because before now, but I was criticizing Obi, I was antagonizing Obi. But like I said, politics is dynamic. It's very dynamic. Now, when I now see the new fact before me now, I just have to change my own permutation.
What new fact? What new fact?
I have a lot. I have a lot of new facts. When TINUBU, for example, now, if I'm a Christian and you exclude me, for example, and I see what is happening in Nigeria, how do you want me to be comfortable? How do you want me to be comfortable when you are bringing someone from a state where all these criminals that they've deserted, that they've caused a lot of things, and this guy was even accused, even wrongly or rightly, but You know, Nigeria, when they accuse people, they don't clear themselves. Now, it's becoming his VP. And I know that a VP is a potential president. Now, if something happens to number one, so you want that kind of person to be my president? No way. There's no way I'm going to support that.
All right. So obviously a difference of opinion, but I just tire so much that where are the people that he went to primary school with? Because that will tell us that he went to primary school in 1804. Where are the people that you went to primary school with? Where are they?
Oh, am I contesting? If I'm contesting now, I will even hear the story. I never knew that myself.
I'm just telling you that I cannot put a face to.
Okay. I'm in the association of those people who went to primary.
Come on, honestly, you don't. I have my own student association. This Tinubu issue is as simple as. It's very simple. Tinubu, one man, don't take it serious. It's as simple as bring out a certificate so that it will clear the air.
Lied too. Why did Buhari come and give you his medical report when you were bouncing the Jubril thing that you were doing? Did he accede to the foolishness?
One man, Buhari brought his certificate out.
Now we were wrong in case of Buhari, but not me. We should be wrong.
But it's the same storyline, isn't it? Hold on. To Emmanuel, did Buhari pander to your Jubril Sudan is something that he's a shallow grave and silicon mask? Did he pander?
Pander what? I didn't get your question.
Did Buhari pander to your storyline of Jubril at Sudani, shallow graves and silicon masks and hologram casts and etc.?
Sudani, it's not coming from Nnamdi Kanu. Is it coming from us?
Yeah, was it not that the Eastern narrative? Did they pander to it?
That is where you people are getting this wrong.
You were inviting him to come in front of a camera and
one man. You think what Nnamdi Kanu is saying?
Why is he not doing live broadcast? His nose is not moving. Can you see his face? It looks like a 40-year-old. Was that not the whole thing? Why is it not? We want to see a doctor's report. Did he pander?
One man, don't think that the narrative and everything is concorded by everyone in Southeast. Don't even that angle. You understand? All this lie they are writing about Buhari that is not from Nigeria. You think everybody is accepting that in the Southeast? It's a narrative of group of people.
All right. It's just ludicrous, isn't it?
But what we are saying
a minimum bar has been set. It's not. Did Buhari? That's why I'm asking you. Did Buhari pander when you were doing the same thing with him? Did he pander?
Oh, that means. So that means what we are saying is a lie concerning Tinubu. That's what you're saying.
Because it's ludicrous. It's the thing. The INEC sets a minimum bar for school start. He presents a university certificate. Job done. So it doesn't have to pander to your narrative, does he?
Come on,
did Buhari pander to your narrative?
Let's leave that.
Buhari did not pander to your narrative. Now, when you're doing Jubril and Sudani,
is it a crime for us to demand this primary and secondary school background?
And you can demand anything. You can demand anything. You can demand anything, but he doesn't have to pander to you.
Please, guys, can I contribute?
A responsible leader should feel the concern. You have
the choice at the ballot. He has met the criteria, so there it is.
Of course, that is why we are going to cry out enough for people to know the danger in what they want to do.
Yeah, but you have been crying that cry. You've been crying that cry since 1999.
See,
you've been on his primary school certificate since 1999.
When we keep
and he has going to have a stellar political career since then.
There's something wrong. There's something wrong about this guy. Because I can even tell you now that I even want to know whether Tinubu is even in Nigeria.
It's from Sudan.
If I can be from Republic of Benin, how will I know?
It's from Sudan.
One man, please. After Ayo. One man, please, after Ayo, can I go next, please? I just came back from work and I just want to contribute before I go to sleep. Okay? Thank you.
All right. I'll round off your thoughts for reasons of time. And If you're going to be brief, I'll come to you. But if you're not going to be brief, I have to go to Emmanuel because he's coming in from Nigeria, and I really should have gone to him earlier. But
okay. Take Emmanuel.
Guys, I just whether I don't care about whatever resistance you face, whatever that you know that is right, do everything that is right. Don't fall for the same lies we fell into in 2015. Demand for the background of whosoever is going to rule you, and I stand by that. That's how my stop. I'm from Ekiti. I stand by my stubbornness. I demand to know the background of who wants to become my president. Sefini.
All right, brilliant. So to you then, Emmanuel. So kick it off then with the bandits surrounding Abuja, or the terrorists, even not the bandits.
Okay, woman. Thank you, everyone. Good evening, everyone. I appreciate the opportunity given to me. Okay, the bandit in Abuja is alarming, and I'm in Abuja here. To be honest with you, is something that we don't even know where the next target will be. That's how it is, but not the way Solly was saying that we are not going out, that we should be shivering or be panicking. No. So there was I think Monday or Tuesday that there was an alarm. They said nobody should go out, that there was a live shooting in Cuba Express. I think that has this or something like that. It was terrible, one man. Honestly, the insecurity in Abuja is terrible now, to the extent that they already have a camp somewhere. And what I'm even saying is that for the fact that people are saying that they have a camp there, what stopped our government to use machinery, even use their helicopter, throw bomb to their camp? What are we pandering these people like this? Why are we pitying them? If you already know that these people have a camp, like your topic said that there's some fashion of Boko Haram that have a camp, spread themselves. Those people that are telling us that they have a camp, they should relay with these people. Let's just a bomb, 2 or 3, we'll throw it in their camp, we'll kill all of them. And our government will kidnap, will arrest Boko Haram. They will throw them inside cell. Who does that? On the spot, kill them straight away. Anywhere as far as they are the one, make sure you slaughter them. Because keeping them there, what
language you trigger to YouTube?
Okay, sorry. So for the fact that they are criminals, they are terrorists, you shouldn't keep them. You shouldn't even investigate them. Make sure that on the spot as they fight, make sure that you do the necessary. You understand? You make sure that you do the necessary. Don't try to bring them to infiltrate the citizen. Imagine the 600 Boko Haram join these people now that are terrorizing us in Abuja here. See, I keep saying this thing that Buhari is a total failure. No matter how we want to do it, no matter how, in fact, the impeachment should come and it should be a disgrace to him. Whether he's being sympathetic to these people, I don't know. You know what is happening. You even promised her that you're a military man, that you're coming to, you know how to fight this battle. But you came, you turned everything upside down, from top to bottom. That's how you brought us. So one man, I think a lot of people have said a lot about this insecurity. The issue, like Pansat was saying, that it is. I know. See, these terrorist people, to me, they are ragtag, that they don't even have a organized leader or something. These are people that, if we are very, very organized, that's our security. If they, how many you can fish these people out and deal with them mercilessly? You are doing as if you people don't know how to do this thing. If you don't know how to do it, call foreigners, call other countries to help. I keep saying that when those terrorists kidnap one of the US citizens, it didn't take them weeks. It takes them just a day to recover their own. How many days? Just a day. And we are here, trying to pity them, try to know their camp, try to, even interview them. Is it BBC interviewing them and all that? So I don't understand. You come back and tell us that these people have a camp here, have a camp there. Tell us, let's go there and bomb the whole city with that place. I know the fear might be collateral damage, everything. So, but we should that's what they call them, intelligent unit. They should do their work. They should do their work, please. Oh man, that is okay for me.
All right, brilliant. And to the Tinubu controversial age, so it's just really, you just put your hand in a bowl and then you pick a number. This seems to be what we're doing now. Put your hand in a bowl and pick a number. So 86 is the latest number now. So what are you then making then? T Mark.
See, one man, what I'm making out of that point that Tinubu should come out and clear himself. As simple as ABC. Is causing a lot of a noise on the social media and on the live television and all these places. Why not come out and tell them this is what my age is? This is my real age, proven by my certificates, proven by what I have done. But you kept quiet. You left these people shouting, calling you names, tarnishing your names. Even the cousin, when I call it a cousin, this is Tima, coming out to say that Tinubu is my uncle, is married to my my mother's sister. The father married to my, the story. So it should come out openly and boldly to tell us all this so that this nonsense will stop. Because to me, Tinubu went to school. How will you tell me that a Yoruba of that time did not go to school? I will not believe it. But come and clear the air. The mistake could be that the name that is in certificate might not be what is bearing now. Maybe there is some middle name.
Why is that narrative being pushed? That his name is not his name. Why is that narrative being pushed?
But that could be the reason why he's not, because we have really reason why he's not bringing certificates out. One man, you self as a person, because that will bring his real age. That certificate, that primary and secondary school will bring his real age. That certificate will bring his real name. So as you, as a learned person, if you sit down and retrospect and think deeply, what made you, what will you say that is holding Tinubu down not to bring certificate out? It could be the reason. Number one is
I don't think Tinubu is being held down not to bring his certificate out. I think Tinubu has submitted the certificate that INEC required. He has met their criteria and he has moved on. So he's still, so he's not. I think he's moved on from there, but clearly some people are still there.
Yes. This man, is it Dele Mahmood or who, that was also saying, this man from Yoruba land, also saying that Tinubu, he can swear with him that Tinubu will not go to school. Me, I disagree with him. But what I was saying that he should bring it and show them, disgrace these people that have been saying this bullshit.
Yeah, but he's not obliged to, is it? Is he obliged to?
For him for him to bring this whole narrative down and nail it, bring it out and show them.
If he ever does that, that would never satiate the space, because once he reacts, they know they've got him, and then they'll start to prod and pick, and then they'll start to divot and pivot and say, "Oh yes, but it's a never ending." Nobody ever panders. Nobody ever panders to that.
See, keeping quiet like this is even making the whole
it's not
issue.
keeping quiet now. It's moved on. Nobody and a lot of people have moved on from it, and I'm surprised that people are still trying to cling on to it, but
it's coming from his family, right? It's not coming from his family. It's coming from his family. So if because I know that we have discussed this age before, but this one came from his family, and telling that he was calling him uncle. That the age is supposed, not even supposed, the age is 86. So it's coming from his family. And we tell now, the man now is a black sheep in the family. So for him to end this thing, these people that are even your brothers, your cousins are always coming out to tell that this is not your age. Prove them wrong. Prove Nigeria wrong. Prove citizen wrong.
He went on to T-Mac went on to say that Tinubu is not fit to be Nigeria's president. Do you know he went on to say that?
Yes, I watched. I listened. I read that article. I read it. But he actually hammered on the age. He hammered on the age. And he said,
no. Okay, he hammered that. But if he tells you that Tinubu is not fit to be president, what does that tell you? What does that tell you?
Yeah, he's coming from that point of age, because he seems him as the age is not smiling on him anymore.
No.
Do you understand?
No. He said he's not competent to be president.
That could be the reason, but competence. I will not say Tinubu is not competent. As of then, when he ruled Lagos, Tinubu was a competent man. Not now. Let's not divert. Nobody said that Tinubu is not competent. Tinubu, as of then, when he was in Lagos, when he ruled Lagos, was a competent man. He did well. But one man, let's be frank, the age is not smiling on this man. That's where T-Mac is coming. That the age, that this, you can see how when he was, what the Tinubu is vomiting from his mouth. That is not even articulate, not even accurate. Like some sort of thing that he's saying that will show that this man will be like Buhari Pro Max. Like it will be a blunder to the economy. So nobody will say that Tinubu is not competent. Tinubu is competent, but not now. As of then, he was. And T-Mac will not say that Tinubu is not competent then because he did well in Lagos. You understand? So let's forget about all the embargo that is surrounding him. But Tinubu did well in Lagos. But not now. Based on what we are hearing from his mouth, based on how he just opened mouth one, a lot of things will be coming out that is not even reasonable. Based on reasoning of, based on not listening to inner mind of going to pick a Muslim ticket without minding the citizen feelings. That is all we are saying.
All right, Emmanuel, let me share this screen with you. I was misquoted. T-Mac makes U-turn after saying Tinubu not qualified to be Nigeria's president. So what T-Mac was doing is a hatchet job. But let me read you now his latest pivoting. Former president of the Performing Musicians Association of Nigeria, P-Man, whatever, aka T-Mac, has said he was misquoted that the All Progressives Congress presidential candidate Asiwaju Bola Tinubu is not qualified to be Nigeria's president in 2023. In a Facebook comment section, T-Mac had argued that T-Mac has argued that so much about the former Lagos State governor is shrouded in secrecy. The flutist, and that flutist was misspelled, by the way, the flutist, who claimed Tinubu is an in-law of his, said the APC flag bearer is 86 years old. Reacting to the now viral post, the musician said he made the remarks during a private conversation. He however, said his grudge against Tinubu is that he sold President Buhari to Nigerians in 2015. The statement reads, only grouse with Tinubu stems from his involvement in selling President Buhari to Nigerians in 2015. My attention has been drawn to a post that has gone viral on social media regarding a private banter. So you know what banter means. My attention has been drawn to a post that has gone viral on social media regarding a private banter with a Facebook acquaintance on the eligibility of Asiwaju Bola Tinubu for the office of the President of the Federal Republic of Nigeria. The statement reads, Whilst it is regrettable that such a private conversation went viral from our Facebook account, let me state that the conversation was taken out of context. In the first instance, I have high regard for the person of the APC presidential candidate, a two-term governor of Lagos State, a revered leader of the APC. I have lived in Lagos since I relocated from Switzerland, and I can attest to its transformational impact in the state. More significantly is his ability to identify and engage exceptional and committed technocrats in governance with tangible results over time and maintaining relationships with them and others across the board. This, I believe, will be replicated if he's given the opportunity at the federal level. His all-inclusive style of governance has seen people from other states, ethnicities, and faiths take up appointments in Lagos, serving meritoriously too. Consequently, his competence is not in doubt. I only express my fear for the rigor of the office. My only grouse, which I still stand by, is that it was Tinubu who sold Buhari to the nation in 2015, which candidate, contrary to all expectations, underperformed. So there it is right there, so there it is right there. So there it is.
Yes, one man. This is medicine after death. I remember that. Yes, it's a medicine after death. I remember that he didn't address the age. You understand? So, and I'm sure that he was pushed to do what he's doing now, because the first one was from his heart that he did it. This one was actually cajoled. This second one I say now is actually cajoled by people to go out and publish this. But the first one came out from his sincerity, and that's where he was.
That's the attribution you are giving it.
No, because that one nobody forced him. That one nobody cajoled him.
No, it was banter. You know what banter is? Boys talk. Yeah.
Yes, but that one he said it out of his the way he feel it, the way he sees it.
It was banter. It was banter. He said it himself. So why are you now rebranding it?
That one man, I'm telling you that this one that he's saying now is medicine after death.
All right.
Because nobody is going to buy this narrative now. Me and you know that one. That everybody.
No, me, I don't know that, or you know that, but I carry on.
One man, don't deny the fact. You know that this one is medicine.
I don't know that now, because what he's saying, he explained what his graph is with Tinubu, that he sold Buhari to the nation, and Buhari has started. He came in and was just killing everybody. Has been since. So that is what. And then he went on to describe Tinubu's competence and capacity with examples.
Which is the one I was telling you in Lagos, that not as of now. You understand? Not as of now. Tinubu as of now, Tinubu cannot rule Nigeria because of.
You don't know that now. No. His last documented achievement.
We know that. See the choice of his running mates. That is a mess.
What do you mean? So it's a mess? It's an inspired choice. It's an inspired choice.
That's not an inspired choice. That is a mess. One man.
From your outlook.
You saw people, someone like Zulum, someone like Digre, you do not pick them. You're picking, even though you're picking Muslim, you have a real choice that to pick. You're picking Shetima.
Yes, it's a super brain, Shetima.
Where is the super brain coming from? Someone that cannot control his.
It's more intelligent than Peter Obi.
From where? From which angle?
Don't even
go there.
It's better educated, more sharper in pronouncements, has a stronger body of work.
That is your own thought. But all of us know that he made a mistake in that picking that Shetima, and it's a mess. And we all know that. You understand? Let's even leave Muslim. That's Shetima. You can't be compared with Zulum and other people. Like the man can easily pick, but he went and picked. That's what I'm telling you, that going forward, this Tinubu will be making a lot of huge mistake, which he cannot sit down and reason how this thing play. You know, that's what we are saying here. Age is not helping this man anymore. And he's so adamant, stubborn that he might not even listen to what people are saying. Okay, somebody like him would have said, okay, fine, let me support Osibanjo, because they tell him as a king's maker. I supported Osibanjo, and Lord Osibanjo, champion this thing. This is how we'll bring a Yoruba nation to life. But see him, due to his greediness, due to his selfishness, he just wants to, make everything work for him.
All right. So let me highlight. I'm highlighting this comment, Emmanuel, just to make the point I was making earlier when I was saying if Tinubu will be making a fatal schoolboy error if he ever pandered to the narrative of school SARS. So here is an example of why I said that. So this is a comment from a guy called James. He said that since he came out to clear his statement, he should also come out to clear his school saga. So there it is. So it's yes, but, isn't it? It's yes, but, and it never stops. It's yes, but. So that's the yes, but.
It's just like the issue is that Tinubu might not go to Arise TV himself, and if he dare go to Arise TV, a lot of questions will be raised. Someone like Rufai will ask him terrible question that he doesn't even know how he'll answer it. So, and I'm sure that he's going to ask him how he makes his wealth and his real age. Mark these two questions. Rufai will ask him that question. Ask him, well, how do you make your money? Because he had dared to ask the DJ of Tinubu camp, and the man fumbled. He didn't answer the question. So they will ask him that question, and that's where his voice. They will ask him where is his certificate.
Do you think at some point they should ask him about his plan for Nigeria?
What? Ask him about what?
His plan for Nigeria. His plans for Nigeria.
They will ask him. They will ask him a lot of. Rufai will ask him a lot of questions if it happen to be.
Forget Rufai. What are you more interested in? Tinubu's plans for Nigeria or his primary school certificate?
They will ask him just the way they thoroughly dealt with Obi. They will do that. They will ask him everything.
The way they thoroughly dealt with Atiku.
Atiku was no. The Atiku was and molded. But if they didn't want to face it real dirty by dirty, they should come to that Arise. Let them real, and I'm sure he cannot do that because he will disgrace. He cannot come to Arise on a live interview. He will just disgrace himself. Tinubu will disgrace himself, honestly. So it's better the way Atiku pre-arrange his own. He should do the same thing. And,
you know that the most intelligent people on this planet, they are dyslexic, they are schizophrenic, and they think in broad strokes. The brightest minds.
Okay, and who are you referring to?
Certainly not Peter Obi.
Oh? Who are you referring to? One man.
Well, I'm not referring to Peter Obi, but if you are saying that it would not be able to have the articulation of being prodded at by Rufai that wants to try and unruffle him, and then if Rufai then unruffles him by putting his usual French nonsense, and that would be then the fait accompli. That's not the fait accompli. It is the broadness of his idea. It is the philosophy. It is the ideology. It is the antecedent.
You think
so? It is not
wait. Let me go.
I'm being beaten around by
Rufai. Rufai journalist is nonsense.
Do I think what?
Rufai journalism is nonsense. The way he asks questions.
I think Rufai. I think he's there for comedy effect. That's what I think he's there for.
Comedy, one man. He is the toughest. In fact, Nigeria rank him as #1 now.
All right.
Because he doesn't look face.
I mean, now because they told the truth, that's why people just ring the thing around him. Rufai is one of the best we have, fearless.
No. Tell one man. One man, he's the number one
like
now.
Dr. Abati, that we still try to have some kind of politics, but Rufai is fearless.
Rufai, you look at your eyes and force you to say that thing he's asking you. He will force you to say it. You make sure that heat come out of your face. So and that's why they shielded him from Atiku, because he dare not ask Atiku that kind of question. He dare not go there because he must. And that's, if you watch the commentary he made when Atiku finished, he said Atiku interview is just blabbling nonsense.
You know when I listen to Rufai, you know what I think of?
Okay, what did you think of?
I think of a preacher man. You know, and then the Lord said, this is a preacher man, isn't it? It's just a sanctimonious, self-righteous, false indignation, and just acting up.
So he wants one man. What do you want him to lie? To deny the facts?
To stop acting. He's an actor, isn't he? But just.
No, one man. Sometimes I think that this is our platform. We should be setting things right. When as young as Rufai is a very young guy, yes, at our age now, maybe probably 30 something, that want to know facts, and you're calling it nonsense. Somebody like me,
that's my subjective view. If you want to hear probing questions, then you listen to Dr. Abati, or even to
Dr. Abati, the politician. He ponder words. He doesn't say the truth. If see, maybe one might, you don't need to follow most of this interview and the commentary below. If you know when Rufai is asking these people question, in fact, they only want Rufai to be mentioned and Rufai asks question before any other person, because Rufai will hit you hard. And you're calling it nonsense that he's just a preacher.
No, maybe nonsense is a bit excessive, because it certainly seems to have captured minds that are still finding refinement. But
it captures our mind that we are looking for solution, that we're looking for answers.
That's what I said. It's captured minds that are still looking for refinement, but refined minds, it doesn't capture that.
Which oh man. See, most time I don't understand you. Most time you tend to, I don't know whether try to defend, on scene. You understand? Which I don't get it. You understand? Somebody, I want to know facts. They want to know where you're making your money. Want to know your real age. They want to know what happened so year. Want to know how you handle it. And you're calling it a preacher? You just want the one that they have already,
Okay, do you want to know about his achievements in Lagos, the inclusiveness, the diversity in both religion and ethnicity, the politics that he has documented, the people that he has built up, and his plans for Nigeria? Do you want to know any of that? Well, it's just
I want to know them.
Is his primary school certificate?
No, one man. I want to know it. And that's the stage by that is why the journalist. That's the stage by stage. If you answer this, we'll go to another one. We'll go to another one. Of course, we all know that. But don't try to hide under the shade that you can.
That's what I'm saying. That Rufai, he is more a champion of minds that are still evolving refinement, But the ones that have reached some sort of refined settlement, they're quick to this. I don't know anybody that is not dismissive of Rufai, but
See, one man, ask yourself why they're avoiding him.
Because ask yourself why it's youthful exuberance, isn't it? It's youthful. They don't want to contend with his youthful exuberance.
That is the stage we are going now. That is the stage Nigeria is going. You see that youthful exuberance? That's the stage we are going now. That you have to do the right thing, or we'll pin you down. That is the angle. Not that old way, pre-arranged interview. No, We want the one that will pin you down. You must say it. If you can't say it, you say it through any means you want to say it.
Pin him down and nail him down, Abi. Is that it? Is that the object of the exercise? Pin him down and nail him down, Abi.
You must say the truth. You must say it, or you tell us you don't know it. You must pin you down. You say the truth. If you watch the interview that Obi had with him when he came back from Egypt, Obi was sweating coming out of that place.
Obi is always sweating now because Obi he doesn't have the confidence in the thing that he's doing.
Let Tinubu and Atiku come and
you know he's paddling very hard, Obi, because he's in deep waters.
Yes, I know. He's a very
no, he's beyond his depth. He's swimming at depths that is not qualified. Anyway.
He never gets tired. He's a workaholic. We will all know that.
We don't know that though. That's a narrative he puts out. What's the workaholic?
One man. Obi is a workaholic.
How so?
How so?
Yes.
One man, let's not go there. That I'm telling you now. As they were asking him those dirty questions, they should ask these people the same dirty question. They should not arrange question for them. That is politics. Let them face it. Let Tinubu face his age, face his certificate, face his whatever he thinks that he's running away from. He should face it and face Nigeria.
All right.
And I wish that they will have that debate. Probably EL-RIFAI will champion it. You will see how it will be.
Are you sure you want EL-RIFAI to champion it?
Yes, EL-RIFAI will champion it. Let him champion it. You will see that Tinubu will leave that place.
EL-RIFAI, are you sure about that?
RIFAI, sorry. I mean RIFAI.
I know. I'm only teasing. But I know. Very good. You held your own. But no. If you want to really understand, you have to. It's like a rich gâteau when Dr. Abati is interacting with people. It's so many layers that lay us up to the question, and then so many layers that lay us into the answer. So a lot to unpick. It's a bit like looking at a piece of art. If you look at abstract art,
but one man, Abati is a politician. Are you aware of that?
I'm aware of who Abati is. Yes.
Good. He's a politician. You expect him to go rough?
No, that's what I'm saying. It's all in the nuance. It's all in the nuance now. It's all in the nuance. There's a drum. There's a drum in Yoruba land, Emmanuel. There's a drum in Yoruba land that is called the Agidigbo drum. The Agidigbo drum. It's always beaten in codes, and only the initiated, the liberated of mind will understand it. So you don't just like Rufina. It's not in the jungle. It's not in
the jungle. See, one man, I'm telling you that's why they don't want him. They are shooting him away because of those dirty questions he asked those politicians.
Because he's a yam head. That's why they don't want him to come and make the place untidy. They don't want him to go and make the place untidy.
He's a yam head.
He's a yam head. He's a yam head. And that weight that he's losing, it doesn't even suit him. And then he needs to go. He's a fat boy. Let him go and go back to his fat boy status.
Nigeria love that boy. Let me tell you, Nigeria really love the boy. Like EL-RIFAI, they love him so much that they want him to be in every space answering this question, because we, the citizens, want to be hearing the answer. You don't get it, one man. You don't get where we are coming from. We want to know you. We want to raise your agbada and know what is there. So that is it.
All right, brilliant. Well done, Emmanuel. So well done, Emmanuel. So Emmanuel, let me take you to this final talking point, because we're in deep hours now. As we always get into deep hours, we try to avoid it, but we never seem to succeed. So let me leave Tinubu completely. But how can you even leave Tinubu? Why Afenifere is no? Let me not take you there, because I think we've labored that space enough. Let me take you then to Kwakwanso pleading that Buhari should not be impeached. So he said for reasons of not rocking the boat. So just a quick commentary on that, and then I'll go on to Joel, who hopefully has not gone to bed already.
Okay. Well, Kwankwaso said that, but he did not give us reason why Buhari should not be impeached. So, one man, I would even love to go for that very part than this one, because this one
Okay.
is the real.
Okay. All right. Go for it then.
The
They endorse Peter Obi, slam Tinubu. So why then? Is that treachery on the part of the Yoruba group? Betrayal, Afoja?
So, one man, I think they're like Indigo, right? All this Indigo group.
Yeah,
all those elders.
Yes.
Indigo, right? Yes, I think number one, the reason possibly they want the power to be shifted to other regions, and also looking at the age that beclouded Tinubu, his age and all that. You understand? Because you won't tell me that the very people will say that Tinubu is not competent because Tinubu has ruled Lagos. So they look at his age, probably, and they look at his choice of, see, one man, when you come to Tinubu, let me tell you, there's a lot you need to factor. That is where I keep telling all of us. You factor a lot before you cast your vote to Tinubu. That is anybody outside Southwest. If you're if you're putting your thumbprint for that place, you first of all reason, is this man qualified? What is the thing that they have been saying about this man? Is he okay? You understand? So there's a lot we need to consider. And I'm sure that those elderly men from Yoruba land, the very people, they have already noticed that Tinubu is not okay by age. 2, the power should go to another region. Probably it has gone to north, south, southwest. Now you should go to the southeast. And the man coming from the southeast seems to be the best among all the candidates coming out. You understand? So probably that's how they reason it, and that's how they're endorsing him. So that's how I'm saying it. And they have made a good choice. Don't say they have made a bad choice. They made a good choice. One man. Because anyone that is endorsing P2B is making a good choice for Nigeria. Because we want to leave this environment or this cycle that they normally present for us. We want to go to different dimension. Let's start from scratch. To me, as Obi used to say, that we'll start from a hut and build a nation. Because if Tinubu wins now, tell me who is going to continue from what is going to happen. Definitely Tinubu will continue from where Buhari stopped. And those cabal that have been in charge of a Buhari regime will champion a Tinubu regime as well. And probably it will get worse than the way we're saying it. It's good we tell ourselves the truth to one man. That's what I'm telling you. See, you are in UK. You don't know what is happening in Nigeria. Let's face the fact.
I know more than you.
One man, you might know more than me, but
what is happening in Nigeria? I mean, not yeah. I know more than you.
One man, you might know more than me, but the way you the suffering that's eating us deep inside here, because you are outside where everything is working fine.
The suffering that is eating you deep. Whose image is on your avatar? Whose image are we looking at on my screen on the screens? Who's in that picture?
One man is my image. What has that got to do with what I'm saying?
You are suffering. You are looking like this and you are claiming suffering.
One man.
Is this suffering? You are looking like an American boy in Nigeria. You are claiming you are suffering.
No, one man. See, if I go to market, it's the same thing. Those people are suffering is what I'm suffering. See, sometimes
You are not part of Emmanuel. You are not part of the people suffering in Nigeria. Or let's be honest. You are not part of them.
one man I'm suffering. One man. See,
You are not.
I've not been able to pay. See, I've not been able to pay my rent all these years. All this why? Because of where the things are going. Things are not going well. By now, I've paid my rent for many months now. But here am I still struggling to pay. See, no matter how you think you're rich, this thing will still hit you hard. One man, I'm telling you the truth. It's before.
I hope you are not using your rent money to chase babes. So, are you using your rent money to chase babes? You look like somebody that chases babes.
Oh man.
All right. Talking about chasing babes, let me show you something. Do you think that Ruben Abati? Do you think he has a crush on Ojiokwe? Do you think so?
Well, I don't know. In this way, wait, one man. I don't. Where are you coming from? Wait.
All right. Let me show you why. Let me show you why I'm asking. Let me show you.
Joining us now is Ojinika Ube with stories trending around the world. Hello, Jinex.
Good morning, Dr. Abati.
Are you sure that man? That's not an Agbaya. He has a crush on that girl, no doubt about it.
No. It has no. That means he have not been following Money Show in Arise TV. Money Show. That's how for many years now. That's how Abati used to address. Yes.
I know. Ojenix, you're in charge. Take charge. Ojenix, Genix. You know. But I don't do that to Rufai or to do now or Adeswa. It's just Ojiokwe. It's just she used to be a model.
I think Tunde is married, and he can't do it to. And meanwhile,
no, Tunde is divorced. Tunde is divorced as his OG. They are both divorced.
Okay, I know. Ojinika is one that anchor the news trading around the world, and that's what comes first at that morning show. So probably she's the one that championed that space.
He has a crush on that girl. There's no doubt about it. Ojinika, take charge. Look at that, Agbaya. All right. Thank you, Emmanuel. So thank you, Emmanuel. For time, let me go from you to Joel, who hopefully is still there. Joel of Nashville, are you there? Yes, I think because it was coming back from. Oh, are you there? No, your connection is not latching on. No, I don't think you're not in a, we can't really is the short answer to that.
Okay.
Yeah, let me go to Saki and then come back to you because we can barely, in fact we can't even at all hear you.
Okay,
let me go to Saki and then hopefully by the time we come back. All right, let's go to Saki. So Saki, as ever, so we leave you only because we want to enjoy you for as long as we can. So now to Saki father, who is always straight to the point, and to the point with this Saki father, all three factions of Boko Haram now successfully established around Abuja. So it's not a surprise, but it's certainly a worry. Saki.
Yeah, it is worrisome. It is worrisome. People have commented much on that space. It's worrisome. Every day for the past, say, 4 days, any day I wake up, that's the question I ask myself: are you sure election is going to hold in Nigeria? Because it's getting to a dangerously unfair level. The state of insecurity in Nigeria, it's nothing to write home about. Someone just sent me a chat. I was like, he asked me, he said, "Guy, what is happening in your country? That your country is fast becoming Afghanistan." And that's because the narrative
out there, to even outside people that are not Nigerians who are living abroad. You know, the narrative among them is that terrorist is almost taking over the presidency right now. So I don't know this administration. Would I say that they have not done enough, or will I say that they are complicit? Uh, no one is very sure if they are complicit in the whole terrorism, whatever. But they should do something fast, you know, because if something is not done fast or quickly to tackle these things, we might not see 2023 election. That's my worry. So that is my contribution in that space. Since before.
All right, and the controversy around TINUBU'S age is something that has been long and standing. Do you have any thoughts on that, Osaki?
Yeah, I don't think people should overflog that issue. That's To me, it's an irrelevant point of discussion. People should not focus on those shadows. They should rather focus on substance, and the substance is the plan for Nigeria. How do we solve security issues? How can you, as a presidential candidate, if you become president, what are you going to do? I think that should be the main focus. So people should focus on issues. The other day when Shehu was interviewing P2B, the last interview they had on channels, I didn't like that interview. It was to me very, very boring. It was a very boring interview. At the time I was like, focused more on issues of this person said, Atiku said, what are you saying? Tinubu camp said, what are you responding? You know, those things are irrelevant. You should have focused more on issue-based questions. That is the focus right now. So the only thing I know Nigerians are worried about, which everybody should be, is also worried when it comes to the issue of age, is the fact that there is a kind of positive relationship between age and health, you know, in most cases. So maybe if people are worried that maybe if we have very old president as Buhari, that the health issues will also is likely to be a problem. Maybe, but people should not focus on does he have primary school certificate, how is his name written on the certificate. These are not issues. These are not the focal point. He has presented his university certificate. It has been verified that he attended school of that level. So I think we should take on at that level and forget about focusing on those matters that are irrelevant. That's my take on that.
All right, brilliant, Saki. So Saki, they moved to impeach Buhari, of course, a 6 weeks ultimatum given
It will
him.
not hold waters.
But
That
our
one will.
council saying no, don't impeach him.
Kwawanso is saying that on grounds of self-interest. But to me, impeachment will not hold any water. So we shouldn't waste our time.
But would you like to see it if it was possible?
If it is possible, I would like to see it. You know, I would like to see it if it is possible. You know, so I know that I'm very sure that Buhari already is tired. He's tired of this whole thing. But because of that Afrocentric or African leadership mentality, no president or head of state in Africa will want to resign. You know, but I think if he resigns at this point, I think history will not forget him, for making that attempt, for breaking that leadership whatever in Africa. So most African leaders, when they are doing bad, they find it difficult to resign. Look at this guy is in UK. What's the name again? Is it
Yeah,
Boris Johnson?
Boris
Yeah.
Johnson.
So
Yeah.
you can see the way he resigned. Look at Pope. Let me go to the Catholic Church.
You know the Pope wants to resign, or has he resigned already?
Oh, I don't know. This current Pope, I think he will. But the last one, the Pope Benedict the 16th,
Yes.
he honorably resigned. He resigned, he tendered his resignation and said he's resigning on the grounds of age, that he could have done more, but age could not allow him to do certain things again. So he resigned. This is honor. I don't know why your country is burning. Your country is burning. People are dying every day, you know, and you are already tired. He himself said it. He's already tired. He wants to go to Daura and. So since you're already tired, the country is burning. Why don't you resign? Or why don't you even if you don't want to resign, why don't you transmit authority to this guy, Osibajo? You know, I believe that if he transmits authority to Osibajo, so Osibajo carry on.
I don't think his tribesman will allow that.
Yeah. If he tells Osibajo now carry on like for the next 6 months, I'm telling you see a lot of changes. I'm telling you, these what do we call it? These terrorists, they will begin to rethink. Because it is possible these terrorists are doing this thing because they know the person that is, at the helm of affairs. Or because they are, I don't know whether they are, because there is another narrative people are, I don't know how true it is, but people are making other conspiracy narrative that it is possible that they had some agreements in the past, or that it is possible that there is something these terrorists know that we don't know. And that is why the government appears to be almost passive, to the way they should have handled these issues. So I don't know. But if I were him, I would just like take a break and say this thing has gone beyond what I can do. Let me try and see if my vice can handle this issue. So I think, but the issue of Kwankwaso you're talking about, I think that statement is just made on personal and self-interest, on the basis of self-interest. So let's not waste our time discussing that area. So
All right, Saki. Just on the Pope you mentioned, let me just bring you this as an aside. There's a good chance that the current Pope may well resign within the
yeah,
next. Yeah,
actually, I saw the
yeah. Let me bring
I
it
saw the
because
current pope. I saw the
yeah,
current pope like recently he went to Canada.
yeah.
So I saw him in Canada.
Hmm.
He was like on a wheelchair.
Hmm.
I was like, I'm suspecting that there is likelihood that this Pope Francis is likely to resign very soon.
All
You
right,
know,
let me bring you this Saki, which is just something that's just breaking into the space. Pope Francis says he could retire from papacy over health concerns. You can change the Pope, he said. So this is something that I think actually broke today. The Pope said he would be ready to resign one day if serious health problems prevent him from running the Catholic Church. Pope Francis said his advancing age and difficulty walking have ushered in a new slower phase in his papacy. Uh, I don't think I can continue doing trips with the same rhythm as before. The 85-year-old told reporters abroad the plane returning to Rome from a week-long trip in Canada. So there's a good chance that the Pope,
yeah, he will.
yeah,
No, Francis will definitely resign. From once he has made this statement, he will resign. And one thing you will know is that the very day he's going to read out his resignation letter, it will come as a surprise to maybe College of Cardinals. Most of the cardinals, they won't even know. that he's going to take that action. But from what he has said right now, I am going to expect that he resign. I actually saw him, like I said, in Canada. I was like, no, this man has chances to resign. Because the other pope has broken that record. So I think he will want to follow suit. So that's what this is what I expect from presidents, leaders. If the thing has gone beyond you, you feel that this is not what I can handle again. Is Buhari has
But
never,
you can't have the same expectancy for the African space now. We are still barbarians.
that is the issue. But even if Buhari resigns now, he has had the record of being one-time president of Nigeria. It doesn't diminish the fact that he has actualized his lifelong dream. There's someone like he has already actualized it. So even if he resigns today, he's gonna still remain one-time president of Nigeria. And again, history will not even forget him. He's going to be the first person that have broken that record in Africa. That is the way I think. If I'm the one, I'll just resign. Go and rest.
All right, brilliant.
Better brains will do that.
All right, brilliant. So to the Ohanese endorsing Peter,
Yes, I want to talk. I want to talk on
yeah,
that space. And
yeah.
I want to talk on that space.
Carry on, yeah.
Yeah, I feel if okay, yeah.
No, not Ohanese,
Actually,
Afenifere, I should say. Yeah,
yeah, I
carry
feel
on.
if
Yeah,
yeah.
yeah.
Actually, what's the name again? Adebanjo.
Yes, Ayo
Aya
Adebanjo. Yeah,
Adebanjo.
yeah,
Yeah, yeah.
yeah.
I think he has always stand on principles. Even in the past, I'm not a fan of Nnamdi Kanu, but I had Nnamdi Kanu mentioning that name always. As one of the good people he has seen in Yoruba land. He keeps saying, if you go to Yoruba land, people like Ayo Adebanjo, something like that. So I think these are very, they are like Angela Coco said, they actually endorsing P2B on grounds of principles, grounds of equity. That the Southeast should, since it is coming to the South, and the other two South, and Southwest has had this before. Let it go to Southeast. But I don't think he's trying to say that Tinubu is not going to be that Tinubu is not competent. They didn't say something like that. They only said on the grounds of equity and fairness that it should be Southeast, and they are standing on that. And luckily, the person that is coming out in Southeast, like I told you, he's not somebody like Uzodimma, Hope Uzodimma, or somebody like Ukorocha, or somebody like Kanu. What's the name again? The other one, or Joseph Kanu. So the person is somebody that has led the states, and he has shown proven capacity, proven competence, and proven integrity. And then you one man when you give him 35% scorecard, when you are giving him like that score, I don't think it was a fair score.
No, I was only trying to give Ajale Koko a hard time. Yeah.
I don't think it was a fair score. And again, there is something I also want to correct. Most times data is very important. Like I said, data is very
This
important.
is for Kulata, Abi.
Yes. I'm trying to bring it again. I think Kulata is here.
Yes, it's in the comment section. Yeah, causing trouble.
He will attack me this time.
Yeah.
But data is very important. I must tell you. You can't disregard data. But in Africa, especially in Nigeria, you know, our data most of the time may likely misrepresent facts, information. In the sense that, for instance, I will tell you, if Nigeria presents to you the number of people that have suffered corona in Nigeria, coronavirus, will you believe that very data?
I wouldn't believe any data from Nigeria, but
Yeah. So I wouldn't. So again, if you talk about like when Kolata said something about 20% poverty in Anambra State to 60% between 2004 and 2010, you know, like the article that was written by Soludo, you know, even if that statistics he gave, because I know he's wrong, because this guy, what do we call him? Gozi Kojiwara wrote like another article, replying that very article, and debunk those figures Soludo was giving. But even if those figures are correct, and suppose those figures are coming from National Bureau of Statistics in Nigeria, I wouldn't so much believe in that. You know, I'm not saying I'm going to discard data, but what I'm trying to say is there are different sources of knowledge. If you want to know about something, you can either know through authority, you can either know through intuition, you can also know from what we call like participant observation. You know, so if you go to Anambra State, when Peter was the governor of Anambra State, and ask the people in Anambra State who actually are living in Anambra State for that period, who actually are making income from that Anambra State, who actually are doing business in Anambra State, and ask them about their quality of life, you know, during his time and the time of Obiano, you know, most of them will tell you that things got harder for them when Obiano was the governor. Most of the people will tell you that they could barely feed, you know, they struggle to make money during the time of Obiano. But if you are going by data, you might be wrong to say that Peter Obi's tenure, a lot of people were made poor compared to Obiano's term. But when you go to the real people in Anambra State and ask questions, they will tell you that their life was worse off during the time of Obiano than the way they used to live when it was um, Peter Obi, you know. So sometimes data in Nigeria cannot we cannot rely so much on what statistics they are giving out in Nigeria, you know. Then there was a platform, I think I saw Kulata in a platform. That very platform was organized by, you know, this guy that does Dr. Damages.
Yeah, Rudolph, something like that.
Rudolph. There was one man that came out in that very platform. I wasn't on the platform actually. I was just watching. And Kulata was not also on the platform. Kulata was watching. But Kulata was commenting on the comment section. And that very guy, I don't know whether the guy is living in the UK, but the guy was trying to say something he found that he thinks is faulty about P2B. Like he said that P2B is a good man and is very competent, but that to him that there are three three areas he will like fault P2B somehow, and he listed the three areas. After saying that, I saw like a comment on the comment section, and that very comment was coming from Kulata. Kulata said, "This is there was the way he said it, like, yeah, he said this is a very constructive criticism." And when I saw that very
Also a copycat criticism, because it was actually Kulata that listed the fault lines of Peter Obi on this
okay,
platform. So that
so
person actually stole it from
when he
Kulata.
now said it, when he now made that comment, I saw that comment, Kulata, I just laughed.
He's just doing Peter Obi down all over the social media.
I said this guy, doesn't
You
want
know, I challenged him once that the Peter Obi still his babe or something, because it's almost personal. It's almost personal.
So, but one of the thing the guy said, the name of the guy is Uke Dibe. And that name is an Igbo name. Maybe the guy is from Anambra State, I don't know.
But one thing the guy said is that P2B, that one of the problems P2B has is that he does almost everything himself, as if to say he does like he knows all. Now, when a leader is doing like he knows all, now that is not a good quality, you know. That thing he said, because he was saying it and he was saying it as if it was an experience he had with P2B when P2B was the governor of Anambra State, you know. I didn't think the guy really put the whole thing in context. The only thing I would say about P2B is not as if he knows everything. But what I would say about him is that he over supervises. Like he is over supervisory. Let me put that word.
Micromanaging.
Yeah, he is over supervisory. For instance, if P2B tells you you are the commissioner of education in Anambra State, you know, he doesn't just tell you you are education minister for, commissioner of education, and allows you to do all those work related to education without him coming one day to do like supervision, something like that. He doesn't just give you something and leave you to be doing it, you know, and you do it. He doesn't. One day he want to come and see what you are doing. He want to observe this thing you are doing. Have you done it right the way he actually expected it to be done? You know, for instance, if it says you are the commissioner of education in Anambra State, you know, you will see
Saki,
him. Yeah.
that's how it's supposed to be now. You see, our governors, they are like sit down in office governors.
Yeah,
Governors are
that's
not
what I'm saying.
supposed to. Governors supposed to check on the ministry, look at what they are doing, check the progress on every ministry, how they are progressing, how they are performing. That's the job of the governor. You can't just sit down in the office 4 years. You don't visit. You don't check on the progress of every one of your ministry and know what is going out there. So he was doing the right thing by visiting, by checking.
Yes, that is what I'm saying. He was doing the right thing. But when that guy called Okedibe came to that platform, the guy criticized P2B. He was like saying that P2B does as if he knows everything. Like he doesn't, when he delegates job to you, he doesn't allow you to
Sabi.
do something like that. That was what he said. So I wanted to correct it on this platform because when he said it, Kulata made a comment immediately and said this is a very good constructive criticism, you know, without knowing what actually without knowing the truth of the way P2B handled things. P2B will say, okay, you are commissioner of education, but one day he will not even call you. He will just visit one of the schools. He will visit one of the schools and ask those senior prefects in the school, okay, how are you people feeding? What is the quality of the teachers? How are they doing? What subjects are you people lagging behind? He will just take note of those things, you know, just to measure the performance of the commissioner for education in Anambra. So that is the way he does these things. But that guy now came to the platform and said that P2B does as he oversabi, you know. So I wanted to correct.
And Kolata was glorying in
And
it.
Kolata was happy that when he went that.
It was probably dancing in his front room. Yes, look at
something
that.
like that.
Yeah.
So I said I will come to this platform and I will correct that.
All right. Thank you. All right. Thank you, Saki. For reasons of time, let me just ask you one final question, but just be brief on it. There's a lot of rumors are flying around regarding Peter Obi, but there was one that I just heard, and you being a Peter Obi expert, maybe you can debunk this or verify it. I heard the rumors that Peter Obi can turn water into wine. Is that true? That he did that once in Anambra State? It turned water into wine. Is that true? Is that true?
Jesus Christ.
Jesus Christ.
This one myself.
Exactly. He didn't do it. All right.
No, please, you
All
cannot.
right. That's just all right. All right.
You cannot miss that.
Thomas, I'm only going to capture you in the closing remarks because you've just come in and we're nearly up to 6 hours. So I'll go on instead from Saki reluctantly to Joel delightfully, and then Joel of Nashville now will hear his words. So Joel, you've been involved in the conversation all the way through.
I know.
Yes. It's been one of those funny ones that we have. You know, it's here, there, and everywhere. Here, there, and everywhere. But here we are at Joel, and we started off with the goings on in Abuja, surrounded by AK-47 wielding Fulanis.
Yeah. Before I go to the Abuja mayhem, I would like to say you did a very bad job today defending and Tinubu. What happened, woman? Is it the flu?
No, I never defend Tinubu. I just defend fair play. Yeah, I just defend fair play. You know.
You did a very bad job. Okay. Let me just hit on the Tinubu, then I will come back to the Abuja. Look, that's the issue of Abuja, right? People were telling us about this. We did take them serious. We either attack them tribal jingoists, or they are just people that make no sense. But this thing has been coming. It's been building. You see, if we want to go back a little bit, let me tell you, when we had the issue of Jonathan, many people, when you talk about how Jonathan got into the bad books of the United States, many people tend to say, oh, those are trivial issues. But those are serious issues. There was a reason why Jonathan could not fight Boko Haram effectively. There was an embargo placed on Nigeria. Who were those that told the United States that there was human rights issues in Nigeria? It was the APC government. And when they drew that attention to the United States, they laid the embargo based on human rights, right? And in fact, even the 14-year sentencing for the gay LGBTQ public did not even help Jonathan as well. So what happened was that when Buhari was defending, remember, sometime in 2014, when Jonathan was calling for negotiation with the Boko Haram. Let's talk to them. Let's see if we can, make a headway. Ask them what their problem was. Who did they say was going to represent them? Buhari. You see, it is not. These issues are just there. We keep making the same mistakes every time, every election cycle. Look, Abuja, like I told you the last time, I don't want to. Look, my brother stays in Lagos State. I just pray. Every day I just pray. Thank God I survived the other one that was in Ukraine when the Russia war started. Thank God he was able to move. But the thing now is that Nigeria is under siege. This is 2 attacks in about 2-3 days. It's not going to continue like this. Look at what is going on in Abuja, the capital city. The same reason why they told us the capital city should be in the center. So right now, it is better that capital will remain in Lagos, because by the time they get to Lagos, they must have gone through Osun, Ogun, and Ibadan. We would have even curtailed them from there. But it's like it's like a fence dividing them between them and the capital. We are looking for where this problem is coming from. Look, I told people, when did this kidnapping in Southeast start? When did it start? It was after the jailbreak in Owerri, where over 800 to 1,000 criminals escaped from the prison. Where did you think they will go to? the people that will soak them in are going to be those people that are in the bush, like the ones that wanted to, like, in the name of Biafra. So everybody is like, in the name of Biafra, in the name of Biafra. And that is why when Nnamdi Kanu say, no, it is not in the name of IPOB, it still continued. It shows that you are not ready to be, you are not part of the plot. You are just using the plot to make gain for yourself. And that is what happened in the Southeast till today. In fact, one of my friends was kidnapped. What he said was that some of the guys that kidnapped him said that they came out from the prison. They were from the prison. So Abuja, we had Kuje just happened 2-3 weeks ago. Let me tell you, you will be surprised that the amount of prisoners that left Kuje is more than that number they gave us. How is it that over 400, okay, let's go by the number they gave us. They say over 400. How is it that over 400 people, there was like a jailbreak? Definitely, that would have started an alarm, either through phone call or anything. According to them, they called for reinforcement. So everybody knows that is happening. How did they leave Abuja? 400 people, if it is not planned. The deputy Senate speaker said there was 44 alerts. So the security agencies, it wasn't acted upon. Who is preventing them from acting upon? So the situation in Abuja, the Kuje prison, the Abuja is living practically with Boko Haram. They want, I'm telling you, because look, if they get out of that place, where do you think they're going to go to? Home? But if they go home, they're going to know, oh, you are a criminal. They're going to catch them. How are they even going to go to that? How are you sure that where they're even staying? So they're still going to go back to the bush. The same people that are the same people that are shielding them from being killed or from being known, the same people that are planning for their exit, the same people that will go as far as breaking a correctional facility. It is unspeakable.
All right,
so the security space in Nigeria and Abuja is let's wait and see. Every day we're going to see stuff like that. Just take it from me, we're going to see stuff like that going on.
Yes, sadly, you are right. Sadly, and as we get closer to the elections, it's going to ratchet up. It's going to, because they are looking to disrupt the elections, and they're not. So I hope that the security operators, they've come to that conclusion as well, because you don't even have to have a brain to know that these people, they will try to disrupt the elections. So
definitely. I mean, because even somebody was saying that they cannot take down or maybe invade Abuja. They might not. They don't need to invade Abuja. They just need to instill a shadow of fear over Abuja. When you instill a shadow of fear in Abuja, people cannot go out at night. People will still going out to the market. You just have to kill one or two people. They'll say, oh, they attacked here today. Now you have closed business for that day. So the social life in Abuja is gone. Gradually, you guys are living in small cocoons. You are living in Abuja. You're free, but you're still enslaved by fear of the unknown. So the issue there is this: we need a change of management. And when I mean a change of management, I mean a change of presidency. And when I say a change of presidency, it has to be a president from the South. Let's not joke about it. If you are not serious about this issue, that is the reason why I don't want to delve into the issue of certificate and age. We all know that Tinubu is older than the age he gave. We all know that there is an issue with his certificate. But the thing there is that with the certificate, he got a university degree. Okay, let's leave it at that. Let's move on. Like I said the last time, For us to have, I still do not believe in the Tinubu Muslim ticket, but for the sake of Nigeria, I am going to accept the Muslim ticket. So far as Tinubu, if Tinubu is there and Tinubu wins, at least even if he's having his dementia, before the dementia we even get down, we even bring him down, he must have made one or two changes. The problem facing Buhari is that the people he trusted so much are the ones that failed him. I will not tell you that Buhari on his own might not be a good guy of some sort, but the people around him, the first family members, they got greedy. And for if Buhari is traveling, those are the people he hands over power to. Remember the Yari guy that died? Those were the people running the country. So it's not dependent on the capacity of the president, the capacity and competence of the president. It is not dependent on the selfish interest of those around the president. Aisha Buhari warned us. Aisha Buhari told us that the Aso Rock has been taken over by Kabah. People say, oh, she's a disgruntled lady because Buhari wants to marry a second wife. You know, we are so dismissive in Nigeria. And today, Buhari has happened. There was an interview Buhari granted Mo Abudu in 2015 where he was castigating Jonathan. $10 was 190 to $1. He was castigating fuel subsidy, everything. Today, dollar is about 730. Let's go to the next question, please.
All right. And Kwakwansos are insisting that Buhari should not be impeached. So only 7 months left, but would you like to see him impeached?
I would say it's a distraction. I just said it in the past. Let's try that Buhari. If you add impeachment to his name, I mean, that is overflogging a dead horse. Buhari is a dead horse. What are you going to do? Somebody that doesn't even have a certificate. What is the integrity there? He doesn't even have integrity. What we have done for Buhari from his educational perspective, from his integrity perspective, we have done so much. So what are you talking about impeachment? If they impeach him, he will just go home and sleep. Yes, people told you that he's retired. So that is the situation. I don't want to the impeachment. They should not waste their time. If they wanted the impeachment thing to go on, it would have been Buhari should have been impeached like a year or two ago. But the reason why you are calling for impeachment now is because the insecurity has got into your backyard. Now they are not afraid. You see, that's the reason why we say if you are going to be in any position of power, do not have any child that is in abroad going to school. The moment you do that, our schools will be good. The reason why they are calling for, if they can go to the extent of impeachment, that is to tell you that they are so afraid. They love that security, and they can do nothing about it. Now they have to go for the juggler because their house is on fire. So that's the problem. So I wouldn't the issue of impeachment. They should just let Buhari just write it out.
All right, and to the Ohanet, not Ohanet, keep calling them. They are Ferry endorsing Peter Obi whilst savaging Tinubu. Where is the loyalty? Treachery again in Yoruba land, Joel.
The thing there is this. Ferry has always, you see, I've been in Lagos State for quite a while. I've known the history of Ferry, and they are not a group that can easily be bought. In fact, I will tell you for a fact that they have more stance, more leadership than even the Ohanese. Right? So they are outspoken. They will tell you where it is. What the reason why they supported Peter Obi, apart from the fairness, equity, and justice, there are other Igbo presidential candidates. It is also because that they know that P2B has the capacity to do so, to be the president of Nigeria. Looking at the options that we have, he is the best option amongst the three in terms of age, in terms of capacity, in terms of private life, in terms of being prudent. You see, some of all these things that we keep talking about, the economy of this, you see, one thing about the Igbo man is that we simplify it for you. We simplify it. When he said consumption, when he said turning from consumption to production, or changing the sharing formula from production from sharing formula to production formula, he knows what he's talking about. This thing he just said. You can write 10 pages on these two things he just mentioned. He just told you what the problem is. As simple as it is, as he admitted to look, it is not going to be easy to achieve those. But he has to just tell you what the problem is. We are not producing. So I think, and the Afenifere have seen, what many other people have seen. Look, let me tell you, if P2B had stayed in PDP, he wouldn't have made this stride that he has made, because everybody was still seeing him as, you are part of them. You are part of them. The idea of Peter Obi leaving the PDP to go to LP and standing on his own gave that notion that he rejected corruption, because what does he have to lose? He is a billionaire. If he stayed in PDP, if he wants ministerial position, they will give it to him. In fact, it was part of the plan to give him anything like a top, ministerial position from the PDP. But him leaving PDP made him to look special, made him to stand alone. And you do not see him, I told you that he's not giving any money. I am here to serve. Look, amongst everything P2B did in Anambra State, apart from education, which was very fantastic, the fact that he left seats of power and he did not take anything from them. Anambra is not paying that pension. You'll find out that he just came to serve. He was not there for the money. We need people. Look, there is no way, even if P2B gets into power, even if P2B will change, he is not going to change by more than 10 to 20% from what we thought he's going to do. But with someone like Atiku or Tinubu, we don't really know where the pendulum will swing to. If they say they're going to do good things, that's it. We can't question them. They are not reachable. Look at the interview he granted. That's the more reason why there's no one profile there. Even if it was an arranged interview, get Rufai there. Rufai would have asked him those pertinent questions. In fact, I wish you could go back and see Rufai's response to that interview.
I saw it when OJ asked him. Yeah, I saw it.
Abati was there. Tundu was there. I think Emmanuel Efeni was there, or I think the other guy. They were there, and I think it's Genix. I think it was Genix. And they asked
it was OJ. It was OJ that actually asked him. OJ
asked the question. Yeah, it was OJ, and he finished the interview. He finished all of them. Like he told Rufai and Tundu, "You guys messed up," without telling them they messed up. Do you understand what I'm saying? And those things that he was asking are the things that Nigerians want to listen to. Look, let me tell you. Do you know that a day or two after the Pandora paper issue broke out, P2B came to the station. They invited Peter. Either they invited him or P2B asked for the interview, but he appeared. If P2B does appear like this every other, there is no way Peter Obi will get into power. And he will not listen to the people. He is not going to communicate. There is no way. Because like I have seen him, I think he likes communicating with people. He does that for fun. And it was part of his leadership style. I mean, someone that has the phone number of all the
head boys
and head girls in all the high schools.
You're forgetting all the talking points. You have to go and reread the memo.
No. I'm just telling you. No, I'm just telling you. Like when I keep thinking, for someone to have done that as a governor. Look, I'm from Anambra State, right? Look, there was if I could have supported somebody like a Rochas, right, or an Umahi, but these people have no.
Well, Anambarians hate Imolites, so you couldn't have.
No. That had nothing to do with that. Look. Those things are just gimmick. After all, I'm married to an Imo woman. I lived in Imo State. Did they kill me? In fact, I live my best life in Imo State. You see, sometimes it's people run to make those rhetorics. Anambra Imo. There is nothing really. Probably my father said you shouldn't go here and marry. It happens. You might even find out that even in your own place, in Yoruba land, your mother or your father will say, please don't go here and marry. It happens in every tribe. We're very tribal people in Nigeria, but that does not mean.
No, Joel is because Imo State is very expensive when it comes to marriage.
No, it could be a contributor of other factors.
I'm going to do a session on the Eastern marriage. My God, the list.
Woman, I think that would be a banger though. Yes. That would be a banger.
But I would need you and Saki for that though, because it's not my area of expertise.
No. I've been sending you messages on Instagram, but you've not been responding.
No. I respond to everybody, so maybe you are not sending it to the right.
I see you. I saw your face. I saw your face there, and
yes.
With your glasses, the funny glasses that you have. You have.
Don't worry. Oh, you made that one. Okay, yes. No, I mean, I get messages from everybody. Jafar, Charles, Ajande Koko, George, everybody.
Yeah. So, woman, see, that's the issue, right? As time goes on, we just, dissect, the characters of these people. If Tinubu knows that he went to a primary and secondary school, he went to university. Before he went to university, right? You had a primary and secondary education to support that you went to primary and secondary. Before you went to university, you presented a paper supporting your primary and secondary education. So is it hard? You went to United States here. Take that thing off your. I mean, I know it's good to be in the news, but it's not good to be in the news for the wrong reason, especially when you have so many baggages.
All right.
Yesterday, Dogora and Lawal, the APC Christian caucus,
they went to meet Wiki. Yeah.
They went to meet Wiki and all that. It's not just good. So I mean, I don't know if you have enough question for me. If you don't, maybe we can do it tomorrow.
Well, we've hit the 6-hour mark, and you know what that means. So thank you, Joel, the fans' favorite. One of the, because I think Ajale Koko is the fans' favorite, but a good competition from Joel always anytime he turns up. Let me acknowledge Kulata's super chat, and then we start to round off. It says micromanagement is a bad leadership quality. So I think that was to Saki Fada's somewhat commentaries on Peter B. So thank you for the super chat. But it looks as though the weight of what you were saying, Saki Fada, it looks as though you have broken Kulata, because he's now changed his position and it says Peter Obi is very relatable. So at last we get a positive about Peter Obi from Kulata. So there it is. So we seek to round off, and gentlemen, if you can slot it within a 2 to 3 minutes space, because I always just buckle anytime I see 6 hours on the screen. So I want to just huddle through. Oh, I think we've lost Joel. So I want to huddle through just as swiftly as we can, and we go to Thomas, who comes to say hello and to say goodbye in the same stroke. So hello and goodbye, Thomas.
Thank you, woman. I enjoyed the section, so it was very interactive. What really brought me here this afternoon, I just want to listen, but this age of Tinubu that has been causing all this brouhaha everywhere. I just want to say this. Tinubu picked Muslim ticket. He doesn't have certificate. He doesn't have primary certificate. He doesn't go to any secondary school. He's paying on himself. Nigeria, you have a choice to choose. You have other candidates. Choose who you want to vote for. and let's continue with the politics. Forget about Tinubu. The other candidates are there. Vote for them. Thank you, one man. See you tomorrow. Thank you. God bless.
All right, brilliant. Good of you to stop in. So thank you, Thomas. So from Thomas, let's go to Ola. So Ola, closing remarks. That time of the day again.
Yes, Ola Shukudi.
Ola
Thank you for
Shukudi.
giving me that name today. So I like it. Anyway, thank you everyone. It has been a productive day, and special thanks to Ajale Kuku and Saki. You know, they've been able to break down those people that, number one, try to mess up with the Afenifere without knowing the history. Because when we don't even know the history, we don't even know the right thing to do. So we are confused. So I think we have to be fair to those people that they've tried to put up to move up forward in the past, even against all odds in the country. So let us just give respect to them and appreciate what they are doing. Other than that, I will just tell everyone that you have the choice to choose, you know, between life and otherwise. You know what I mean? If you use tribal sentiment and you cannot spot the danger, good luck. But to me, by 2023, I prefer to rejoice, to celebrate that Nigeria is on the right path. And even though you can say all the three tickets are evil, but you know the one that is less evil, you know the one that has no quality record. So choose. To me, my mind is made up, except something significant is changed significantly. So good luck to everyone as you celebrate with your own candidate. Thank you. See you later.
Brilliant. Well put. So thank you, Ola. So from Ola, let's go on to Saki. Saki, closing remarks.
Yeah, one man, you've done well today. It's not easy. I have to actually pity for you. At times I have pity because it's not easy to moderate people for 6 hours. You know, God gave you the gift. Keep using your gift to correct the ails in our society. You know, I encourage people to come on this platform. It's it is a very good platform, very educative. You know, people should come and learn on this platform and contribute to a discussion on how to make Nigeria better. Good night and thank you.
All right, thank you, Saki. So Saki, the man with the best voice on the platform. I'm not sure if I should be letting you on again, if you have a better voice than me, but that's Saki, the man with the baritone. So Saki with the baritone to the straight talking king of boys, Ajale Koko, the mighty one, the final word.
Thank you, Woman, and let me thank everybody that came on the platform today. You've done it again this evening, and your contribution was quite meaningful. I hope you will all come back tomorrow and you let us do it again. Nigeria is failing and is continuing to fail, and I don't see the end of the failing security in that country. I don't see the end in sight, and it's a pity that incompetence leadership have brought us to where we are today. And I hope people will think well before they vote in 2023, if at all we'll be able to vote, because I don't see any circumstances, I don't see any way. I don't see if I don't know if the environment will allow us to vote free and fair circumstances when the security is not guaranteed. So, well, we leave the future to God, but what is going on today is very shameful. So, I thank you all, and I thank those of you at the commentary section from our brother Alessandra Gomez, Board of Trustee, one man went to Mo. And Apache, the secretary, I thank Ortiz, our serviceman. I thank Oga. I thank Kulata. I thank Aizon. I thank Adewale. I thank everybody at the commentary substance. So come back tomorrow. You are the strength of the platform. Let's do it again. And for those of our listeners around the world, there's no reason for you not to click on the like button if you're on the platform or you've been listening to us from the beginning to this end. So we are doing our own part. You have a responsibility to do your own part as well by clicking on the like button. So let's do it together. Click it now. It's not too late. And, so that you can come back tomorrow and we'll do it again. So, and my final thanks to one man, the man that brings us together every day. Where he's getting the energy from, only God knows. But he has done it well again. Tomorrow, another day, I believe one man will bring another round of topic for us to discuss, and we shall join him tomorrow as well. Thank you, one man, the Eagle. See you tomorrow. Bye-bye. Have a good evening.
All right. Thank you, Ajale Koko. So thank you, Ajale Koko. So the one thing there's two things that struck me, and it's really something that I keep talking about, but it's something that I must
One man, sorry. We've not been seeing engineer for quite some time now. I hope everything is okay with him.
Engineer is all right as far as I'm aware. They are having the Commonwealth Games in Birmingham as we speak.
Oh,
and
yeah.
Engineer is at the heart of those activities. So I think it's
okay.
Yes,
Okay.
I'll phone him maybe later in the day to pass on your wishes.
Okay. My greetings, send my greetings to him. I really miss him.
Yes, thank you, Ajale Koko. I'll pass that on to him later on.
Right.
So thank you, Ajale Koko. So there's two things that struck me. The 6-hour sessions, which Saki just mentioned, which is something I keep laboring, and then the Bonksma, who came in earlier and has come back and she's still just aghast, not aghast, but amazed that we're still here, which is to tell you then that just too much time is being spent on these things. So going forward, I don't think we'll be hitting the 6 hours again. We cannot. So at the very most, we'll be capping it at about 5 hours. So if I'm hurrying people along, it's just really because of the pressure of time. And if people can also cooperate with that to be a bit more succinct, and because sometimes it's so expansive, and I know people delight in it, and I don't like to interrupt the flow, but it's just really it cannot be right to be 6 hours on the space. So that cannot be right, and that is something that I personally will look to correct. But that has been it today. You also why you landed at 6 hours. It's just excessive, but sometimes the conversations are so long and involved. So I'll leave it there. Carry the converson on within the comment section, but here I say peace.